and racing. That is a brilliant manoeuvre. Oh! Welcome back to Oulton Park, everybody, where live coverage continues for this TCR UK race day at one of the great racetracks in the United Kingdom. The Oulton Park Island circuit has already provided a couple of very entertaining qualifying sessions this morning, but it is now almost time to go racing with a busy schedule. 10 races coming your way in total through the rest of the day, which will, of course, include 2 rounds of the TCR UK Championship. Their first race is due to begin at around about 1 o'clock this afternoon, but we'll have pre-race build-up. Hopefully we'll be down on the grid to chat to some of the drivers as well ahead of that, plus a full day of support race action. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. I'll be joined shortly by Paul O'Neill, who will be looking about as puzzled probably as he does in his little picture there on the graphic when we go racing, because we don't really know what's going to happen. We had some wet qualifying sessions earlier on in the morning. That has created some slightly jumbled up grids for the races to come later on. And we are excited for a good day's racing, Paul. A great place to go racing this. Difficult place to overtake, and so those jumbled up grids could prove to be significant.
Yes and yes. People say this place is difficult to overtake around. It is, but it's possible. I remember I did a Porsche UK Cup race round here in a guest car. Literally, all I ever do when I come here coaching is tell people how to get the overtaking done. You do it, you get it sorted 3 corners before, and then you get the job done at either Old Hall, which is the first corner, or Lodge. But it's all about getting those chances to overtake done 3 or 4 corners backwards. But look, the weather's been weird, isn't it?
Yes, it has. We had pretty torrential rain this morning. That's why we had those wet qualifying sessions. The track dried out, but then we had another downpour about half an hour or so ago. Now, I think the track has dried again because it is actually pretty warm when the rain stops. It's very windy as well, which is helping to, A, blow the weather through, and B, dry the track as well. So I think we've got pretty good track conditions. There is no more rain in the forecast, but that wind means that it is blowing the weather through, and it makes it a bit difficult to predict exactly what's going to happen, which, to be honest, is the way that we like it. We like it to be as unpredictable as possible because that keeps everyone else on their toes. A busy day of racing then to come. As I said, our first race will be for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup Championship. Hey, it feels like we're on track 5 minutes ago qualifying for this race. That was a very entertaining session, which has put most of our early season championship contenders near the front of the grid. We will then have our lunch break, during which we'll have build-up for the TCR UK race, the first of 2 TCR UK races today. Those of you tuning in expecting to see 3 races, well, we are down to just the 2 races this weekend because everything's happening in one day. It's all condensed, so they had qualifying in the morning, 2 races in the afternoon. Then it's the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship after that, and then the Civic Cup back out for their second race. We'll also have 2 races this afternoon for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, who just completed their qualifying session a moment or 2 ago. Right then, time to send some cars onto the track. The Miltech Sports Civic Cup Championship's first race of the day coming up next. So, right on cue, the Civic Cup cars head out onto the circuit. We're actually back on time, so brilliant work by the marshals and the BRSCC organisation crew for getting the race meeting back on track just in time for our first race, which will be a 15-minute race for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Qualifying earlier on saw Max Edmondson and Josh Files going toe-to-toe, didn't it, Paul, for the pole position. Edmondson had pole throughout the duration of the session, but had it not been for a late red flag, Josh Files might just have stolen it.
Yeah, he didn't seem quite concerned about where he's qualified. He knew he was quick, but yeah, he was quite jovial about the fact that he could have been on pole and just had a little hiccup at the very end of it, getting held up. But to be honest, a lot of people got held up because it was so tightly packed, wasn't it? I'm looking forward to this because I think it'll be quite an aggressive start to the race, and it might bunch the pack up.
Well, I made the point in qualifying, when everyone is as evenly matched as they were in that qualifying session, we had the top 3-4 drivers covered by just 0.2 of a second. 0.2 of a second, Paul, is nothing, is it, around a place like this? So that will make it hard to get one over on your opposition out on track, but that really does mean that that first lap is all the more important. Right then, Max Edmondson will start from pole position. He will have his Area Motorsport teammate and title rival Josh Files for company. Then it will be Sam Kirkpatrick and Liam McGill on row 2, with Lewis Kent and Alistair Camp sharing row 3. Fourth row then for Spencer Stevenson, back on track in a new car after his Snetterton shunt. He's got Harvey Caton for company, with Will Redford and Alex Kite completing the top 10. Then it's Jordan Brennan returning to the scene of his awful accident a few years ago here at Oulton Park. He'll be hoping for better fortune, qualifying well in 11th alongside Owen Hillman. Row 7 then for Daniel McDonald with Jack Riddell for company. Daniel Petters is next alongside Dave Marshall. He stopped on track towards the end of qualifying. Hopefully he'll be able to make the start of the race. Jamie Petters and Wes Swain on row number 9. 10th row then for Aidan Hassan and Scott Smith. Mark Hughes and Trevor McConnell are next, with Gary Townsend making his Civic Cup debut. He has William Butt and Harry England behind, both of whom ended their sessions at Oulton Corner before they'd even set a time. In separate incidents, Harry England's car made the barriers, Will Butt's car got stuck in the gravel. Both start in the back of the grid. So, cars gridding up then. That outlap from the assembly area was their green flag lap, so we are going to be diving straight in to 15 minutes of racing here then. Edmondson versus Files on that front row of the grid. Who gets into Old Hall Corner first, Paul?
Don't know, good luck, but they're already pushing Josh Files back. That's Richard Stenson, actually. It's one of my mates who's marshalling there. Do you know, I would say Max Edmondson's got to be just fully committed to this first corner. I don't think it'd be one on the first corner, but I am so looking forward to this. I think this could be a turning point in the mental state of the championship.
I think you might be right. Right then, 5-second board is held aloft, 15 minutes on the clock, and round number 7 of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup about to get underway here from a sunny Oulton Park. The lights go out now, away they go, and it is a good start made by Max Edmondson and a demon start by Lewis Kent from the 3rd row of the grid. Kent will challenge for 3rd on the run towards Old Hall Corner for the first time. Edmondson leads, Files 2nd, Kent round the outside of Sam Kirkpatrick for 3rd. Hold your breath, and they all get through. Dave Marshall going rally crossing. He is at least out on track, although he's off the track now, and he's not the only one. That was Scott Smith, I think, further back, also going grass track. I mean, what a start from Lewis Kent, Paul. Started 5th, he's 3rd already. Yeah,
really hooked up the traction, didn't he? And it's good to see them all line astern. They've got through Cascades, but if we can just get away with those little muddy moment at the first corner, we'll be okay. But Campy is in the thick of it as well. He's dropped back a bit, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He's got Spencer Stevenson behind him, which makes him 6th, I think. Jordan Brennan there around the outside of Alex Kite. Brennan going better than we've seen at any point so far this year, and I reckon that puts him into the top 10 as we crest Hilltop for the first time. Liam McGill jumping out of line in 5th place, trying to get to the inside of Kirkpatrick, which he does, but Kirkpatrick has the inside for the left-hander. There is contact. Sideways McGill. Camp tries to take advantage, and Spencer Stevenson on the grass. They're 3 wide into Knickerbrook Corner. Someone has to give, and in the end it's Liam McGill, but that, Paul, could have been much bigger.
Could have been huge, that. I think Spencer Stevenson knew he'd done wrong, and he tried to back out of it so he could let him run back through and take that position, but in doing that he bunched everybody up. But good to see that there wasn't a massive shunt there. That could have been horrendous, but McGill's back on track.
Spencer Stevenson, the big winner out of that. He's into the top 5 now, so he gained 2 or 3 spots through that. Dave Marshall's going around the outside of people, despite going off at the first corner. I think he's knocking on the door of the top 10 now as we arrive at Lodge Corner for the first time. Jordan Brennan up the inside of Harvey Caton. Where has Jordan Brennan found this pace from? He eases the youngster out wide and picks up another spot. Right then, deep breath at the end of lap 1. Files leads, Edmondson 2nd, then a big gap back to Lewis Kent in 3rd, and an even bigger one back to this big gaggle of cars fighting over 4th position. Brennan back on the inside of Harvey Caton. Still Harvey trying to hang tough on the outside. Paul.
Yeah, that's great. Where will they end up here? This is going to be side by side still, I reckon. Good stuff though. Really good to see them giving each other so much room. That could have been easily a hip and a shoulder onto the grass and a ripped front splitter off. The top 2 class of their own as a change for the lead.
Yes, so I just said Files led and didn't realise what I was saying. Edmondson I was expecting to be the leader, but somewhere on the first lap, Files have gone through. That's Daniel Petters. Brilliant save. He had it all locked up into the hairpin. Owen Hillman goes through on the inside line. Alex Kite's off the road, and Petters might have a drama or maybe a gearbox issue getting out of the hairpin. Now, side by side for the race lead. Josh Files going defensive. Edmondson will not be happy to be in second place.
Here we go then. I think this is the fireworks that we said was going to happen. Look at Edmondson. Look at the body language of that car as they run now up Clay Hill. This will be fantastic. I think Edmondson's so fast, he's going to make Josh Fowles defend, and there's going to be an attack at Lodge. This is brilliant.
Hearing from Phil Kinch that the overtake took place as they crossed the line, basically, so a good run out of Lodge is what got Josh Fowles into the lead. He'll need another good one now to defend the lead as we head towards that part of the circuit. Josh Fowles leads the way. Max Edmondson in behind him in the championship, remember. These two are the top two in the championship, less than 30 points in it, 28 points the gap, and that's before drop scores, which will actually bring them even closer together. Across the line they go.
Wow.
A car length in it, Paul.
I cannot believe the speed that Josh Fowles in the lead took through Druids. That was the hilarious piece of driving I have seen so far this weekend. He gapped him just by coming off the brakes and letting the rear rotate and hoping, as Harvey Caton just did, of having some traction. Look how fast he is in the first sector, though. Max Edmondson is right into him.
This is going to be a tasty battle, isn't it? They're so scared of track limits through Cascades, but they managed to keep it within the white lines as they head towards the Island hairpin for the third time of asking. Edmondson's car bouncing around under braking, trying to get as much speed through the corner to get the drag up and over hilltop. The rest of them coming through. Camp there lurching around under braking as well as this midfield battle settles down, and Jordan Brennan's been off. No, that's such a shame for Jordan. He clears the grass out of the grill at least, but that will knock him back out of the top 10.
Look at the rears are locked up on Edmondson's car. The champ nearly in the back of his teammate, Josh Fowles. This is what we were talking about. They're friendly. It's fun. It ain't looking fun now. They're both using track limits on the exit in Knickerbrook. Look at the speed now that he takes. Look at the speed of these two cars through Druids. Watch this approach. You'll see the car rolling around at the rear. On the brakes, turn in, but Files for me just gets the power on and they're hanging it out. One of these is going to crash.
Oh, bits of car going flying. This time Edmondson, I would say, was a bit quicker through Druids. Is he close enough to have a go as we head to Lodge Corner? He's going to jink to the inside line. Does he commit to the move? Yes, he does.
He's out of it.
Edmondson sideways, hits the apex. Surely will run right at the exit, which he does.
Go on.
And Josh Fowles gets the switch back and gets the lead back again. Fantastic racing. Josh Fowles back to the front of the pack, but Max Edmondson had to get desperate on the brakes to even have a chance.
Oh, that's a statement. Look at this. It's going to end in a crash if they're not careful. Josh Files has. Look at. I've never seen Civics be driven so hard as Sam Kirkpatrick sticks the fastest lap in, but they're so quick in the fighting. They're still gapping the rest of the field. These two, the class of the field.
That is insane. All Files wide over the curbs. He can do that a couple of times by just getting a warning, but there will be a penalty if he does it again. Edmondson to the outside line this time. Max Edmondson very confident under braking, but that's the long way round. Files will guard the inside line on the exit to prevent the switchback manoeuvre, but Edmondson being so strong on the brakes will be a concern here for Josh.
Yeah, massively. The rears are locking though. Watch that car in P2. Watch the champ with the number 1 on his car. His rears lock up any time he's on the brakes, and the car just trying to slow down, but the rear is trying to turn around. Edmondson has got him rattled.
Yeah, Josh Fowles defending, but that is slowing him down. Lewis Kent, though, in third place, can't keep up, as Paul made the point. Lewis Kent having a lonely race in third. Actually now, only a second clear of Sam Kirkpatrick, so that's a battle that is likely to take off in a moment. The spectators trackside getting almost as excited as us as Fowles defends into Druids. That's not, Paul, a place you want to be going defensive.
Not at all, but look at his experience just pulls him out. Oh, Ruddle off. That's just gone straight on, I think. At Knickerbrook, and Edmondson has already shown his hand. He knows he's stronger than Files at Lodge, but Files is not silly. He knows the score. He'll try and keep it within track limits, and he doesn't have to defend into the first corner. This is looking like one of the best races we've seen in this championship.
This is, as you said, what we were hoping for when we heard Josh Fowles was coming into the championship. Some people were worried that he'd win every race and score to the championship opposition, but Max Edmondson, for one, is not going to let that happen. He is all over Josh Fowles as they both are on the ragged edge into Cascades. Edmondson a little bit wide. They're starting to ask a bit too much now of the tyres, but he's had a good run out of Cascades.
Yeah, Edmondson is really pushing hard now, and Edmondson, remember, knows these cars like the back of his hand. The experience counts from Files, but Edmondson, the champ, knows if he can make him work these brakes and tyres hard, that might be his chance into Lodge, because these cars don't particularly like being pounded on the brakes, and Oulton Park, except for Donington GP, is the hardest track in the country for brakes and friction.
Almost every year we come here, we have brake issues, don't we? So they have to be a bit mindful of that. I don't think they are being mindful of that, but they probably should be. Right, this is the battle for third place. Lewis Kent has now been reeled in by Sam Kirkpatrick, who's brought with him Spencer Stevenson, who is rewarding Ben Sharp Racing for all of their hard work, getting that car ready after his Snetterton accident. He's in the top 5 and now closes in on the battle for a podium position. Here comes that group of silver machines through Druids. Lewis Kent, the double TCR UK champion, ahead of Sam Kirkpatrick, and Spencer Stevenson, who's done many a lap round here in a Ford Fiesta through the years, with Alistair Camp just about hanging on to them as well.
Oh, this is fantastic, isn't it? Look, and even this group headed by Lewis Kent, this is brilliant to see. I've never seen anyone in Civic Cup drive as hard on these first few laps as these guys are doing. This is proper racing in the UK, this.
And I realise I'm tempting fate, squeaky clean so far as well. Great, respectful, hard racing. As Alistair Camp, out of nowhere, pumps out a fastest lap, a 1:35.247, and is now very much part of this fight for third position. So it's 4 cars now coming down the hill together, and Alistair Camp, long run pace looking strong.
Yeah, it looks like, I think they're just tripping up over each other. They're running track limits. Well, Campy does as well. Here we go. In the big brake zones, Max Edmondson. Knows the score!
Josh Farles sideways, he locked the rear brakes, he's on the grass, and Edmondson leads. That was a mistake from Josh Farles. The pressure, the near constant pressure from Max Edmondson told, and it's Josh who made the first mistake.
I'll tell you what that is. It is a mistake, but Max Edmondson will know what he was doing. What's happened there? The pedal's gone long, I think, for Josh Files. As the pedal goes long, the rear brakes work better than the fronts. It locks the rears. It's like pulling the handbrake, and that was it. That is race over. Max Edmondson, in his head, has just got one over on Josh Files.
I mean, words I didn't expect you to be saying this year. That is fascinating stuff. And that extra bit of experience he's had in these cars, he knew that was going to happen. I can't wait for your interview with him after the race. I'm sure you'll ask him about that, and I'm really interested to hear what he says. Right then, Lewis Kent in third position still. Not really close enough to capitalise on that, is he? So his Files still in second position, but of course by a much reduced margin now. And was he going slowly towards Lodge then, Josh Files? Meanwhile, Alistair Camp up the inside of Spencer Stevenson. That is a change for position. But let's see what these gaps are as they come over the line then. Edmondson to the lead. His gap back to Josh Files is 2.5 seconds. And Josh is only 1.3 ahead of Lewis Kent. So Lewis Kent will be a little bit incentivised now, won't he, to keep on pushing, because there might yet be a chance to challenge Josh, especially if Josh is struggling with his brakes.
Yeah, and I think Josh has to make the decision now to back off, get his brakes back up to temperature if that was the problem, and just make sure he gets a second place. He is never going to be catching Max Edmondson for the lead unless he has a problem.
Indeed so. Had a couple of cars into the pit lane, by the way. One of the Pro Alloys, in fact 2 of the Pro Alloys cars have been in the pit lane, so that is unfortunate. So meanwhile, Alistair Campbell, the inside of Kirkpatrick, makes contact with him. Kirkpatrick goes around Stevenson once again in the right place at the right time and manages to gain 2 positions, but that was Camp into the back of Sam Kirkpatrick. He'd already gone past Stevenson at Lodge Corner and then tried to make another move at the hairpin. It just did not quite work.
No, it didn't, did it? Look at McGill, he's all over Campy now. This really is starting to come alive with 4 minutes to go. This is going to be a really interesting end of this race, and McGill is not holding back now. Yeah,
Liam McGill now trying to take advantage of that as well. Camp might be just feeling the car out, check whether there's any damage after that little tangle that he had at the Island hairpin. What a drive from Spencer Stevenson though. I know he's been a little bit fortunate on a couple of occasions, but he started this race 7th. He's in 4th position now. Doesn't sound that special, but as we made the point, difficult to overtake in a championship where the drivers are as evenly matched as this, and Spencer's racecraft has been top-notch.
It's been absolutely brilliant. He's picked the right time to attack. He's seen the gaps. He's anticipated the contact between other people. Yeah, it's been a very interesting race, this has. And like you say, I think there's a few people going to be licking the wounds after this.
I think so. Lots of talking points then to be had after this one. Through Old Hall Corner goes Campy. Still has that fastest lap, which remember is worth a bonus point in the championship as well. But he's into the top 5 despite that little clash that he just had at the hairpin. And where did Kirkpatrick end up? He's ended up well down the order, hasn't he, after that? So he really did lose out after the tangle that he just had at the hairpin. He's out of the top 10, in fact. Into the top 10 is Dave Marshall. So remember, top 10 grid reversal for race 2. He does this so often, doesn't he? Has a bit of an iffy qualifying session, races into the top 10, and then he's in the prime position for race 2.
Yeah, that's worked out quite well for him, isn't it? But he's got to make a decision now. Does he keep trying to go forward, or does he just hold position?
Indeed so. Through the Hislop chicane we go then. Camp over the curves. They're all bottling back up again now behind Spencer Stevenson. So Stevenson might have good racecraft, but I'm not convinced he's got the ultimate pace in clean air. Of course, brand new car, like I said, so they will be busy sort of feeling that car out a little bit, won't they, at the moment? But as they head towards Druids Corner, Spencer Stevenson will be very, very pleased if he can hang on for another 2 minutes and 20 seconds. They're going to have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, I suspect. And we will then have the run to the line. But for Max Edmondson, he is looking very, very secure now at the head of the field. Edmondson, the leader, comes across the line all by himself, really. The battling is happening behind. And Alistair Camp, who's through the second half of this race, Paul, has been the fastest man on the track. Can he find a way past Spencer Stevenson into 4th place?
Maybe. Well, he's got the fastest lap, like you say. The car seems to be switching itself on. The only thing I will say is they will look at what happened down at that hairpin. With the contact that he had, but at the same time we didn't get a replay and I didn't get a good angle at it. Oh no!
Oh no! That's Dave Marshall.
Oh, Dave!
Dave Marshall into the pit lane. Not sure what the issue is. That promotes Daniel McDonald now into 10th position, which would be pole for race number 2 provisionally. Big lock up from Files, who I think has gone straight on.
He has.
Josh Files has gone straight on in the distance. There he is. Josh Files goes around and pulls a quick U-turn to rejoin, but Files, same place he had the moment earlier on. You're right, aren't you? He's cooked the brakes.
I think he may have cooked those brakes. I thought it was an engine failure at first. It just looked like he locked the rears, but as we got to that camera angle, it looked like he spun the car around. So I don't know whether he's locked the rears up so aggressively. It's like a handbrake. He is really having a nightmare. You get so much energy and heat through the front brakes that it makes the brake pedal long. And that, if it is that case, that is a disaster, because then you bang off the curbs and it knocks the pads away from the discs, and then you have to pump the pedal to get the pads near the disc to actually work. So it's like you're having to brake 3 times before you actually get to the braking zone. It's not good, but we'll find out after.
Well, we will. This is now the battle for 3rd place as a result of that. So Campy staring down the barrel of Podium and goes up the inside at large, but he's just a bit too far back from Spencer Stevenson to make the move stick. Out of Lodge we go. Over Deer Leap then. Max Edmondson leading the way. And Lewis Kent in 2nd place, 6.1 seconds behind them. Final lap of the race begins, and Alistair Camp is the man on the move, trying to find a way into podium contention then. Out of Old Hall Corner they go, and down the avenue towards Cascades Corner, with Edmondson leading the way then. Oh, there is Stevenson a bit sideways through Cascades Corner, and Alistair Camp is now going to try and capitalise on that. They head for the hairpin then at Island, and Stevenson defending the inside line, Camp hunting around behind him. Goes to take the wide line in, takes the tight line on the exit, but the front end won't grip. He's out over the curb, and so Spencer Stevenson will breathe easy for a moment at least as they head down the hill towards Hislops. And in fact, Camp now under threat from his teammate, I would say, behind, of Liam McGill. Liam McGill found himself on the wrong side of the situation down here at the Hislop chicane. A number of laps ago, the race is being stopped though. The red flag is out. So the red flag is out. Oh, and McGill has run over something. Liam McGill's run over something heading out of Knickerbrook Corner just as, and that is the left front corner destroyed on Liam McGill's car. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but Liam McGill, unfortunately, has now got a very badly damaged race car, and all of that happening after the red flag had flown even. Liam McGill, there you can see the damage. I mean, what on earth? I confess I wasn't watching the TV screen at that moment, but what that was all about, I do not know. So Liam McGill then is unfortunately going to bring a very badly damaged car back to the Area Motorsport garage, but Max Edmondson will be very happy. He's taken the win and more championship points, and perhaps more significantly, he came out on top after what was a phenomenal battle that he had with Josh Files in the early stages. Now, Files on our timing screen is showing back in 2nd place. Now, is that because... Yes, I suppose he hadn't crossed the line a second time, had he? So with the red flag coming out and the race stopping early, he, I think, gets reinstated back into 2nd place. So he was mighty fortunate in the way that that all transpired. And Josh ending up then with a 2nd place finish, which he almost certainly wasn't expecting. So Josh Files will be grateful for the extra points that he's been given. There's Sam Kirkpatrick's car, wounded after that contact that he had with Alistair Camp. But because there were a few incidents in that race, I would suspect we might have a slightly amended result when we get through to race 2 a bit later on. But exactly what that will entail, I'll have to wait and see. Well, there is Liam McGill. Liam McGill pulled off on the exit of Druids. That car will require a tow, but what did he hit? I don't know whether he hit something or whether it just failed, but anyway, we'll get to the bottom of that if we can. Provisionally, Max Edmondson wins. I don't see that changing, but Josh Files inheriting second place then, with the results going back a lap after that early race stoppage, and he looks to have dodged a bullet there and ended up in second place. Lewis Kent in third, with Spencer Stevenson fourth and Alistair Camp in fifth. Liam McGill, Will Redford, Harvey Caton, Alex Kite and Daniel McDonald complete the top 10. Then it was Jordan Brennan, who ended up 11th despite a grassy moment somewhere. Wes Swade in 12th, Jamie Petters 13th, and William Butt in 14th place. Not bad going. He had that issue in qualifying earlier on, said the brakes locked up, rear brakes going into Old Hall Corner, and he spun in front of Will Redford, so Will, nothing to do about that. And then it was Aidan Hassan with Sam Kirkpatrick and Dave Marshall, Mark Hughes, Jack Riddell and Trevor McConnell, with Gary Townsend 21st, ahead of Harry England, who unfortunately was a non-finisher. In fact, we lost a few of the Pro Alloys racing cars into the pit lane in the closing stages there, so England a non-finisher after the team had done such a good job to get the car ready after his qualifying shunt. Owen Hillman also a non-finisher, likewise Daniel Petters, and Scott Smith also didn't reach the flag. So, drama in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup, but we will have more from them a bit later on in the day, and that is something, as always, to be looked forward to. And a few drivers will be particularly disappointed with the way that their day has started here at Oulton Park after a very entertaining battle, but a few of them coming out of that one licking their wounds, as Paul said earlier on, and we will see what race number 2 entails later on. So we are waiting to hear hopefully from our podium finishers in a few moments time, and we will I can't wait to get the thoughts of the likes of Max Edmondson and Josh Files after that, because that was a fascinating battle between the two of them. As I said, we've sort of been teasing this all year long, this battle between Max and Josh with all of his years of experience racing internationally. Max, a far less experienced driver, but with more experience in this particular car and in this particular championship. And we've seen in the past that Max is capable of being rattled, and I think a lot of people would have put money on him maybe being the one that got rattled again this season. But Josh Files, with that little bit of an issue with the brakes in that race, under the pressure from Max Edmondson, Max played that situation to perfection, didn't he? Kept the brakes underneath him, and he will be very satisfied to have come out of it with the race victory. So Edmondson's win means that he will extend his championship margin now as well. Now, like I said earlier on, we're not yet factoring in the dropped score situation, but Max Edmondson had, coming into the race, a 28-point lead over Josh Files. Well, that will now extend by a handful of points as a result of that race. Right then, let's head down to Park Ferney. Paul O'Neill has gathered together our podium finishers, and we can hear from them now.
Unbelievable race from Miltech Sport Civic Cup here at Oulton Park. One of the best drives I think I've seen in this championship. It was absolutely stunning. Let's just have a quick word with Max. These are the 3 drivers that come across the line, 1, 2, 3, but let's quickly speak to Max. That was one of the best races I think I have seen in Miltech Sport Civic Cup, and the pressure that you really put on Josh Files there, I think it really told. Have you had time to speak to him? What was his problem?
Brake failure. Well, front brake failure, so he just pulled the handbrake. But to be fair, I'm surprised I didn't have any problems with my brake, because I was sat so close to him the whole time. But yeah, I was, even if I finished second, I was happy. That was a really good race, and I really enjoyed that.
What was the telling factor? Did you know that it was coming? Did you see his brakes coming on and off? It was really weird.
It was random. Turn 1 and 2 were about level, and then into the hairpin, I noticed he was braking a tiny bit earlier than normal, but he did that throughout the whole race. And then coming from turn 3 to the chicane, I presume there's a headwind because I was catching up to him so much. And then same with up the hill towards the back section. But no, there was nothing that I saw that was different to normal until he just locked up the rears and went.
The speed that you two gentlemen had and were gapping people even though you were battling.
I was watching the mirrors. I was overtaking him. I was still pulling away. I was like, okay, we can do this all race then. But then obviously he had his problem. But yeah, I'm happy.
Top man. Well, you did really well, mate, and it was good to see. So well done to you. Josh Files, P2. Yep, that's what it's come across the line as because of the late red flag. Great race. You probably, I don't know, do you feel pretty good about P2? I mean, it was the car. You were lucky to get away with that.
I mean, I feel lucky if that's, you know, where I ended up, because obviously I don't really deserve that. Yeah, just had brake failure twice. Just can't get it stopped. So we'll look at that now. Luckily, the handbrake still works, because that's all I had at the hairpin. I don't know what's going on there, but we'll sort it out. And me and Max did say we need to make it spicy, so hopefully that came across on TV.
Yeah, well, from the get-go, I did say that this will be a pretty spicy race, and I think whoever... We didn't see your overtake. It must have been Lodge into the first corner.
Yeah, Max on lap 1 was trying to gap me and made a mistake into the last corner, so I got him, and then obviously he sent a nice lunge a couple of laps later. I was like, yeah, making that, so I got him back. So, as I say, at least it was good fun, and we entertained, and I thought I'd sort of white line it to make him tippy-toe. But yeah, my brakes were just absolutely shot, so we'll sort it for race 2. I was kind of hoping I'd be reverse grid towards the front, to be honest.
I'm sure you'll have a good race anyway.
It's a lucky finish if that's where I've ended up, so yeah. Top
man. Good luck. Well done, mate. Lewis, you can only be quite happy with that, I suppose. They're so fast, those two, aren't they? Unbelievable. You're going to look at the data and see where you can get them back.
I know exactly where I'm losing it. I've been losing it all weekend there. I don't like going slow. I like going fast, and this track has got a couple of places where you have to go very slow to then be fast. Brands Hatch I'm good at because it's a fast flowing track. Donington I'm good at because it's a fast flowing track. Snetterton I'm not bad at because it's fast and flowing. This has always been my Achilles heel, this track. I've come here and I've won here in the past, but it's sort of been half lucky wins, I'd say. But yeah, I'm happy with it. We've finished 2 places ahead of where we should have. I saw Sam catching at quite a decent pace. I just got lucky, got caught up a couple of times. But yeah, happy with the result. Hopefully we can do the same sort of thing in the last one as well.
Yeah, look good, mate, and I'm sure you'll figure it all out and get it sorted. I was going to ask you about the end there. You might get P2, but it just depends, doesn't it, with the red flag?
Yeah, that's it. I feel like I think I overtook Josh 2 laps ago, and it goes back a lap, so that would be still me in P2. But I honestly, I don't know where it'll end up. Either way, I'll be happy with a. Well, if Josh is in front, it's a 1, 2, 3 for area. If not, I'm second, which is good for me. So yeah, happy with the result. And yeah, as I say, see how the last one goes.
Top man, well done. Thank you, mate. Just get one more interview. Spencer Stevenson, he come across the line as the Paul Winfield Trophy winner. We're just going to have to go to an ad break. We've just got a medical emergency with a helicopter coming in, so sorry, we'll see you after the ad break.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
outside. Files for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Oulton Park, everybody, where we've just been thoroughly entertained by our opening Miltech Sports Civic Cup race of the day, and we'll have another one of those to come a little bit later on. We've just heard from our top 3 drivers, and they put on a show, that's for sure, in what was a very, very eventful 15 minutes of racing. And whilst we're waiting for our TCR race build-up to begin, we can remind ourselves of some of the action from the Civic Cup. Well, it was a race that started with Max Edmondson on pole position, Josh Files alongside him, and Edmondson got the lead cleanly into Old Hall Corner, but would not lead at the end of the opening lap. It was a great start from Lewis Kent as well, to come from the 3rd row of the grid to break into 3rd place, but there was a tangle down at the Hislop chicane between Sam Kirkpatrick and Liam McGill. Spencer Stevenson, the big winner out of all of that, and managed to break his way into the top 5. The battle was raging at the front of the field. Josh Files under near constant pressure from Max Edmondson, who looked more confident under braking and on several occasions tried to show his nose after Files had found a way past him on the run out of the final corner. Daniel Petters also had a moment up at the Island hairpin, and he wasn't the only one, and he would eventually retire to the pit lane. Alistair Camp was on the move, challenging Liam McGill. He would eventually find a way past him. Petter's moment looked to maybe be just an innocent little lock-up, but I suspect maybe it was more of a gearbox issue that would later take him out of the race altogether. Then Josh Files, under threat from Max Edmondson, continued to lead the way. Edmondson locked onto his rear bumper, almost pushing him around at times, but not ultimately able to find a way through for some time until the move came at Lodge. He launched up the inside, overshot the corner, and Files was back through. That, though, was to be short-lived. A lock-up from Josh Files into the hairpin. He obviously had been struggling for rear brakes, and he ended up on the grass and dropped out of the race lead. Lewis Kent was ahead of Sam Kirkpatrick, leading an entertaining battle for 3rd place. Alistair Camp then got to the inside of Kirkpatrick. There was again a tangle at the hairpin, which was really a hot spot for drama in that race. And it was Spencer Stevenson, again, who was in the right place at the right time to move through into 3rd position. Then late drama for Liam McGill. After the race had finished, Liam McGill picking up some damage to the left front corner and taking him out of the race. So, dramatic stuff. As we said, for the Miltech Sport Civic Cup, they will have another race to come later on in the day. And before that, we will have action from our TCR UK Championship Brigade and support races to come as well. So the Civic Cup drivers and teams hard at work then to try and get some cars fixed for the second race later on. A bruising first race. Very often it's the second race that is the more lively one, but here at Oulton Park, race 1 starting with a bang. Right then, let's get to know, shall we, some of our Civic Cup drivers a little bit better. Earlier on in the season, Jack Oliphant caught up with a few of them at Snetterton.
I'm with Owen Hillman, with Will Butsey, I'm with Alistair Camp, Dave Marshall. Now, right, I'm with Josh. Well, I was with Josh Files. Look, you see, get the sponsors in. Yeah, he knows. Right, Josh Files, we're going to play the yes/no game. Are you familiar with the rules?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I'll explain them to you, don't worry. If you say yes, no, or any kind of yeah or nah or anything like that, you are basically out when we end the interview right there and then. Are you ready?
Yeah.
No! Oi, come back here! Owen Hillman, do you understand?
I understand.
Very good job. Okay, right, so we're in Pro Alloys machines. They do a cracking job, don't they, this team?
They do.
Yeah, and how was the racing yesterday? It was pretty decent, wasn't it?
It was good, yeah. Got a good race.
No. Dave, we're actually playing a game. We're not having a... Well, we could have a serious interview, but we're playing the yes-no game. Are you familiar with the rules?
Yes.
No. Now, we're going to play a bit of a game, Alistair. We're going to play the yes-no game. Are you familiar with the rules?
I am.
Thank you. Every time I've asked that, someone else has always answered yes or no. So if you aren't familiar with the rules, if he says yes, no, yeah, nah, or anything that's basically similar to yes or no, then he's out straight away. The game's over, okay? So, you ready?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So you had a bit of a decent race yesterday, Podium. Ended up being a happy takeaway. I'm sure you would have preferred to have a bit of a more of a fight with Lewis Kent, though.
We'd like to ask for a bit more where we can.
Top 10 reverse grid, he's happy already. Look at him, he's buzzing. He's just happier than when he wins. Second race, so top 10 reverse grid at Brands Hatch. You obviously came home with a victory. Are we going to see a repeat?
We can do anything.
He wants to carry on. Fair enough. But you're starting about that sort of, because you obviously were a little bit quicker in race 1 here this weekend than you were in race 1 at Brands Hatch sort of thing. Do you feel like you sort of got the car dialed in a little bit better?
I feel like it's where it needs to be right now.
Where it needs to be for what, though? Are you winning championships lately?
Absolutely is what the game is.
Is that what we're going for? With the FN2, obviously, you're the only car in the garage, though. Do you feel like you're a bit of a trailblazer for the rest of, potentially, the paddock to jump onto this car?
We don't.
You don't? How come?
We just feel that we are developing a new car for my gorgeous friend here, Josh Files, when he struggles against
Don't turn the camera around.
his EP3.
He enjoys that, to be fair, immensely. So, I mean, going away from the racing a little bit, did you play the darts yesterday?
I did.
How'd you get on?
123 score.
Was that first, second? I was commentating, I didn't get...
In second best, Lewis was number 1 dog.
Doesn't he play like professionally or something like that? Doesn't he play all the time? He had a nap and everything. To me, that's basically professional.
He doesn't. He comes from the land of like white teeth and permed hair until whatever it is came over, so they don't have pubs around there.
No, I've never heard of darts, have they? But yeah, he still ended up winning, which is a bit of a shame. But I mean, like, ultimately, you've got a pretty good shot at the race today. You got a pretty good shot at the championship in all seriousness, haven't you? Sort of thing. Do you feel like you actually are getting to grips with the FN2 after it was a bit of a surprise early in the season?
It's a car that's hard to develop and it changes track to track, so we're just going to do what we can and keep changing stuff. And I'm not going to say them words for you.
No, Alistair Camp, I mean, I'd say you've won that one. Congratulations. He's the first driver that we haven't got out. Fantastic. He can win on the track, he can win on the social media as well. Well done, Alistair Camp. Well, I'm going to take it seriously. Alistair is the only driver that actually has managed to get through all of this interview, okay, without saying any of them. So you've got to try and at least equal him. If you're up to the challenge.
I'll give it my best shot, as always.
Fantastic. Right, race winner in the Civic Cup. It feels like finally, but I mean, we've only had 3 races before. And is that a bit of a weight off your shoulders at all?
Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
No. Now, we just did your teammate Simon Welch over there, the yes-no game. You understand the premise of the rules?
Yeah.
No! This is the second round. I felt sorry for Will. So, OK, if he says yes, no, yeah, nah, any form of confirmation like yes or no, basically, then you're out. You've already been given the baptism of fire, so you ready for the second go? You do have to answer the question still. No,
on the spot there.
I did, really. OK, so I'll start with a more easy question. How was yesterday for you?
OK.
This is good. What are you expecting today? The reverse grid obviously can really throw up some challenges and everything like that. Are you expecting a little bit of a melee?
Just off the start, as long as you get a good start and get to turn 1 and stay out of trouble at turn 1 and 2, it should be all right. But it's getting that initial launch and trying to find the grip straight away to stay with the pack more than anything. Because if you don't stay with the pack after the first lap, you basically overdrive the car trying to catch back up to to the rest of the field. But we should be all right for race 2 and 3, I reckon.
Pretty decent. I mean, obviously, there's a bit of a change in weather conditions today as well. It's going to be a lot hotter than it was, say, in your qualifying session tomorrow morning. Does that change the setup at all, or does it change sort of the attitude of the car?
A little bit. You'll have a lot more confidence in the car than you would have yesterday because of the weather. But if you've got a warmer track, yeah, you get a bit hotter.
No!
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
away and racing. That is a brilliant manoeuvre. Oh! Welcome back to Oulton Park, everybody. TCR UK round number 7 incoming as the cars are lined up at the end of the pit lane, ready to be released onto the track ahead of a 20-minute race. Had a really interesting qualifying session earlier on this morning, which has set us up nicely for what should be an entertaining pair of races. The sun continuing to shine down on Oulton Park. We're anticipating a dry remainder of the day, and we will hopefully see some more top quality racing, as we've seen at both Brands Hatch and Snetterton already this year. It does seem, doesn't it, that these sort of old school tracks like Brands Hatch, like Oulton Park, they often produce the best racing in TCR UK. We've had some absolute crackers here at Oulton Park over the years. Hopefully we're about to deliver 2 more to you here this afternoon. It's a busy afternoon ahead of us as well, and plenty of support race action to come too, courtesy of the Miltech Sport Civic Cup, who have had one race already today, the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship, and the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors, who will be out a little bit later on as well. So busy day, and you don't need to move anywhere. It's all live in the very same place that you're watching from now. And you can enjoy a full day, full afternoon anyway, of entertainment. So qualifying earlier on this morning then for TCR saw Carl Boardley claim his first pole position of the season, would you believe? The reigning champion hasn't yet won a race. He hadn't had a pole position either. And actually that was only his 3rd career pole position in TCR UK. Always a better racer than a qualifier, Carl Boardley. So that is ominous for the rest of the field. He went well here at Oulton Park last year as well, of course, where he managed to pick up his first ever win in the championship, albeit in the reversed grid race after a not brilliant qualifying session. So this time around he's sort of going about it the other way. Had a really strong qualifying effort earlier on today, and now aiming to try and defend from the front. But the caveat to that was, well, there were 2 really. One, it was wet in qualifying. There's no guarantee that a driver will be able to carry that pace over from a wet qualifying session into a dry race. The other caveat to that is that Adam Shepherd was on a lap that would have been quicker than Carl Boardley, but unfortunately got interrupted by Will beaching himself in the gravel at Lodge Corner. That brought about an early stoppage to the session, and Adam Shepherd wasn't able to complete that lap, which would have, we think, put him on pole position. So Adam was pretty confident when I spoke to him after qualifying. He felt that he knows he's got the pace in the car. The frustration for him is that not only did it cost him a chance at pole, but also actually cost him a chance at the front row, because he ends up 3rd fastest after that qualifying session, with Callum Newsham lining up alongside Carl Boardley on the front row of the grid. Remember, Callum is up there in the championship. He was 2nd in the championship coming into this weekend. He is still 2nd in the championship. Carl Boardley took a point out of him after qualifying, where, remember, the top 6 drivers in qualifying score bonus points. Got a glimpse there of 2 Bondit liveried cars. You've got, as always, the Cupra of Brad Hutchison, but you're not seeing double. His old car, the Audi, the Bondit Blue Audi, is out on track again as well this weekend, and that car being driven by Stuart Lyons, who is the man in charge of TCR UK these days, former touring car racer himself. In fact, raced in TCR UK in its first season back in 2018, and Stuart did pick up a podium finish, and I'm now scratching my head to try and remember where that was. You'll forgive me, I'm sure, for having forgotten something quite so insignificant. Yes, it was at Donington Park. He finished 2nd, actually, at Donington Park, behind Josh Price and ahead of the man who'd been crowned champion earlier that day, Dan Lloyd, in rather soggy conditions. Well, Stuart might have been hoping for wet conditions again today as he made his racing return to TCR UK, a championship that he's worked very, very hard on over the last few years to really take it from being on the verge, I think it's fair to say, of being cancelled altogether. He's worked hard to make sure that we've got a good grid together. We've got this weekend at Oulton Park 15 cars, with more anticipated on the way as we get later into the season. And over the last couple of years, we've seen the grid numbers swell well into the 20s. So very confident in Stuart that we'll get back to that in the future. He's helping today by putting himself on the grid. He will be a contender, I'm sure, within that Gen 1 Cup for the first generation TCR cars. He's going to be an interesting man to watch, but this championship battle that is developing nicely between Carl Bordley, Callum Newsham, Adam Shepherd and Joe Marshall-Burks, well, that is really the main focus, I would imagine, as we move into the 2 races today that take us towards the midway point in the season. Right then, let's head down to the pit lane, to the grid, I should say, and catch up with Paul O'Neill.
Welcome back, everybody. It's TCR UK. It's round 7 at Oulton Park. The wind has picked up. The sun's just gone behind the clouds. Poleman, Carl Bordley, getting his tyres crossed. You can see the tyres at the rear of the car will be going onto the front. Carl's just opening his window for me. What an absolute gentleman. I'll try not to get in the way of this tyre cross that's going on. I know Carl is just making sure, if you can see through his window, he's just getting his markers lined up on the pit wall there so he can actually get off the pole. Confident in this one, mate?
Yeah, ready to go, mate.
Standard stuff from you, mate. Got enough heat in the tyres? It seems pretty warm out there.
Yeah, obviously track temperature's down a little bit, so just try to work it as best as we can on that lap, and obviously we've got another one before we come to the grid, so yeah, just trying to get as much heat into it as we can to get off the line and get into turn 1.
Top man, I'll leave you to it, mate, because they're going to probably drop the car off the jacks. Let's just make sure we don't get run over. Excellent. It's always a difficult one, this. There's a lot of work going on, isn't there, with these cars here. Callum Newsom's on the floor. Let's see if we can quickly speak to Callum. I don't want to interrupt him too much. Fan in the front of the car. These engines always running hot. Callum Newsom, quick one. I know you're busy, mate. You're out of position here. This car is not as fast as these ones around you. You ain't got the power of you, mate, with the compensation and the BOP.
No, I don't. I think I got lucky with the rain. But, you know, I don't think we're too far off in dry, but we'll see what we can do.
Proper race car, though, mate. I drove one for the first time the other day at Silverstone. So impressive, mate. But the power, I really feel for you at Snetterton, mate. It was a difficult one, wasn't it? But just shows how good the chassis is and how well the team are doing. Yeah, no, it's a mega car to drive. The balance of this car is unreal. I've never driven anything like it. But it's just not got the power of the BOP to these guys. But, you know, I'll give it my best and see what we can do. Listen, mate, it's your time to shine, Captain. Go out there and do the win, yeah? Good man, spot on. Whistles are blowing, it's time to come off the grid. Let's wrap it up. Andy, it's over to you. I think this is going to be a beauty.
I think I agree with you, Paul. Not for the first time today, actually. Yeah, this should be an interesting race. We've got all the big hitters in the championship starting at the front of the grid, and all of them realising, I'm sure, that we are now getting to the meaty end of the championship. Those first couple of events, inevitably, everyone's still sort of finding their feet, figuring out who the contenders are going to be. There were quite a few drivers moving to new cars this year, the likes of Brad Hutchison and Adam Shepherd, Luke Sargent, and there were always going to be a few of them, I think, who just took a few rounds maybe to get themselves up to speed, but they are now well and truly there. And even Carl Bordley, who's been having a little bit of an issue with pace so far this season, he says that they've now found what was wrong with the car. He's confident that the car is going to be quick in the dry, and so I think we could have the stage set for an absolute belter here today at Oulton Park. 2 races and 2 important races as far as the championship story is concerned. So Bordley then starts from pole position. He's the white and yellow Cupra on the left-hand side of your shot. Callum Newsham alongside. Newsham's Oulton Park did not quite go to plan last year, I seem to recall. He ended up stationary at the side of the track on a green flag lap in one of the races. I think it was the first one, and then I don't think he got out for the second race. So already he will, I'm sure, be trying to put that to the back of his mind, focus instead on the lights, on getting a good start, and trying to get the better of Carl Bordley, who was a race winner here at Oulton Park 12 months ago. The other winner that day was Bruce Winfield, of course no longer part of the championship. Bruce, incidentally, the lap record holder, the race and qualifying lap record holder. His race lap record of 126.983. Going to be interesting to see how close we get to that now that the track has dried out. We've seen at both events so far this season that these tyres are significantly quicker than last year's, and lap records are tumbling. Carl Bordley then starts from the pole position. He fractionally beat Callum Newsham by 31 thousandths of a second to pole position. And so it will be Cupra from Hyundai on row number 1. Second row of the grid then for Adam Shepherd, the championship leader. Joe Marshall-Burks in the Rob Boston Racing Audi will start alongside him on that second row. And on row number 3, we will see Darren Lewis. I think career best qualifying effort from Darren and Brad Hutchison in the first of the Bondit machines. Luke Sargent is next, ahead of the Gen 1 Cup pole sitter Will Beach, who ended the session in the gravel trap at Lodge Corner. The car thankfully undamaged though, and he was able to take his grid position from 8th. But his Gen 1 Cup rival Rick Kerry is next in line, 9th on the grid for Rick, ahead of Steve Laidlaw, who, as they come down the hill, is behind Stuart Lyons. He should be in front of Stuart Lyons. Not quite sure what's happened there, but anyway, Stuart Lyons making his racing return to the championship is 11th, alongside Mark Smith, the only man to brave the slick tyres in qualifying. Then we should have Brad Thurston and Will Powell next, but there was an amended grid sent out earlier on which said that Jeff Oulton will be starting at the back with a 10-second delay. I'm going to guess they haven't. Oh, he is in the pit lane ready to go. So there is Jeff Oulton. So he is going to be at the back. And I also think Mark Smith, for reasons unknown, has dropped behind Brad Thurston. So there's a few amendments to that grid, but they're all vaguely in that order. And certainly at the front of the pack, we've got Carl Baldley versus Callum Newsham versus Adam Shepherd versus Joe Marshall. Paul O'Neill joins me in the commentary box, and I could not agree more with your sentiment. I think we're in for an absolute cracker here. The start will be vital, but those four at the front, they're the title contenders, and every single race is an opportunity to get one over on the others.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Carl's got a lot to prove. He's not, you know, at the peak of his powers at the minute. The car isn't where it needs to be, but that wet qualifying, like you say, has thrown up a few issues. I think that the really fast guys are up there, but they're kind of out of position. Callum Newsham could be a real cork in the bottle here, and also I think that if Baldley gets away, it might be difficult for anybody to beat him.
Well, especially because I spoke to Carl actually after qualifying, and he says they found what was wrong with the car. It was a car issue, it wasn't just down to the tyres. So he tells me, we know that racing drivers are sometimes economical with the truth, but that's what he said to me. And I said, so you're confident you've got the pace in the dry as well? He said, yeah, we were quickest yesterday in the dry. Again, they all say that, but I do think he had a bit more confidence in his face, the way he was holding himself. He almost smiled, Paul. Almost. Yeah. So I think he's up for it.
I think you're right. I think, you know, drivers do say some strange things, but I've got to say, I had the clocks on all of them yesterday, and Joe Marshall, yeah, oh my word, he was so fast. But then they had an imbalance in the car when they put new tyres on. So in race trim, he might be not the fastest, but Adam Shepherd was like super quick. It was him and Joe Marshall. But Baldley was there or thereabouts. Listen, Baldley's no mug. He's the champ. I'm not going to disrespect him. He's got it in him to do this.
Absolutely. Won that race, the reversed grid race here at Oulton Park 12 months ago. Can he now win the first race of the day and claim another victory to add to his win tally in the championship? Carl Baldley, the reigning champion, has 4 race wins only to his name. It's astonishing, really, that he managed to win the championship last year with just those 4 wins. He still more wins than anyone else, but it was one of those seasons last year where so many different drivers were winning races that actually it was more down to consistency than it was race wins that decided the outcome of the title. So, cars lining up on the grid then. Baldley on the left, Newsham on the right. It is now once again a bone-dry racetrack again, and we expect to see some quick lap times, but that run into Old Hall Corner is a natural pinch point at Old Hall. Everyone's going to be contesting for that inside line. It could be a lively start to round number 7 of the TCR UK Championship for 2024. Carl Baldley looking to try and convert pole position into a race win, his first of the season. Can he do it? Well, it's time to find out. The red lights are on. They go out now. Away they go. And a good start has been made by Adam Shepherd and by Brad Hutchison, who gets squeezed almost into the pit wall by Joe Marshall, but just about finds a gap up the inside line. Baldley leads. Shepherd second. Hutchison up the inside of Newsham, but could not quite find a way through. Shepherd on his toes, though, challenging for the lead, Paul, as they head for Cascades.
Oh, wow. Baldley's going to be... If he goes around the outside of him on cold tyres, Shepherd... Oh, contact! But now Shepherd's going to get pushed wide, is he? But, oh, that was nearly so close. And Newsham up to the... Hutchison, 4th.
Oh, my word. Adam Shepherd, talk about punchy on cold tyres around the outside of Cascades. That was brave. Newsham now goes to the outside of him into the hairpin, where somehow Baldley still leads. That's Rick Kerry. And now goes one of the Hondas and tags the other Honda. That's Will Powell getting turned into the side of Brad Thurston. That could have been an awful lot worse. Rick Kerry and Will Beach making contact, not for the first time. And here comes Hutchison, Paul, for 3rd.
Wow, Hutchison's done it. He's got past Callum Newsham. Well punchy on cold tyres, these lot. Shepherd wants the win.
doesn't he just? He is not playing the percentages, he's not playing the points game. He wants to get one over on Carl Bordley. He's got to run over Clay Hill, but can't quite get the overlap. As we head towards Druids for the first time of asking then, it is Carl Bordley leading. The wing flapping will be a distraction, but nothing more than that. And right behind him, Adam Shepherd looking for a good exit out of Druids, which he's got. Wide goes Bordley, and around in the background goes Luke Sargent. Bordley slams the door in the face of Adam Shepherd. Luke Sargent's save of the century, but Shepherd for the second time this lap is around the outside, and this time through Lodge Corner. Can he get the lead away from Carl Bordley? He's squeezed over the curb, keeps his foot on it, keeps on coming, absolutely neck and neck, banging doors as they cross the line. Once, two, three times, Bordley still on the inside line. Surely Shepherd can't go around the outside at all. No, he can't. Fantastic racing.
Unbelievable! That's contact, that's Newsham, and that's Joe Marshall. Someone else has gone off. Is it Darren Lewis? Has gone to the right. Oh, there's a lot of contact there. This is a shame. Bordley, big sideways, and now Shepherd. This is going to be Hutchison for the lead if he's not careful.
Hutchison is right there with them now. I think everyone else survived that, but a few had to go to the grass to avoid the contact. Hutchison now looking to the inside of Shepherd. Now, this is just astonishing stuff. Out wide now goes Shepherd, almost into the back of Bordley. And Hutchison almost got into the back of him and just avoided it.
Wow, Hutchison, I take my hat off, mate. You checked up. Some people that have kept their foot in for an easy second place and say, where do you want me to go? Marshall is coming back at them. 4 for the lead.
I've just noticed Luke Sargent is still 6th. I don't know how. That was the world's biggest slide that he had at Druids. Jeff Oulton is in the pit lane with one of the Hondas. We'll get to that in a moment. But you're absolutely right. 4 for the lead. And Joe Marshall, who's obviously had a tangle somewhere with Callum Newsham, is still going and is on the tail of the leading 3. So through Druid out, I thought for a moment that had done some damage to the car. You do not want to be hitting that curb, Paul.
Absolutely not. Both the Cupras have got damage. The same damage. Front right bumpers are in absolute disarray as they go over the line. Joe Marshall's tyres are coming in. That looks like it's rubbing on the front left. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Both of the cars in the lead have got problems.
It's left rear for Shepherd. I think he's got left rear damage there, potentially from some of that side-to-side contact, but there was smoke as he bottomed out of Lodge Corner. What do you reckon, Paul? That left rear, I think there's an issue, isn't there?
No, it's basically the suspension's so soft as he goes sideways again. So that is just the rubbing of the bodywork. I don't think it's big damage, but he is tapping his brakes. Something's overheating. This ain't over. Look at the front of those cars. Race control will be looking at those cars. There's a little bit of a problem. Newsham slowing.
Big dramas for Callum Newsham, second in the championship, but as last year, Oulton Park has not been his friend. Right then, over Hilltop come the leading quartet, Bordley leading the way, Shepherd's car falling apart in second place, and then it is Hutchison, a Cupra 1-2-3, with Joe Marshall in 4th position. Then the gap back to the rest of them. Out of the pit lane goes Will Powell after his part in the Island hairpin shenanigans. I haven't yet breathed, I don't think, for about 5 minutes. Paul, that was one of the most energetic starts to a race I think I've ever seen. They all knew the importance, though, of trying to get that early track position.
They did, and we say you can't overtake round here, but Shepherd's got a big problem. You're right, that left rear is letting him down. And now Bordley will look in his mirrors and say thank you, but now Hutchison smells blood. It's a top 3 for these Cupras.
I think he's bent something in the left rear corner. He might be able to drive around it, but no, I think he's bailing for the pit lane, is he? No, stays out for now, but he needs to be careful. If that breaks altogether, it could be a big accident, and that would take him out of the rest of the day. Through Old Hall Corner they go, the car twitching around under braking again. Adam Shepherd quite clearly off the pace now. How is he hanging on to that car, Paul?
That car does look like it is. Something's bent on that left rear. I do think he does run a strange, not strange, he runs a really punchy setup, but it's really making him not attack the corners like he used to. But then say again, they're all catching Bordley.
Yeah, but well, maybe Bordley's car is wounded as well. Into the heaven we go, he can't stop, he almost gets into the back of Carl Bordley, and that opens the door for Hutchison and Joe Marshall.
You're right.
Left rear was getting worse and worse with every corner, Paul.
You're right, it's dropped, that left rear has dropped on Shepherd's car. He needs to back out of this and just get round. Look at this though from Joe Marshall in the Audi. He needs to get past Hutchison as quick as he can if he can, because he has got a fast car. I know that from Friday.
Callum Newsham heading back out of the pit lane. Maybe it was a puncture, whatever it was, they hopefully have sorted it, and he's going to head out and try and bank some points if he can. But what is going on at the leaders? Because I'm pretty sure that Bordley's car is not at 100% health right now, because you're right, even when Shepherd's car was falling apart, he was catching back up to the race leader. Through Druids he goes. This is where he's really leaning on that left rear.
Something's broken in the suspension because it's so soft that every time he turns in, the car just takes a set. Look, it's not even driving straight. He's locked the left rear as he goes into Lodge. Is he going to appear? Is he going to be in the gravel? Oh, where is he? There he is.
Still there.
He's still there, but that left rear it's It's soft. Something's broke, a toe link or something is going on that car.
He's just got to bank the points. He's got to try and finish the race if he can. Brad Hutchison now sets the fastest lap of the race. So on that lap alone, Hutchison 3/10 quicker than the race leader. If Joe Marshall leaves him alone, which he won't, they could both catch the race leader. But Joe is absolutely on the attack. Remember, Joe Marshall has yet to win a race in TCR UK. He's come close on a few occasions. This could genuinely be his best chance yet.
Yeah, he's got to be so frustrated. He's going to try and cut back now. So will Brad stop it on the apex? Oh, he just can't get. That's where he's going to struggle, because the Audi's got great traction, but it's not fantastic at getting round slow corners. But now down the outside at Knickerbrook, this will be the bravest of the brave. If he gets turned in, contact, and that's escape road for Hutchison.
As that bent the left rear on Hutchison's car. No, I think he's okay, but that will now surely allow Marshall through. Well, not necessarily, because Brad cuts the chicane. Now, that's a difficult one, Paul, because you're not allowed to cut that chicane and gain an advantage. But, of course, Brad will say that the contact led him to do so.
That was 50-50 in my eyes. Just looking at it, it looked like they were nose to nose, weren't they? And these wheels protrude. So, yeah, if you have that side-to-side contact, both of them didn't look like they meant that.
No, well, anyway, no harm, no foul, I suppose. They're both still there. They're both still in the same position. Shepherd, I think, has now got the memo and has backed off. Just needs to try. He can still finish fourth in this race just by limping around at 75% pace. So that is what he really needs to do. Carl Boardley now, reacting maybe to the pressure that he was under, sets the new fastest lap, a 1:27.0. That is not quite yet a new lap record. It's within half a tenth or so of the new lap record, of the existing lap record, sorry, from last year, but not quite there yet. But what can Hutchison do now that he's free from Joe Marshall temporarily? I think Brad is going to have ideas about closing back in on the race leader. We'll get the first sector times through any moment now. Purple first sector, Hutchison immediately beaten by Marshall, but they're both 2 or 3 tenths quicker than the leader.
Oh, look at Hutchison struggling there, isn't he, to get it stopped. They'll have to start winding the rear bias back to the rear wheels on the brakes, because the fronts are now starting to pinch on Hutchison's car, and that Audi, we know, is quick in a straight line.
Yes, it is. Through the chicane it goes. Jeff Oulton's been in and out of the pit lane, I'm afraid, with some sort of dramas in the early stages. In the Gen 1 Cup, by the way, Will Beach survived that early tangle with Rick Kerry. Rick, I think, maybe trying to get him one back after that contact they had at Snetterton last time. Beach leads that class by about 2.4 seconds now, so Will Beach looking good for another Gen 1 Cup victory, but it is definitely Joe Marshall who's the fastest out there. He's done a purple first sector, followed it up with another purple in the middle sector. This could be a new lap record, but more to the point, it puts him back within striking range of Hutchison, and I think they're both closer to Boardley.
They are, aren't they? Yeah, unless Boardley's playing it calm, because these two here that are in your shot, they are flat out, and there's going to be a big attack in a second from Joe Marshall. His car looks quick. It's a 1:26.2, fastest lap of the race.
And a new lap record by 3/4 of a second, Paul. All of a sudden, they are absolutely unleashing the true potential of these tyres as they head down towards Cascades once again. We are on the 7th lap of the race, and Joe Marshall peeking to the inside, but that's Hutchison's line. He likes the wide entry, the late turn in into Cascades corner. They're all going to bunch back together again, Paul, with about a third of the race to go.
Yeah, look at this, though. Is it going to be a lunge on the brakes a bit later on? I think if the overtake comes, it'll be done at Lodge Corner. I'm sure of it. But this is the closest Marshall has been before he had contact down at Knickerbrook chicane. Lights are flashing. Will he get the edge? If he starts making him defend now, he will make him defend into Druids and try to get down the inside at Lodge, the last corner.
That's the key, isn't it? And if Joe can get past quickly, he, no doubt, I think, has the pace to chase down Carl Boardley. And we know then that he will pull no punches. He wants to try and get this first victory, not only because he hasn't won a race in the championship yet, but because he knows that he could still legitimately be a title contender.
6 tenths is what Boardley has just pulled out of both of them with a purple sector. Look, Boardley's leaving them for dead now. What's that? Is that oil?
That is oil. There's a surface flag at Lodge, and just as the leaders arrive, I'm not sure from where that's come, Boardley, I think, backed out of that more than the other two. Thankfully, they've avoided slipping off the road, but that was not in the script. Over the hill they come again. They've all survived it, and Carl Boardley definitely will have extended his margin this time. 1.5 seconds now, the cushion over Brad Hutchison, who perhaps now is turning his mind more towards defence than attack.
Oh, wow. Brad Hutchison, he is flying. I'm very impressed with this lad, because he wasn't the quickest on paper, but he's looking very quick to hold off the charge but wide again. Is he just trying to make sure he gets that late exit so he gets a bit of a gap on the run down to the hairpin? Maybe so, but Jeff Oldham's day is done, I think, for today.
Yeah, that's a shame. 3/10 quicker than the race leader in Sector 1, Brad Hutchison. He's good through Sector 1, isn't he? I think it's this section where he struggles. He's wide of the apex of the hairpin, and Joe Marshall nuzzles up the inside, but Brad slams the door. That might be the way to do it, though, I think, because Brad is enjoying these wide lines, the late turn-ins, and that does leave the door open for Joe to stick his nose where it doesn't belong.
Yeah, that Hutchison car's had a couple of swipes, hasn't it?
Not
not intentionally, but these cars, they're not the strongest, and you don't want to hit them wrong, and you'll break a rear toe link. But yeah, Shepard's just definitely damaged, isn't he? He's in 4th, and he's just driving round.
But I always say you win a championship not on your good days, but on your bad days. When things aren't going well, what can you salvage? If you were to say right now to Adam Shepherd, you can have 4th place points from this race and a shot at a good result in race 2, I think he'd probably take that. Meanwhile, Will Beach, we got a glimpse of there, continuing to extend his margin in the Gen 1 Cup. He seems to have the pace over Rick Kerry today. What is going to happen, though, in this fight for 2nd place?
Well, there's defending at most corners now, isn't there, for Hutchison? Carl Bordley will be loving this in the lead because it's slowing them both up by quite a lot. But the speed Marshall takes in, he takes such an early apex. But this is where he just needs to wander around a little bit, make sure he knows. But watch the difference in lines now. Brad turns in later. Joe Marshall knows it. Down the inside, jobs are good. And that was a fantastic move. Brilliant. Shuts the door on him as well.
10 out of 10. That is how you overtake at Oulton Park. And Joe Marshall, clean as a whistle, is into 2nd place. But now Brad is coming back at him on the outside line into the island hairpin. Tries to cut back to the late apex, but that Audi traction will drag Marshall out of striking range as they head over hilltop. Right, we have got 7.5 minutes to go. We are at 2/3 race distance, and Joe Marshall is still within 2 seconds of the race lead. Can he catch Bordley?
Well, we'll see, eh? I think you're going to see him gap Brad Hutchison now. Can he catch Bordley? 7 minutes to go. I would say now he's in clean air. Look at that, he's already gapped him. I think this is going to be a brilliant race to the very end. We've got traffic in front of Bordley as well.
Okay, another little spanner in the works maybe. Let's see who that is. One of the Hondas, I think. Will Powell. No, not Will Powell, it's Brad Thurston, because Powell just crossed the line. Right then, into Lodge Corner we're about to come. When they exit Lodge, we'll get our first look at what this gap is from Carl Bordley back to Brad Hutchison, back to Joe Marshall, I should say, who is definitely breaking clear of Hutchison now. Bordley crosses the line. We wait for Joe Marshall. He goes through now. 1.6 seconds is the margin, but even on that lap, Paul,
wow,
he was 6/10 quicker than the leader with an overtake.
Oh my word, I think it's game on now. Hutchison knows that he just wants a podium. There's nowhere for him. I think these 3 cars are carrying compensation weight as well, so not massive amounts, but they've still got quite a bit. Brad Thurston in the pits. He's absolutely really unfortunate what happened to him, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was absolutely to tangle with his teammate as well, Will Powell at the hairpin. Not ideal. Right, purple first sector for Joe Marshall. In the first sector alone, he takes 4/10 out of Carl Bordley. To have that sort of pace at this stage in the race, Paul, and he's not been looking after the tyres exactly. That is impressive.
No, absolutely not. Darren Lewis, 5-second penalty, car 285. Track limits, yeah. Joe Marshall. My word, next lap, in the next 2 laps, there is going to be an attack. Let's see the body language of that Cupra now as it comes up and over hilltop. Those cars just running so wide out of Knickerbrook. But let's see what they've got through Druids, and you're going to see that. You can tell that Audi has got so much grip through there. Wow. And even through, look, he is lit. I'll tell you one thing now, mate. Marshall ain't driving for 2nd place.
Not a chance. Carl Bordley, of course, winless so far this season, so he'll maybe have a little bit more motivation to get his elbows out here, but he will not want to risk a collision. He's already had a few bits of contact, of course, with Adam Shepherd earlier on in the race. Those two not getting on particularly well at the moment. New fastest lap. No, not quite a fastest lap, but a very good lap anyway. 26.3 for Marshall. I mean, that's 7/10 quicker than the leader. He will be with him halfway round this lap, but where does he make the move?
Yeah, where does he make the move? I think it'll be Lodge, but also, why was he just weaving the tyres then? That's a bit of a worry. That's sometimes if you've got a fuel surge and you're trying to get the fuel just moving around. The tyres will be up to temperature now. I don't know whether he's run wide on the grass, but this is where he's very strong. He runs in such good speed. And look at that. Bordley just always seems to just miss the apex on entry. And this middle part of the sector, though, he's pretty quick, Bordley, so it won't be happening here. It'll be happening at maybe the entrance to Druids making him defend into Lodge, like I said earlier.
Indeed so. Right then, stand well back, everyone. This could get very, very tasty indeed. We have got 4.5 minutes of racing to go in round 7 of TCR UK. Carl Boardley has led most of the race so far, but will he lead at the end of the 20 minutes? Joe Marshall, there's no doubt about it, is catching him. Look at the way he's gapped Brad Hutchison. Hutchison is seconds back, although Brad will be aware, of course, that he's got a margin back to Adam Shepherd, who is still 4th, 1 second clear of Darren Lewis, so that is worth monitoring, maybe. They're almost together. Boardley, in fairness here, Paul, is responding as best he can, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, but it's not enough. I can just see by the attitude of both cars, the Audi has got so much more grip than Boardley's car. It's just got the turn in the nose, the car on the exit as he runs track limits. This next sector, as they exit or enter the hairpin, he's going to be right on him. He really is.
Interestingly, though, that was Boardley's personal best lap, and he was only half a tenth slower than Marshall that time around, so Boardley definitely responding. Maybe he's just been managing the tyres, managing the race a bit through the middle part. Paul is shaking his head at me. I've been right once already in this race. It won't happen twice, I guarantee you. So I'm pretty sure that Boardley is going to have to defend here, but Joe Marshall, try as he might, can't quite get within striking range, and he is running out of time.
He is. I actually think that Boardley has done a fantastic job I thought that it would have been attacked by now, but these next few corners here, I think the Cupra is quite strong through here, but you watch it when it exits. Does Boardley run over the green? No, they don't. Both of them don't. Maybe Joe's said this to me before, where he's just ran out of time. When he gets in the dirty air of the car in front, sometimes particular cars don't like that hot air getting thrown at the front of the car, but through Druids, his Audi has got so much mid-corner grip. He's getting close, but it looks like it's plateaued, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? He was charging up with some momentum. That momentum has now been lost. He is a bit closer, I think, than he was a lap ago. Depending on the exit from Lodge Corner, we might see a reduction in the gap. Boardley definitely wide over the curbs there. Needs to be careful about track limits. Callum Newsham, for what it's worth, has been given 5 seconds now, but he's that far back, it doesn't really make much difference. 2 more laps to go then, and Joe Marshall 2 tenths quicker than the leader that time, inching towards Carl Boardley, but as of yet, an attack is not coming. Hutchison still 3rd, Shepherd is 4th, being caught by Darren, or he has been caught by Darren Lewis now, but Darren has 5 seconds to be added on as well. Hopefully Adam is aware of that and won't feel the need to defend.
Yeah, Boardley is now running wide. He's turning in later and later. He's on the back of him. This is it. Get yourself fastened in, because you're going to see an attack in the next few corners.
Oh, Joe desperately trying to get back to that late apex, which in fairness he did. Goes to the right-hand side of the track because the hill is slightly less steep on the right-hand side of the road coming out of the Island hairpin. He's after every small fraction of an advantage that he can get as he tries to close in on Carl Boardley, and perhaps his first ever victory in TCR UK. Through Knickerbrook Corner they go then for the penultimate time. The exit from Knickerbrook, so crucial because it's such a steep run, accelerating over Clay Hill, and as Paul has said a few times, a move at Lodge begins really by forcing the defensive move into Druids, but that defensive move is not yet coming.
Yeah, the Audi isn't strong in Sector 2. Knickerbrook, the hairpin, it's starting to lose its front end now, I think. And the other thing I'm really concerned about with Joe is he is moving around a lot. That isn't to distract Carl Boardley. I think it's actually to get rid of the heat and the aero wash off the front of the car.
Interesting. Okay, so Darren Lewis has caught Adam Shepherd. It doesn't matter if he goes through, he's got a 5-second penalty, but Luke Sargent has also caught him, and he doesn't have a 5-second penalty, so there is a potential here for Shepherd to lose some more points, and that makes it even more important from Carl Boardley's perspective that he hangs on to the race win here to maximise this opportunity. Down towards Cascades we go for the final time of asking then, and Joe Marshall had crept closer by half a tenth that time. There is the battle that I was just describing. Shepherd caught by Lewis, but Luke Sargent, who was off the road himself at one point, now back in contention for a top 5.
Wow, Darren's drove well, hasn't he? That's fair play, but this is looking very plateau, this lead battle. I just think he's run out of tyre. Wow, talk about running out of things. Luke Sargent just nearly ended up on the opposite side of the track coming up from the hairpin.
Touch and go, but I think he might have exceeded track limits there.
Just a bit. I don't know that you want to set the sensor off because he went around the back of it.
That's a very good point, actually. Out of the hairpin he goes. This is the last lap, I suppose. Anything goes, doesn't it, really? And he will be racy here to try and gain another place or 2. He is closing on Darren Lewis. Is Luke going to try it up the inside into his lobs? No, he's just a touch too far back, but certainly throwing everything at it that he can. They head towards towards Knickerbrook Corner. The leaders are at Druids and they're absolutely nose to tail. That's been a much better middle sector for Joe Marshall. It could be another of those classic Oulton Park Lodge Corner deciders. This Carl Boardley surely will have to defend the inside line, but he chooses not to. Is Joe Marshall going to throw it up the inside? He's just a touch too far back, and I reckon Carl Boardley, as he did 12 months ago, is going to hang on to claim a first victory of the season here at Oulton Park. Across the line he goes, car number 1, position number 1, and the top step of the podium beckons for Carl Boardley, the reigning champion. Joe Marshall 4.5 tenths shy in the end in second, with Brad Hutchison a solid third position. Shepherd hangs on to fourth. That was a mighty drive from Adam Shepherd in a car that must have been driving like it had 2 flat tyres on the rear. Then it was Luke Sargent, who of course inherits 5th position after Darren Lewis's penalty, and we wait now for Will Beach to come through and claim the Gen 1 Cup victory. But Paul, race of the season for me.
That was absolutely brilliant. The side-by-side, the respect, the speed, as Will Beach comes across the line. That Gen 1 Cup's done for him. Flashing the lights, brilliant. That was a brilliant race. One of the best I've seen. That was fantastic. And it just goes to show people need to stop moaning about grid sizes in any championship you watch. We are watching some of the best go at it, and it doesn't matter really what the size of the grid is.
Now, Stuart Lyons has been caught by Mark Smith here. We haven't mentioned Stuart. I think we've done quite well, actually, to go 20 minutes without taking the mickey out of him. Steve Laidlaw in 9th position has gone past Lyonsy, but Lyonsy, yes, trying to hang on here from Mark Smith, which he does just about for a top 10 finish for Lyonsy, and he didn't do anything too obvious that would embarrass him.
No, exactly. He did well there, didn't he? 61 and still got it. Reverse grid?
Oh, my word. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. Anyway, I'll see you in a minute.
Right, OK. Well, if that's not reason enough to tune in for race 2 later on, we are in for, I'm sure, a very exciting reverse grid race with Mr. Lyons starting on pole position potentially for race number 2. Right then, Carl Boardley, a well-deserving race winner. How he defended that lead, I mean, initially from Adam Shepherd and then again from Joe Marshall in the closing stages. That was astonishing stuff. And Carl Boardley with his first victory of the season, and that will now move him closer to the top of the championship table. It definitely looks as though they've figured out the issues with that Cupra. So Carl Boardley, the winner for the first time this season, with Joe Marshall Burke second and Brad Hutchison in third. It was not this time an all Cupra 1, 2, 3, because Adam Shepherd, of course, dropped back with that damage to 4th position. I'll be interested to get his thoughts on that, because he and Carl Boardley have not been seeing eye to eye so far this year. And again, a collision between the two of them in that race. Luke Sargent also survived a clash to finish in 5th place ahead of Darren Lewis 6th. Will Beach in 7th wins in the Gen 1 Cup ahead of Rick Kerry in 8th position. Second in class, Steve Laidlaw was 9th, while Stuart Lyons gets 10th position, a class podium, and provisionally pole position for race number 2. That could be interesting. Mark Smith comes home in 11th, and then you had the walking wounded Callum Newsham in 12th position, a lap down after his off at Old Hall Corner. Will Powell had that collision at the hairpin and finished 13th. Brad Thurston, meanwhile, retired to the pit lane in the end and will not likely be classified as a finisher, nor will Jeff Alden, who also retired seemingly with mechanical issues. So, a heck of a lot to unpack after round number 7 of TCR UK. A win for Carl Boardley is the headline news, though, and another driver, therefore, to step on the top step of the podium. We've already had a win, of course, for, in fact, 2 wins for Adam Shepherd. We've had a win for Callum Newsham. We've had a win for Brad Hutchison. And, of course, earlier on in the season for Victor Anderson in that one-off appearance at Brands Hatch. So Carl Boardley becomes the 5th different winner from the first 7 races of the season. So, again, to Paul's point, you don't need a 30-car grid to have a competitive championship. And we definitely have a competitive championship on our hands this year. And if anything, because of the slightly depleted grid numbers, it means that every race now takes on extra significance. If you can get 1 position ahead of your championship rival in every race, that could make a huge, huge difference. And that is what Carl Boardley was able to do there, just about having fended off Adam Shepherd in the early stages. And Joe Marshall in the latter end of the race, the Hart GT driver, pulls up into winner's circle, and he will very shortly get out of the car and have a chat with Paul O'Neill, who I can see is standing by, ready to chat to Mr. Boardley, who, seeing this out of the window, by the way, taps the roof of his Cupra in celebration, and now gets to have a chat with Paul O'Neill. Lucky Carl.
Round 7 of the TCR UK Championship is done and dusted. Oulton Park, That was some win, that was. I think that was one of Carl Boardley's very, very best wins. And the reason I say that is you had some strong competition there, but it was all in hand, wasn't it? I'll let you put your hat on. You enjoyed that.
It was good, wasn't it? It was good. Yeah, me and Adam had a real good battle for a couple of laps. I mean, I never got my rear tyres in for, I reckon, 3-4 laps. Every time I turned in, just losing the rear. It's having to be so progressive with the throttle and just keep it in, keep the diff engaged. But then once it come to life, it was just a case of stretching your legs and then just backed off a little bit towards the end and just kept Joe in sight.
I'm really happy that you've not got any grievances with Adam, because that was fair, close racing. There was a bit of contact. That was both of you racing hard, but I think he had a bit of left-hand damage on the rear, but that's just racing, isn't it?
Okay, well, I don't know about the left-hand damage. I mean, to be fair, we got down the bottom of Cascades. I think it was lap 1. He was on the outside. I've turned in and just had an almighty slide, so we had a little bit of contact there. It was, yeah, nothing, nothing malicious to it. Just me having to gather up a bit of a moment. And then we played skittles with each other down the pit straight. But you know me, I'm game for all of that, and obviously he is as well. So yeah, long may it continue.
Top man, it was brilliant to watch. Well done, Carl. First win of the year for Carl. He'll be well happy with that. Let's go and speak to Joe Marshall. He was brilliant. It was lit and good to see the Bradders and Joe Marshall having a little chin wag there. Oh, that's nice. We're outside the TCR UK hoarding. You want to go this way, mate? Joseph, that was awesome, mate. I thought you were on for your first win there.
It's like that every time, isn't it? Snetterton, I thought I was on. I think the start messed us up, which means Brad got in front of us. So instead of trying to overtake 2 cars, I was trying to overtake 3. So I messed up for myself, really. I'm trying to get used to this launch. I haven't used it properly. I haven't used it. I can't get my head around it properly yet. So I think if I get my launches right, we'll be there or thereabouts.
Race in general, though, fastest lap, mate, by quite a long way. Did you run out of front end in the end? Or it looked like you were trying to get out the heat and the aero wash of the car in front?
Well, when I caught up to Boardley, my brakes were started overheating really bad, so I had to pull out of his dirty air so I can get a little bit of temperature off the brakes. But yeah, I mean, the car was, sorry about to swear then, the car was so fast. I mean, hats off to Rob and the team. They've given me a car, it's so quick. So I think I just need to give him a win now. So that should be, well, not from a reverse grid, but maybe, well, it could happen. Shepherd did it at Brands, so could do it.
You never know, mate, but your car did look quick, and fair play to you and Rob Austin. That was Rob Boston, that was proper, mate.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
Top dollar, Joe. Awesome. Right, let's go and speak to Brad. Brad in P3. Let's quickly grab a word with him. He must be happy with that. I think, to be fair, I know what he's going to say to me. The car didn't have the legs, did it? Compensation weight and all of that. The Audi is a fantastically fast car. You've done a good job there to finish third. What a start, though.
Yeah, the start was nice. I mean, yeah, I've been with Jordan, trying to learn the launch control a little bit better, and I think it worked. It paid off quite well. Yeah, I seen Jordan, Joe closed the door coming in. I thought, I'll squeeze through that, that'll be right. And yeah, I thought, got up to a nice position, seen Callum flying off the lap after, and obviously I don't know what happened. And I think there was some incident over at Druids as well, but I thought a safety car or something, but no, all good. But yeah, I'm happy enough with that. I think the car did have a fair bit of pace in it, but it was just, I think Carl had a little bit more, and obviously Joe in the with that diff is quite a weapon.
Just a bit, mate. Well done. Good stuff. Good luck for the second race. Spot on. Right. We're going back to some more racing, and hopefully it's as good as TCR UK. That was awesome. It's the Fiestas, and they're going to show us round. What you got?
Indeed so. Thank you, Paul. We've got cars on their green flag lap then for our next race. This is the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 class, their first of 2 races today. And Alistair Kellett it was who came out on top in qualifying earlier on today by a reasonable margin, actually. By Fiesta standards, he was about 3/10 quicker in the end than anybody else. And the anybody else was headed by Zach Lucas, who will share that front row with him. Couple of quick drivers a little bit out of position, I would say, on this grid. Again, it was a wet-ish qualifying session earlier on today, and that probably will have contributed to a slightly jumbled up order. So the cars then making their way around the track on the green flag lap, and they'll very shortly make their way onto the grid ahead of what is going to be, by the looks of it, a full 20-minute race. That's good news. So we're not shortening races after the delays earlier on in the day. We are running to full race distances, so a full 20 minutes will be run. So, Alistair Kellett starts on pole position, Zach Lucas alongside him. Simon Horrobin and Henry Howarth are then together on row number 2. Lucas Hayden and Daniel Lewis share the third row of the grid with John Cooper and Joseph Knight on row number 4. Fifth row then for Archie Johnson and James Pope, with Conor Blackburn and Gary Miller completing the top dozen. Then it's Charlie Ellis and Harry Hayes on row number 7. Row 8 for Morgan Kidd and Caitlin May, with Luke Waugh and returning Marco Ricci on the back of the grid. Now, I say returning Marco Ricci, he actually has only missed 2 races. You may remember Marco was unfortunately involved in a fairly significant accident at Snetterton. He was the one who went tumbling around on the back straight at Snetterton. Now, thankfully, the team again have worked wonders to get him a car that's ready to come and race this weekend. He was a little bit off the pace of qualifying, but it's great to have Marco back out there now. In fact, it's not his car, it is someone else's car, and I have been told whose car it was, and I've forgotten if I'm honest, but it's a car that belongs to another member of the team, I think, that's not racing this weekend. Adam Clark, I want to say, but I may have made that up. Anyway, he is at least out there on track, and good to have Marco competing in the championship once again after what was a frightening accident at Snetterton last time out. So 2 by 2 they line up on the grid then, ahead of 20 minutes of racing, and Alistair Kellett with Zach Lucas making up that front row of the grid. In the championship, very quickly, Alistair Kellett leads the championship by just 10 points over Zach Lucas, so those two, appropriately enough, have found their way to the top of the timing tower in qualifying and share the front row of the grid with just 10 points between them as we approach the midway point of the season. So a significant race this between those two, as we saw in TCR earlier on. Important to try and get to the front if you can, and for Kellett to stay at the front if he can, in order to then have control of the race, and he hopes score some good championship points. Right then, the red lights are on. They go out now after quite a long hold, and we are away and racing. There's a bit of a squeeze heading down towards Old Hall Corner. Oh, John Cooper getting into the wall, and that was contact with Daniel Lewis, who I suspect has broken suspension. That could have gone a lot worse, but Daniel Lewis out of the race. John Cooper was involved in that, but has carried on. A couple of them go bouncing down the grass down the avenue, but they're all still there. There's a big mix-up in the sort of back end of the top half dozen, though. At the front of the field, it's Kellett who leads the way out wide, and I think going off the road was Zach Lucas. Did he gather that together? Zach Lucas with a big slide on cold tyres. No, he didn't. He rejoins the circuit and causes more pandemonium. That is the number 46, I think, bouncing down the grass now. That's Lucas Hayden. How Lucas Hayden's dropped that far down the order, I don't know, but he rejoins the circuit. But that was a big drama for that car there, car number 234, Zachary Lucas, who started on the front row of the grid. He'd lost a few places anyway through the first few corners, and then had a big moment down at Cascade. So that really now has shuffled the order around at the head of the field. It's Alistair Kellett who leads the way. Simon Horrobin moves into second position, and third place, I reckon, is that Joseph Knight into third position? I'll try and double check that when they get up to Druids Corner. But a very messy start, and all really triggered by that little bit of squeezing that went on into Old Hall Corner, and then that just stacked everybody up. You had people who had lost their momentum, and that kind of just caused more stacking up. And amazingly, they're all more or less still there, I think, with maybe just the one car off. There's someone off at Druids, though, in a big way into the barriers. Who is that? That is number 47, and that's James Pope off the road at Druids. Now, James has gone into the barriers pretty heavily there. Let's hope he's all right. The marshal's heading over to double check on it, but that is not a nice place to be going off the road. The very high-speed double apex right-hander at Druids. The leaders cross the line after a breathless opening lap. James is out of the car. That is brilliant news. The Rectacell barriers again doing overtime there to cushion the impact, and that means that he is A-OK, but will that require the intervention of a safety car, because it is a rather tricky spot to recover a car from, at least to do so safely. Right then, through Cascades we go. Let's gather our thoughts, shall we? Oh, that's Dan Lewis with the damage to the right front corner after his part in the squeezing that went on into Old Hall Corner. Kellett then leads the way. Horrobin second. It was Joseph Knight into third place. John Cooper fourth. Fifth is Henry Howarth. Conor Blackburn sixth. And there at the inside line goes the number 10 machine to gain a place at the Island hairpin. And another good move made then. That was Archie Johnson, who for some reason I'd lost on my grid sheet, but Archie Johnson gaining a place at the Island hairpin. Where is Zach Lucas? Zach Lucas 13th position then after the opening lap. So Zach Lucas second place in the championship, as I said, with a lot of work to do now to try and salvage some points from this race. Someone's gone straight on at the Island hairpin and is now doing the long loop round. That's Marco Ricci, I think, isn't it, on his return to racing in the championship. Double waved yellows out at Druids, but not yet any any sign of a safety car, so it looks like they're going to try and cover that with double-waved yellows for the time being and let the race carry on. So Kellett leads. Horrobin, I reckon, catching him on this lap, though. So Simon Horrobin pumping in some good sector times and looking now to try and maybe challenge for a race victory. Over Deer Leap they come. And towards the end of the second lap of racing there, you can see, yes, the gap only 0.6 of a second because Horrobin's done the fastest lap, a 1:37.530 for Simon Horrobin. Move being made here further back up the inside. Gary Miller, that was, on Caitlin May. So Gary Miller moving up into 8th position, but Caitlin will try and get the run down the avenue and retaliate into Cascades Corner. I'm not convinced she was going to be able to. Oh, and that's Zach Lucas. Zach Lucas out of the race. He's pulled over by the looks of it on the exit of Cascades Corner, where it all went wrong for him a lap earlier. And now he's pulled off the road and is going no further. That has major championship ramifications. And another one, Joseph Knight now pulling over. They are dropping like flies. That looks like a car that's overheating, doesn't it, for Joseph Knight? And he pulls over to the inside of the road. Right, we've now got 3 cars in precarious positions around the track. I would be amazed if we don't see an appearance of the Jaguar safety car. But we will wait and see. For now, they continue racing, but I'm particularly concerned about Joseph Knight's car because that's right in the firing line if anything goes wrong on the way into the Island hairpin. Anyway, we will leave that decision to race control. For now, they race on. There is Joseph Knight out of the car. And he's about to walk away in absolute disgust with a podium position going begging now. And that means that John Cooper inherits 3rd position. Leaders then go round Druids Corner, head down towards Lodge at the end of lap number 3. Horrobin with that fastest lap a lap ago. Followed that up with a purple first sector on this next lap, but his middle sector was about 0.4 slower than the leader, so the gap perhaps creeping up ever so slightly this time around. Let's see what the gap... Oh no, it's definitely come down in the last sector. You can see that out of the window. The leaders go across the line, only 0.3 apart now. So Simon Horrobin with, pumps in another fastest lap. So the middle sector wasn't anything special, but sectors 1 and 3 faster than anybody else has been so far. I think it was Gary Miller. He, I think, was the one that went bouncing down the grass on the avenue on lap 1. That's why his front splitter is loose. But Simon Horrobin, his car looks pretty loose, doesn't it, heading into Cascades? But loose, as they say, is fast. And he's closed right in on Alistair Kellett as they go down towards the Island hairpin, past the Fiesta graveyard with Zach Lucas's car to the left, Joseph Knight's to the right. But still, they continue racing, albeit under yellow flag conditions. Out of the hairpin then, John Cooper 3rd, Henry Howarth 4th. Connor Blackburn in 5th, then a battle for 6th. That's Gary Miller, who's now caught Connor Blackburn. So Connor Blackburn about to come under some threat for his top 5 position as the leaders drop down into the Hislop chicane. It's not only Horrobin who's quicker than Kellett, by the way, but Cooper and Howarth both faster than the leader as well that time around. So the top 4 are all sort of bunching together as Gary Miller has found a way. Sorry, actually that's Charlie Ellis, excuse me, not Connor Blackburn, it's Charlie Ellis he was battling with, and Charlie Ellis, who he has overtaken now for 6th position. Charlie, by the way, started 13th and has only just lost 6th place, so sort of gives you a window into how chaotic the opening lap or so of this race was. Right, the leader's down towards Lodge Corner, and for the first time, Alistair Kellett having to go a bit defensive there, covers the middle ground into Lodge. Horrobin takes the wide line in, tries to cut back to the late apex, carry the speed through the hill, but I don't think he quite got on the power at the right moment there, so they come across the line, still in the same order, and now John Cooper looks like the quicker of the 3, doesn't he? Indeed he is. He and Howarth both in the mid to high 1:37s, the leaders in the low 1:38s as they now begin to battle with each other. Horrobin with a good run out of Old Hall Corner then, moves to try and challenge into Cascades. The car bouncing around all over the place as it slides down the hill into the cambered left-hander at Cascades. But look at John Cooper, he's right with them now. So 3 for the lead at the moment then. There is Joseph Knight's car being pushed out of the way under double-waved yellow flags. The marshals again showing their bravery. You wouldn't catch me out there pushing a car out of the way whilst this lot are out on track, that's for sure. But the marshals doing a good job to get Joseph Knight's car to a place of relative safety and allow the race to continue. Horrobin pulling around the outside of... What's going on here? He's gone past Alistair Kellett, who seemed very slow over Hilltop. That looked like Kellett had a problem to me. And Simon Horrobin gets the lead of the race. Was it a missed gear for Kellett? I find that pretty hard to believe, but I don't see what else it could be because he's right back up to speed again now. So Alistair Kellett then drops down to 2nd position, and Simon Horrobin makes the easiest overtake he's made all year to move into the lead of the race. Simon Horrobin, who has I think I'm right in saying, not won a race yet this year. No, he hasn't. He's had podiums, but not yet won a race. Alistair Kellett, conversely, has claimed 3 race victories from the first 6 races of the season. So in a way, you could say, could afford to finish second, but he won't want to finish second place. He will want the win. But actually, even second place is not secure here, is it? Because John Cooper and Henry Howarth are both there with him again. Across the line they go then. Horrobin now to the lead. Kellett second, Cooper third, Howarth fourth. The top 4 separated by only 1.3 seconds, with Conor Blackburn a bit further adrift in 5th. He's then got a big gap back to Gary Miller, because it's that area of the pack where it all kicked off on the opening lap, I think. So it sort of split the pack a little bit. 3 Cascades they go. And heading down the back straight. This lead battle really is the big battle, isn't it? You had Gary Miller coming through the order. He's not that likely to catch Conor Blackburn. He's left in his wake Charlie Ellis and Caitlin May, but they're nearly a second apart. So you're not missing anything else further back. It's all about the leading group that makes its way around the island hairpin. And Simon Horrobin continuing to lead, but not by a big margin, really. Alistair Kellett not being dropped here. And that means that we still have the chance for Kellett to retaliate, but I don't think Alistair's going to want to take a really big risk here. I think he knows, Alistair, that Zach Lucas will be out of the race. He'll have seen Zach Lucas's car at the side of the road, and will know, therefore, that he doesn't really need to take a risk here. Second place is more than enough to score some good championship points and extend his margin at the top of the championship table. Round Druid's corner they go, the double apex right-hander. Kellett with a good exit there. Is he going to try and get to the inside into Lodge corner? Not really close enough. And again, it's not worth going for that sort of 50-50 risky manoeuvre, is it? If you're Alistair Kellett. Might just be content to stay in second place. As long as he's not under any threat from John Cooper, I think he'll be pretty satisfied with that, really. Across the line they go then. Horrobin with the lead, with the fastest lap. Not quite on course for maximum points, because you also get a point for pole position in this race, which of course went the way of Alistair Kellett. And actually, Simon Horrobin no longer has the bonus point for the fastest lap either, because Archie Johnson sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:37.294. So he has gone about a 10.5 or so quicker than Simon Horrobin has gone. So by quite some way now then, really. Archie Johnson fastest on the track, and he did that whilst overtaking Caitlin May. So Archie Johnson pushing hard then in the number 10 car. He's going to be coming down towards us now. There he is. He's already caught up to Charlie Ellis. So Archie Johnson, who, don't forget, did start, did he not, quite close to the front. No, he started 9th. So started 9th after some difficulties in qualifying, but now here he is running very, very quickly. Okay, still only in 8th position, but with more pace than that 8th position would suggest. On the tail of Charlie Ellis then, as they round Knickerbrook corner, make their way uphill towards Clay Hill and Druids. There's the leading group, just dropping Henry Howarth slightly now, who actually could be under threat from Conor Blackburn before much longer, because Blackburn on the previous lap was the fastest of that lead group. So Conor Blackburn now starting to join in the fun as well. We've still got over a third of the race to go, 8 3/4 minutes left. As they head down towards Lodge corner. Going to see a move here from Archie Johnson. Thinks about it, but no. Ultimately decides not to go for the lunge. John Cooper now nicks the fastest lap away, 1:37.2. So they're all getting quicker as the race goes on. Of course, the more laps that get run, the more rubber gets laid down on the track. That heavy rain overnight and through the morning will have washed much of the rubber off the track. And the more rubber goes down in the dry conditions anyway, the grippier it becomes, the faster the track becomes. And I think that's maybe what we're seeing. Also, drivers gaining in confidence in the dry conditions now, after all that wet running in qualifying earlier on today. Leaders then head around the island hairpin. Horrobin leading by half a second in the first sector, fractionally quicker he was than Alistair Kellett, but Kellett seems to have closed in through the hairpin, so ebbing and flowing this gap. But whatever that drama was for Alistair Kellett that cost him the lead a few laps ago, it doesn't seem to have recurred. So that's good news, I suppose, because it means that maybe it's not some major underlying issue, but it's bad news because, and frustrating more to the point, because that one time that it happened, it cost him the race lead. He might now not really be able to get the position back. Through Druids they head again. The leading group trading sector times. Through Lodge Corner they go then, undulating braking zone into the right-hander. The hazard lights in true Fiesta ST240 Championship fashion, flashing away to warn the drivers that they're using the ABS system a bit too hard, but that's all par for the course really in this style of racing. So leaders go through then. Now a new fastest lap by Alistair Kellett, so he has done a 36.9, first driver into the 36s, but only half a tenth or so quicker than Simon Horrobin ahead of him. Right, Archie Johnson has become a bit stuck now behind Charlie Ellis, hasn't he? Caught Ellis, but now is struggling to find a way by. 7th position they're battling over as they drop down through Cascades Corner. Ellis, of course, several positions higher than he started the race, whereas for Archie Johnson, he's about where he started, 1 place higher than where he started. He's going to try and have a go into the hairpin. I think he might. He's looking to the inside line. He's desperately late on the brakes. He's too late on the brakes. Shoots straight on and just avoids sideswiping Charlie Ellis, who I think made the corner, but only just. That was a very close call up at the Island hairpin. You could see from the body language of Johnson's car that he wasn't going to get that stopped, and I think Charlie Ellis realised that too, and just about managed to step out of the way. So Archie Johnson, all of that progress he'd made will now be undone, because the drivers were all told in the driver's briefing this morning that if you do go straight on at the hairpin, you can't just do a U-turn and come back on. You've got to do the full loop through Ireland and Shell and into Britain's. That will cost you an extra 30-odd seconds, I would imagine. So the leaders then head to Lodge Corner. It's black and white flag being held aloft for somebody. That's just a warning at the moment for track limits. Hopefully none of the leaders, though, because we don't want this battle to be affected by track limits penalties, because the top 3 are once again covered by only 3/4 of a second. So Alistair Kellett coming back now at Simon Horrobin in the second half of the race. Kellett often does have this advantage on a long run. He's a hugely experienced driver, as in fairness are Simon Horrobin and John Cooper that he's battling with. But Kellett, who's had so much success in Fiestas, he really gelled with this ST240 when it came into the championship a few years ago. He knows how to make it tick, not only over a single lap, but over a race distance. I wonder whether he's maybe managed those tyres a little bit better. Just has a little bit more life left in them in the closing stages. That being said, he had a fair armful of understeer there as he came out of the Island hairpin. Over Hilltop they go then, down into Old Hall Corner. Archie Johnson, by the way, for reference, has just crossed the line as this group is at the Hislop chicane. So that's how much time he lost with the unwanted detour down the Island hairpin. So the leaders there, oh, there he is. Oh, in fact, he's locking up and there's smoke coming from the car. He's going quite slowly, actually, isn't he, Archie Johnson? So has he got a drama now as well? Has he maybe lost the brakes? Is that why he was, why he had that issue at the Island hairpin? Meanwhile, race leaders absolutely together, and Alistair Kellett looking to the inside of John Cooper as they head for Lodge Corner. We've got just under 4 minutes to go, and Kellett wants the lead back, but Horrobin late enough on the brakes to see off that challenge. Through Lodge Corner they go then. Kellett looking to try and get the run over Deer Leap and maybe challenge towards Old Hall Corner. Can he do it? He's less than a Fiesta length behind as we head towards the first turn. It's a difficult place to make an overtake. You don't really do a lot of braking into that corner. You can carry good speed through the right-hander to then try and continue that momentum all the way down the avenue. Cascades, as we saw in the TCR race earlier on, is a possible place to overtake, but again, Kellett not really close enough. So Alistair Kellett closing in, but not necessarily at the right parts of the circuit as far as overtaking is concerned. Towards the Ireland hairpin they go. Ooh, hazard lights flashing. Yeah, there's definitely an issue for Archie Johnson. In fact, he's going to go straight on. He's got no brakes, has he? He's got absolutely no brakes, Archie Johnson. So that explains why he went straight on at the hairpin. And I would recommend parking that, Archie, if you're struggling to stop it even at these low speeds. So perhaps he hit the brake pedal so hard his foot went through the floor. He would have been throwing out the anchor at the hairpin to try and avoid running into the side of Charlie Ellis. And you can see the smoke. I think he's got a brake on fire, has he? The left front corner smoking away. Pretty dramatic stuff then for Archie Johnson, who is destined for retirement, unfortunately. And the Jam Sport team will have some work to be done after this race to get him out for race number 2. Oh, it's really going now, isn't it? More and more smoke pluming out of that left front corner. The race leaders come through them to put a lap on him as he limps towards the pit lane. Simon Horrobin about to begin what will be his penultimate lap of the race then. So 2 more laps to go. And Simon Horrobin, so far, has an answer for every question being asked of him by Alistair Kellett. Can Alistair make good on that mistake or the issue, whatever it was that happened earlier on in the race that cost him the lead? Find a way back through. Out of Old Hall Corner they go, bouncing over the curbs as they do. And they head towards Cascade. Archie Johnson has now got the car back to the pit lane. That's good news, but an awful lot of smoke coming from the left front corner of that car. Must have been a brake issue. And he's done well, in fairness, to gather it together and get it back into the pit lane. Right then, leaders at the hairpin. Horrobin now running into braking issues of his own, maybe, snatching the brake there. Just about got the car parked on the apex, but actually he had the best run through the corner, so it looked like he'd brake too late. I think it was just that everyone else had to brake quite a bit earlier than he did. Down towards the Hislop chicane. Horrobin just trying to hang on. As Paul O'Neill was saying earlier on, this is one of the toughest racetracks in the country on brakes. So much stop-start, and it is a surprisingly fast circuit, Oulton Park, so when you are slowing the car down, you're often doing so from very high speed, and Horrobin definitely seems to be struggling for pace now, doesn't he? He's got Alistair Kellett almost pushing him towards Druid's corner. As we turn through the double apex right-hander then, one more lap to go after this one. The last lap board awaits for our top three as they head out of Druids underneath the Paul Warwick Bridge and towards the braking zone at Lodge. But now Kellett isn't really close enough, so he's catching up to Horrobin, but not at the parts of the circuit where it's easy to make an overtake. So he's going to have to get inventive here on the final lap if Alistair Kellett is going to steal this race victory back again. Over to Elite we go then, towards the timing line. Plenty of cars being handed 5-second penalties now for track limits. As here, Gary Miller is battling with Charlie Ellis over 6th position. Miller, remember, got past Charlie Ellis a number of laps ago, and Charlie now coming back at him in the closing stages. Gary, having damaged that front splitter, has probably burnt up his front tyres a little bit more quickly. That car will be understeering all over the place, and that maybe explains why he's out of pace a little bit at the end. Right then, out of Cascades come the leaders, down towards the Island hairpin. Alistair Kellett maybe just building up for one last challenge here, but Horrobin, interestingly, doesn't feel the need to defend the inside line at the hairpin. He showed a lap ago that his car is working well through this part of the track. Kellett takes a wide line in, cuts back to the late apex. That will give him an extra mile an hour or so's momentum now over the hill, and may yield an opportunity into the Hislop chicane. Feints to the inside line, but Horrobin's not falling for it, and manages to get back over onto the racing line, through the right, through the left. Good exit now required from Knickerbrook Corner. And if he gets a good exit from here, he won't have to defend into Druids, and then he should be clear on the run to Lodge, but Alistair Kellett will be throwing everything out this next double apex right-hander. A good run off Druids could give him an opportunity into the final turn. 2 more corners to go. Horrobin hanging on for now. Kellett turns in a bit earlier. Does the car scrub out wide on the exit? No, it doesn't. He's absolutely there. Horrobin knows it. Pulls to the inside line to cover. So Kellett will try to go to the outside, then sees if there's a gap on the inside line. And in the end, every step of the way, he is covered off by Simon Horrobin. He gives him a headbutt on the apex at Lodge Corner, and that will only propel Simon even more quickly towards the checkered flag. Simon Horrobin wins race 1 here at Oulton Park. Alistair Kellett comes home in 2nd place. Under 0.2 of a second was the eventual winning margin, with John Cooper in the end in 3rd. Right, let's now sort out the time penalties, because Cooper was given a 5-second penalty actually, but seems to have held on to 3rd position because Henry Howarth, who was 4th on the road, also had a 5-second penalty. So Connor Blackburn inherits 4th position. The other 2 with penalties were the number 26 of Harry Hayes, who's just crossed the line. That won't cost him a place, though, because he was more than 5 seconds ahead of Luke Waugh, who himself has a penalty. Oh, and now Connor Blackburn's joined the penalty club as well. So he had inherited 4th place from Henry Howarth, but he's been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits on, presumably, the final lap of the race. So that was eventful. Everything today has been eventful at Oulton Park. We've had some brilliant racing, though. Only 3 races in, and every single one of them has been a cracker. And the Fiesta ST240s will be back out to do it all over again later on in the day at something like 20 to 5, barring any adjustments to the timetable later on in the day. So we look forward to having the Fiestas back on circuit, having produced a very, very exciting first race of the day. Simon Horrobin will be very pleased, no doubt, to have picked up a race win. but by the narrowest of margins, just under 0.2 of a second then his gap back to Alistair Kellett in second. John Cooper came home in third, and this is where the penalties now start to take effect. So Cooper third, Howard fourth, and Blackburn fifth. That was actually the order in which they finished on the track, because all three of them picked up a 5-second track limit penalty. Then it was Gary Miller in sixth position, Charlie Ellis was seventh ahead of Caitlin May, Morgan Kidd and Lucas Hayden in 10th. Harry Hayes was 11th, Luke Ward was 12th, ahead of Marco Ricci and Archie Johnson, 13th and 14th respectively, although of course Archie was not running at the flag, nor was Joseph Knight, or Zach Lucas, or Dan Lewis, all three of them regular front runners in the championship, whilst it was then James Pope who also failed to reach the flag after what was a bruising race, a race of attrition for the Fiesta ST240s. There'll be a small delay after this race, I'm sure, to go and pick up all of the ST240s that are now parked at various locations around the Oulton Park circuit. We might run out of recovery vehicles, so I think that's going to take a few minutes to sort out, which gives us plenty of time in a moment or two to hear from our podium finishers. Scott Woodwiss, I believe, is on in position to chat to our top three finishers in the next few minutes or so. But Simon Horobin will be the first of the drivers that we'll hear from, and that is his first victory of the season. That will do his championship hopes the world of good, because he was a long way back in the points. He had a bit of a disaster at Brands Hatch. I forget exactly what happened, but he had 3 very bad results by his standards anyway at Brands Hatch, and it was only really at Snetterton that he started to come alive again. He had a couple of top 5 finishes and that podium, a 3rd place finish in the second race at Snet. Now, second podium finish of the year, and this time he'll be on the top step of the podium then as a race winner here at Oulton Park. So, Alistair Kellett, of course, will be on the flip side of that pretty frustrated to have ended up in second place. I would love to know, and hopefully we'll find out from Scott Woodwiss in a moment, what that issue was for Simon Horobin. And not for Simon Horobin, for Alistair Kellett, I should say. We might now be able to find out, because we can head down to Scott Woodwiss to catch up with our podium finishers.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Good afternoon, everybody. Very exciting and intense Fiesta ST240 race. Going to kick things off with some of the support action here alongside TCRs and Civics. Bit of an interesting story of the pros, of course, as Richard was alluding to back at Snetterton. The more experienced drivers, I like to call them, or older in some cases, getting them the edge over some of the younger drivers. But we'll see if we can quickly jump in and just have a chat with the top 3s in both the classes just to have a look. Let's have a look over here and just have a chat with the manager, Simon Horobin. Simon, back on the top step of the podium, but God, these guys behind you make you work for you, don't they?
Oh, you can't give Alistair a millimetre out there, as he'll be back on you. You know, I made a couple of mistakes on the last few laps, and he was back on me. So yeah, that's all good.
Yeah. In terms of that move that you made, was that a mistake that he made, or was it just making a move?
I think he missed a gear or something, and I just thought, well, I've got to just take advantage when it's there, you know, and then just try to get my head down and keep in front of him.
Pole for race 2, so see if we can do it again?
Yeah, we'll see if we can do it again. Have another go.
Stuff. Got to keep it tight for time, but well done, excellent stuff. It's very quickly going to have a chat with second place Alistair Kellett, having a small look at his car. But Alistair, well, you had that for a bit, and then what happened?
I had it for a bit, and then I missed gear.
Simple as that.
Screwed my error. Just missed 4th gear coming up the hill. I allowed Simon to get along, and by the time I got gearing back in, he was in front of me. So I followed him. I put him under pressure, but Simon's a wily old fox. He wasn't going to lean over any. So it was a good race. He made a few mistakes at the end, kept the pressure on, and finished second. So delighted finished second.
Good points as well, because Zach sadly failed to finish. So more points for you to try and build that lead.
Yeah, I seen Zach pull it off, which is not good either. But look, it is what it is. We all have bad weekends, and to be honest, Oulton has never been kind to me. So this is probably the highest I've finished in Oulton. So it's great to finish second. So. It's good.
Good points. Well done. We'll see you for race 2. Excellent. Let's have a quick chat with third place man John Cooper. Can't keep you off the podium now. Was that a win at Snetterton and now third place at Oulton?
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Good race. A little bit chaotic first couple of laps, but after that it sort of settled down, and then Simon got past Alistair. I nearly missed corner because I couldn't see where corner was for Alistair, and we just toured him forward. And yeah, I enjoyed that. Really good race. So.
Touchwood, you're starting to get a bit of form now.
Yeah, I hope so. We had a couple of problems beginning of the season. Some of them me, so we've kind of ironed them out now. But hopefully I can maintain a bit of pace through the season now. So.
Excellent. Well done. We've got to keep it tight for time, but excellent. Cheers. Well done. Let's have a chat with our AM class winner, first time Henry Howe. Henry, well done. How's that feel to get a first class win?
Yeah, it felt really good to get my first win. Obviously, there was a lot of chaos at the start of the race. Everybody was just so close together, and the lack of space meant there was a lot of rubbing at the start. But after that, I kind of just pulled away, stayed with the top three, and about halfway through the race, I was just cruising, having a nice time, to be honest.
You try and aim for the same in race 2 later on?
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully for a slightly less chaotic start, but you never know what happens.
Win's a win, you'll take it.
Yeah, definitely.
Great stuff. Well done, congratulations. Hope you're first of many. Great stuff. Let's have a quick chat with Charlie Ellis, who's speaking to also for the first time this season on the podium. Well done. Not a bad run for second place in class.
I know, it's all right, wasn't it?
You sound surprised.
Well, I mean, the pace yesterday wasn't the best. We definitely had some work to do, and after qualifying P13, that's my dad.
That's Charlie Ellis fan club.
Oh, yeah, I have the best fan club here. Yeah, so, I mean, what happened at the start? But I made the most of it, took advantage of it, and, you know, just drove through. So, I mean, what a race. It was a brilliant race. It was a good one to watch as well.
It was. It's pretty intense to watch. You've got to go and try and chase Henry for race 2 now.
Oh, of course. I mean, we all want that win, don't we? So, yeah, that's definitely the aim for race 2.
Room of confidence. I like it. Well done. Good stuff. Excellent. Let's have a quick chat with Caitlin as well for third place. Caitlin, good to see you back on the podium. Had a bit of a slightly tough start, but car's getting there now.
Yeah, we're slowly getting there, aren't we? But yeah, it's nice. 16th to 8th. I'm pretty sure that's what it was, so I'm happy with that.
It's good progress. So a high starting spot means you've got a good chance to make up a couple more places.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Hopefully, yeah.
Keep these two in your sights as well.
Definitely. Hopefully behind me. That'd be nice, yeah.
Great stuff. Congratulations. Well done. Third place to see for race 2. Excellent. So that's the ST240s done. They'll be out later on this afternoon. Slightly more condensed timetable because of some delays from earlier on. We're going to head straight to our next race now. More permanent TCR support action with a bumper grid of nearly 30 cars. They've been one of the sensations of 2024 so far in their first full championship year. Let's head back to Andy on the other side of this intro for the first race of the day for the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship. If you've watched them before the season, you'll know this should be a good one. Over to you, Andy.
Thank you, Scott. We've got a bit of a delay before we get the Audis out on track because there is a barrier repair going on up at Druids where someone went off. I confess, that much happened in that race. I forget who that was that went off. It was James Pope, I think, wasn't it, that went off at Druids on the opening lap. But anyway, that barrier is being fixed. There were other errant Fiestas that needed to be relocated from various points around the track. So they're just going to take a few minutes to do that, which gives us plenty of time to build up to what should be, again, a really exciting race in the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship. They've had their first couple of events now as a full-blown championship in 2024, and as Scott said, massive grids. We've got 29 of them set to start this one, and that is actually a slightly smaller grid than we've had at other rounds. Understandable, really, Oulton Park, with a smaller grid capacity anyway than some other racetracks in the country, just because of the nature of the circuit, and also a track that, because of its location in the country geographically, sometimes doesn't quite attract the same number of cars. But anyway, 29 is still a very, very, very good grid of cars, and at the front of it we will have Matt Luff. Matt Luff, the former Civic Cup champion, who came into the TT Cup as really one of the favourites, I think it's fair to say. He's yet to win a race. He had a second place finish at Brands Hatch. He got another one in the third race at Snetterton, but he had an off on the first lap of race 2 at Brands Hatch and had another off on the first lap at race 1 at Snetterton after contact both times. So Matt Luff will be very keen to try and just have a clean start to this race, and he's positioned himself perfectly to achieve that because he will be starting on pole position, and the championship leader, Carl Swift, who took a while to get going in qualifying this morning, could only managed third place on the grid. That's not a bad grid position, of course, for Carl Swift, the former TCR UK race winner here at Oulton Park a few years ago. Carl Swift, the championship leader early doors, but once those drop scores start to get calculated, it will tighten up quite nicely because Carl has been incredibly consistent. In fact, Carl won the first 4 races of the season. The first race that he didn't win was the reversed grid race at Snetterton, where he still charged through to finish inside the top 5. So he's been very consistent so far this year, has Carl Swift, which is good at the moment, but it does mean that he will be dropping more points than the likes of Matt Luff, for example. Ross McCarr as well. He's had a bit of an up and down season so far, but they'll all close back in once those drop scores are allocated. As we saw then, James Pope's car now moved out of the way from Druids. The barrier repair seems to be more or less done, so we should be good to get the 15-minute race underway very shortly. And slightly shorter races for the TT Cup compared to some of the other series, so that will obviously add to the sense of urgency, although there is no sense of urgency to get them out on track just yet. They're all sat patiently waiting in the assembly area because they're still waiting, I guess, for some of the recovery vehicles to get back to their locations where they belong. So it's just going to take a few minutes to get the cars back out and ready to go. The marshals on the grid are waiting to receive them. And once again, a big shout out to the marshals. They've had quite a few things to deal with today. Yeah, they've had quite a bit to deal with today, the marshals, and the day is only half done. We've got lots more racing to come later on today. It's a lot of action crammed into a very short space of time here at Oulton Park. We've still got 2 races for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. We've got another race for the ST240s, 2 for the TTs as well, and also our reversed grid race for TCR UK. That one due to start at about 3:45, I believe. A slightly amended timetable has been released recently. Circuit maintenance van has just arrived back down in the pit lane, and that will have, I guess, come from Druids, where the barrier had a Fiesta-sized dent in it after James Pope's off in the early stages of that Fiesta ST240 race. There is Druids, now looking very clear of marshals and recovery vehicles. So, yep, Audis are being queued up at the end of the pit lane, and we are now almost ready to go with the outlap from the assembly area, which doubles up as the green flag lap. So with so many cars to get through, let's maybe start going through the grid, because we've got 29 of them to deal with. As I said, Matt Luff, fastest in qualifying earlier on, looking for his first win in the category. He's got Andrew Dyer for company alongside him. Carl Swift, the reigning champion, starts third alongside Will Stacey, who still looks about 12. Will Stacey's looked about 12 since he first started racing in motor racing, and that was probably 10 years ago. He's really started at this young and has always been quick no matter what he's in. Steve Bowden, like Will Stacey actually, coming from, amongst other things, a Mazda MX-5 background. He has got Charlie Budd for company on row 3. Then it's Richard Forber and Sean Smith, row number 4, ahead of Sam Meager and Ryan Edgecombe and Ross McCarr, who is there 3rd or 4th in the championship, 4th I think in the championship coming into this weekend, but only 11th on the grid alongside Luke Handley. And it is Jason Pelosi with Nick Brady for company. Morgan Root is next alongside Steve Laidlaw, then Mark Rice and Paul Luty on row 9. 10th row for Sam Laidlaw with Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo next. Rashan coming through from the Fiesta Junior Championship, he says hesitantly. One of the junior championships anyway last year. He has got Tim Dorr next in line, another MX-5 driver, with Patrick Booth sharing row 11 with the Aussie, and then it's Jonathan Williams and Joe Weaver on row 12. 13th row then for Dan Chapman with Paul Savage alongside him, and then big story from qualifying. Bradley Burns, second in the points, one to watch definitely, starting 27th on the grid with Tim Gray alongside. Now I presume that is the Tim Gray of the race's sports prototypes quite a lot in the UK. I don't know why I'm looking to Paul O'Neill for confirmation on that. I think he thinks it is that Tim Gray. It's normally his number, I think, 111. So Tim Gray, this is quite a switch up from sports prototypes, and he will have David Richardson behind him, which I don't think is the Dave Richardson of Ferrari Challenge commentary, amongst other things. If it is, I'd be very surprised. But anyway, he will be starting 29th on the grid. You never know, because anyone who is anyone in motor racing has driven one of these Audi TTs. It really has captured the imagination of the motorsport community. It's only a matter of time before Paul O'Neill comes back out of retirement to race one. I reckon that is something that we could do with organising, because these cars look like an awful lot of fun. Everyone who drives them says that they are brilliant, and that is why we've got such a strong grid of cars in its debut season as a championship. If you can win in this, then you are doing something right. So far, though, Pat Luff hasn't managed to win a race, so let's see if he can put that right today. The area motorsport driver starting from pole position. And he will be very grateful, I think, that Bradley Burns is starting so far down the order. But we do need to keep an eye on that number 6 car of Bradley Burns. I don't know what the issue was in qualifying, but he is starting massively out of position. Second in the championship, so yes, okay, he's got drop scores to save him perhaps, but when running that far down the order, you just increase the likelihood of getting caught up in something, or if a safety car comes out, you just lose any chance then to gain any ground in the race. So he will definitely want a clean race, a trouble-free race, and he'll be hoping he can salvage some decent points from this one, and more to the point, a good grid position for race number 2 later on today. Should be able to see Brad's car. In fact, there it is, the blue and red car. So third from the back, Brad Burns. That's the one that we are focusing on. What progress can he make on a track where we keep on saying it's difficult to overtake, although we've seen plenty of people managing it so far today. And I'm sure that Bradley Burns will be hoping that he can do the same thing. Marshall, you can't see this on screen, but Marshall's just run out to tell both of the front row starters that they'd parked significantly in front of their grid base. They've been pushed back now to the place that they should be, and Matt Luff and Andrew Dyer will be looking to try and get the jump on each other. Side by side they start again, so it could be a fairly congested run into Old Hall Corner. That is about to happen now, though. The red lights are on, they go out now, and it is a very even start from both of the front row men. Carl Swift trying to get up the inside line, and there is contact, and Carl Swift's car is upside down. There is carnage further back. Car spinning around left, right and centre, and that is going to be an immediate red flag. Carl Swift, the championship leader, on his lid before they even get to Old Hall Corner, and that was that bunching up that you so often get when you've got a side-by-side grid on a narrow racetrack. We see it time, and we saw it at Brands Hatch earlier on this year. And unfortunately, it's happened again here at Oulton Park. The race is stopped then, and that is unfortunately another group of drivers with badly damaged cars that will need to be repaired. Hopefully they're all right. They wouldn't have been running at full speed, I suppose, at that point. And it's a miracle that no one collected Carl Swift's car when it was up on its side like that. But that was so unfortunate, and honestly completely unnecessary. But anyway, the race red flagged, and we will get them back around onto the grid eventually, but this is going to take a little bit of time now to get everything cleared up. And of course the first thing to do is to make sure that all of the drivers involved are okay, which hopefully they will be. These cars are built to a very, very high standard of safety, and the marshals, that will be their first priority, to make sure that everyone is A-OK. So a dramatic start to the race, not for the right reasons, unfortunately. It is the nature of this track. It's a narrow circuit, and I said it's a natural pinch point into Old Hall Corner. I really do think there's an argument for starting them on a staggered grid on a track like this. Silverstone, fine, you get away with it there, bags of space. But Oulton Park, you've got to have your wits about you, and naturally everyone wants to get to the inside line because that's the best place to be into the first corner. But you can't all fit there, unfortunately. Something has to give, and sadly, on that occasion, it was Carl Swift. Now, he got the best start of everyone. I saw that out of the window. He tried to jump to the inside of Matt Luff, and I don't know whether they then touched, but because I didn't see Matt in the lead going down towards Cascades. That is damage to Jonathan Williams' car, number 9. So most drivers, I think, have got going again, actually, but I think Matt Luff might be one that hasn't. So we might only have 2 or 3 cars that are still at the scene, but the rest of them, of course, all sort of tootling back round towards the start-finish area. When they get here, they will be parked up, I think, at the pit entry end of the start-finish straight. That's where the marshals are waiting for them. There they are. Now, can I see Matt Luff? Yes, I can. There is Matt Luff. So Luff survived that then, but is, of course, 6th. But when we get a restart, as and when we get a restart, we will see him back on pole position again, because we'll go back to original grid order, because quite obviously we hadn't completed a lap of racing yet. But Andrew Dyer was the other front row starter. I think he probably got through that as well, did he? Yeah, I think I can see Andrew's car out of the window. Will Stacey is there as well. So it was the midfield runners that I think, because Swift obviously was having his drama, everybody else then sort of scrambles, don't they? And there just isn't the space to scramble into, and that then caused a secondary incident, which saw plenty of other cars getting turned around, but at relatively low speed. So hopefully not too much damage done. The recovery vehicle has to do some grass tracking to get past this fleet of Audi TTs that is sat to the left-hand side of the road. The marshals purposefully line them up at that side of the track so that there is room for circuit vehicles to get through and head up towards the first corner. I think I can see Tim Dorr has been caught up in that as well. He did initially start to drive away, but has now stopped, presumably with a damaged car. And possibly Is that Ross McCarr's sort of Martini livery car? I think I can see up against the pit wall as well. But anyway, we'll try and get a proper idea of who's got properly tangled up in that. An incident that I do believe was started by... Oh, well, there we go. So, well, we've got two of the Martini cars, so one of them definitely will be Ross McCarr. The other is number 33. Oh, well, we'll try and pick the rest of them out in a moment. 33 was... that many of them. Patrick Booth. Now, he started 20 seconds. That shows how far back that chain reaction spread, because it all started amongst the front row drivers. And yeah, Swift got a really good start, tried to get to the inside, but then I think Luffy and Dyer were kind of squeezing each other anyway, weren't there? So all really unfortunate. No malice in it, and no one wants to try and cause an incident like that. It's just too many drivers going for the same bit of racetrack into a natural funnel on the approach to Old Hall Corner. So, hopefully, everyone's okay. I'm going to assume they are. And it will naturally take a little bit of time, this, to get the track clear. We will then go racing, I would imagine, over a slightly shortened distance as well, which is a shame because we want to get as much Audi TT racing as we can. They only get the 2 races. They're only 15 minutes in length. So the drivers will definitely want to try and get their money's worth. And for Matt Luff, he gets another chance to start from pole position. He and Dyer got initially very even starts, but those behind reacting maybe slightly better to the lights. And, well, I'm sure even on a restart, there will be drivers who try to take advantage of that and get the run towards Old Hall Corner. But Carl Swift definitely won't be taking any further part in this race. And it's possible that he might not be out for race 2 later on, so this will not the biggest thing to think about now maybe, but it will definitely have championship implications as we move to the middle part of the season. So the marshals go to work down at Old Hall. They'll very shortly, I think, start re-gridding them, but of course they've arrived back at the start-finish line in nothing like the order they should be, so this now takes a bit of organisation. The marshals wait for word from race control as to what grid order we're going with. It will be original grid order, we know that. They've then got to try and locate the drivers that they need, work out who's not there, and then get everybody into the positions that they should be in. But this might take some time, I suspect. So, whilst we wait, cars are being gridded up now, by the way, but we're not racing anytime soon, that much I can tell you. So cars are being gridded up. We've got a few minutes before we are ready to get racing back underway. So we're going to step away for a few minutes, take a quick ad break, back with more racing from Oulton Park in a few minutes.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want
Miles for the lead! Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders. Enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Oulton Park, everybody. Clean-up operation is ongoing after a start line accident in the Audi TT Cup Championship. We have had a series of cars that ended up in a heap on the way into Old Hall Corner, and we're just sort of slowly piecing together who they were. We know that Tim Dorr was involved. We know that Patrick Booth was in it. Sam Meagher's car's been brought back, so has Ryan Edgecombe's. We've got the 101 of Sam Laidlaw also awaiting recovery, and of course very much at the centre of that was Carl Swift, who made perhaps the most spectacular exit from the race as he ended up on his side on the way towards Old Hall Corner. Ironically, and he won't probably thank me for making this segue, his one and only TCR UK victory came here at Oulton Park after Ollie Taylor ended up on his side at Old Hall Corner whilst battling for the race lead, and Carl Swift came through to win the race. That was back in 2019, and Carl Swift unfortunately now on the other side of that, but hopefully that car is repairable. I know it looked very dramatic, that long slide down the road, but hopefully not too much damage done. It would have been the contact with the wall, I think, that did more damage than anything else. Anyway, the marshals once again start to work overtime, and they have not only had to remove several Audis from places they shouldn't be, they've also now had to deal with another spillage, and that's a lot of cement dust going down on the entry to Old Hall Corner. That's going to create quite a dust cloud at the start of the race. The restart of the race, I should say. We're still awaiting official confirmation on how long that restart will be, but it's... at the moment, according to the timing screen, will be still a full 15 minutes because we've had slight changes to the timetable that have actually given us a bit more time now to deal with as we go through the afternoon. So we should have a bit more time to get the races in full. Just looking out of the window, and you can sort of see at the top of the screen there, the cars, they look a bit like they're gridded up from this position, but they're actually not. They're all, some of them are gridded up, some of them aren't. So it's like they got halfway through the gridding up process and then stopped. So I think perhaps awaiting further instruction, the start line marshals, as to exactly what's going on here. Got one car in the pit lane as well. This wasn't involved in the incident. That's Daniel Chapman, I think, isn't it, down in the... or Joe Weaver possibly, says Scott Woodward, sat next to me, but in fact there are two cars in the pit lane. Anyway, both with bonnets up, so I don't think that's related to the incident. I think there are other issues that are... there they are. Yeah, so Chapman is one of them. In fact, there's three. There's the number 92 as well, which is Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo, the former junior racer. So he may have been involved in that. That car might have a few war wounds, but there are a couple of other cars that were not. I'm trying to catch a number on this one closest to us. 40-something, maybe? Joe Weaver, we think, who is in the pit lane. But like I said, I don't think that's actually anything to do with the incident on track. We can definitely tell now it's Chapman. Daniel Chapman with the bonnet back down again now. Hopefully that means that he will be able to take the restart to the race as and when that happens. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon because we've got, like I said, no activity on the start-finish straight. And they're not really back. Well, they've gridded up the, as we look at it, right-hand side of the road. They've left the left-hand side of the road empty, but the drivers that you can see on the grid are all in the position they should be in. So Dyer on poles, or on second, I should say, Stacey fourth, Charles Budd sixth, eighth on the grid is Sean Smith, and it should have been Ryan Edgecombe, but he won't be there. Then it's Luke Handley. So they've gridded up the even numbers on the grid, but they've not yet gridded up the odd numbers. Matt Luff will be the first of those, but his car, of course, may have damage because he was involved in that in some way. Luffy's car is just out of shot, actually. You can see just past the bridge, there's a car with the door open. That is Matt Luff's car, but I can't see from here, or that camera angle, unfortunately, whether there's any damage done to it. But you'd imagine there'll at least be some bodywork damage, which potentially will require work from the pit crew. We'll have to wait and see whether he heads for the pit lane when the race, when the grid is properly formed. So from what I can tell, there is one car that still needs recovery. That is Carl Swift's car. They've done, I think, everything they're going to do with the oil spill or the fluid spill. It may well be radiator fluid that's on the track, I would suspect. But they are struggling, I think, to get Carl Swift's car up and onto the flatbed truck. That's what's taking a bit longer than it should have been. So there you can see it, look. So there's Swift's car. It doesn't look too badly damaged to me, but there's obviously some sort of complication that's prevented them so far from getting the car out of harm's way and onto the flatbed truck. Now it gets hoisted up. But given the fact that car's been over, it really doesn't look too bad, does it? It will need some TLC, don't get me wrong, as may Carl. But he, as long as he's okay, which we hope he is, they might just be able to get that car out for race number 2. He could do with that because, yes, he's got dropped scores that will help him if he doesn't score any points this weekend, but he doesn't want to be relying on those too early in the season. This is only the 3rd event of the year, after all. So onto the back of the flatbed truck it goes, and the cement dust gets spread. You can see the marks on the track there where cars have been drug along the tarmac in what was a very dramatic incident, but terrific work from the marshals once again, and they've managed to get all of the cars now out of harm's way, and it shouldn't be too long before we start getting cars gridded up. In fact, there is now a bit of activity down underneath the pedestrian bridge as they guide the next couple of cars to where they ought to be. Who's that coming into position? That is 38. That's Morgan Root. So Morgan Root pulling into 15th on the grid. He was, I'm pretty sure, parked up behind Matt Luff. In fact, there you can see Luff's car. So that's Matt Luff's car just to the left of shot. And from this angle, doesn't look too bad, does it? Doesn't look like he sustained too much damage. And that was the side that he made contact with Carl Swift's car. Swift's car, by the way, has now been extricated. It's on the back of the flatbed truck. There it goes. So that was the last car that needed moving. And now the track is clear. We should be able now to get the rest of the grid in place. Matt Luff does now move. Right, I want to try and get a look at this car to see if it is okay, but the right-hand side of it looks absolutely fine, so that is good news then for the man who stands to gain the most out of this. I know that it's not a nice way for him to get a good result, but if he can get a win here, that would definitely help his championship course. He pulls into position now on the front row. The car a little bit scuffed, but generally not too worse for wear. As he pulls up in front of the Area Motorsport team members. Again, you can't see it from this camera angle, but there's a group of Area Motorsport mechanics who are leaning over the pit wall right next to Matt's car, chatting to him about what damage they can see. Because, of course, he won't be able to see the state of the car. He will know that he had a knock, but won't necessarily know what that's done to the right rear corner of his number 72 machine. So he pulls in with, of course, no Carl Swift behind him. We do have Steve Foden. Steve Foden, at his home track, of course, he actually raced here a couple of weeks ago, back in the Mazda MX-5 Championship that he won last year and got himself on the podium twice. And Steve Foden will be loving being up near the front of the field again on merit now. They had an issue with the car at Brands Hatch. He showed some much improved pace at Snetterton. And now here he is inside the top half dozen on the grid at his home racetrack, a place where he's had so much success through the years. There's then essentially no row 5 because both Sam Meager and Ryan Edgecombe were involved in that, but we've got the next group of cars in position, including Ross McCarr, who I think I erroneously said was involved in that incident earlier on. It was the other 2 Martini liveried cars that were taken out, but Ross McCarr will still be there. And then a few more gaps further back as well, where the likes of Sam Laidlaw and Patrick Booth were, and Tim Dorr and Joe Weaver, we believe. So there's a whole group of them that will be missing from about 2/3 of the way down the grid. So timing screen telling me it's still going to be a 15-minute race, so there's no sign of them knocking any time off this. We've got a... as I say that, it changes. Literally as I said that, it changed on the timing screen just to catch me out. So 12 minutes, the now restarted race. I'm sure someone listens to me and tries to catch me out. The only reason they would want to listen to me waffle on all day, I'm sure. There are 3 cars lining up at the end of the pit lane now as well, ready to head out from there. And we might now finally be able to get a proper idea as to who those three are, if we could get a camera trained on them maybe. The three cars lining up at the end of pit lane. One of them is Roshan Garimbo, possibly. Another Dan Chapman, but it was the first one in the queue, I think. Oh no, the first one's Roshan, the second is Chapman, the third one is the number 10. So that... Oh, sorry, it's a 4. I beg your pardon. It's a 4 that's peeling off. So it is Joe Weaver, the number 40, who is starting from the pit lane. So that puts 3 of them back in. Drivers being told by marshals now of the reduced race length, 12 minutes. They'll have another green flag lap, of course, before that. And then we will be back underway with a slightly depleted but still pretty strong grid of Audi TTs set to do battle. Matt Luff winds down the electronic window. A lot of racing cars don't have electric windows, of course, to save a bit of weight, but the Audi TTs, you expect a certain amount of luxury if you buy an Audi, I suppose, so the electric windows are kept in place on these TT Cup cars. Matt Luff winds it back up now, tries to get himself back in the zone. Always so difficult after a lengthy stoppage like this to get your head back in the game. And of course, Matt has got to try and put what just happened behind him, his involvement in that, whatever it may or may not have been, and just try and get a good result here. A race win would be ideal. He's got a lap now to feel out that car and figure out whether or not it has sustained any more significant damage, as the green flag lap gets back underway again. So Luff leads them over the cement dust through Old Hall Corner. Another who avoided that drama, by the way, significantly was Bradley Burns. So don't forget, we're still following Bradley Burns' progress from the back of the grid. And there he comes, the blue and red number 6 car through the centre of shot. And Bradley Burns will now, of course, have fewer cars to overtake, I suppose. That's a slight plus for him as he makes his way around on the green flag lap. So Matt Luff then will have pole position once again. Andrew Dyer starting alongside him. Will be no Carl Swift, of course, from third on the grid. Will Stacey will be there, and there's then a gap ahead of Steve Foden. So Steve Foden perhaps in a good position here to try and capitalise on that and get himself onto the podium. Foden, did he get on Snetterton? Let me remind myself. Well, of course he won, didn't he? I've actually forgotten about that. Steve Foden won the third race at Snetterton, which was the reversed grid race. Didn't win it on the road, though, I don't think, did he? I'm looking to Scott Woodwist for confirmation of this. Steve Foden didn't win that third race on the road, did he? It was a penalty for... Yes, I forget who won on the road now. Adam Blair won on the road, thank you, Scott. Adam Blair won on the road. Steve Foden later inherited the race win. It was quite nice, actually, because Richard John Neal was on podium interviewing duties last time out and didn't get the chance to have a race winners interview with Steve Foden, so he invited him on his sort of podcast thing that he's doing. Having joked with me, Richard, at Snetterton, that everyone does a motor racing podcast now, and then he went and started one himself. But anyway, he can't beat and join them, and he was able to have that conversation with Steve Foden, which was nice to see, because Steve didn't get his moment in the spotlight that he deserved at Snetterton. And Richard John Neal, in typical Richard John Neal fashion, it has to be said, wanted to make sure that was the case. So, yeah, Steve will have enjoyed that, but he would love now to get himself back on the top step again here at Oulton Park, especially given the fact that his home racetrack wasn't quite able to win a race when he returned to the MX5 Championship a couple of weeks ago. That I don't think it irked him too much, because he really enjoyed the battles that he had in those 2 races, but he would have liked to have won one, I'm sure, just to prove a point as the outgoing champion. But in the end had to settle for, I think, a couple of second place finishes. He got, didn't they? Certainly won the second, maybe a third. 2 podiums anyway, when he visited the Cheshire circuit a few weeks ago. So, Matt Luff arrives on pole position. Let's try this again, he thinks. He's got Andrew Dyer starting alongside him. And then Will Stacey, the Lone Ranger now on that second row of the grid. As the drivers position themselves, it's actually easy in this situation to pull up into the wrong grid slot, because there are entire rows of the grid missing. And of course drivers will know that ahead of time, but they will also want to they sort of get so focused in on the green flag lap that it's easy to forget that sometimes and just sort of follow the car ahead of you into the grid slot. But they all seem to have managed to get into the right space, and we are good to go racing then for take number 2 of race number 1 of the weekend for the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. Then 12 minutes on the clock. Matt Luff looking to try and hold on to the race lead from pole position. The green flag's waved at the back of the grid. A heap of cement dust awaits them at Old Hall Corner. Hopefully they all get through there cleanly this time, and we are ready to go racing. The red lights go on, they go out now, and away we go. And Will Stacey sort of goes nowhere really, so Will Stacey in danger of losing some positions here on the run towards Old Hall Corner. But look at Andrew Dyer, he gets his nose ahead of Matt Luff and will get the lead into Old Hall. So Andrew Dyer gets the advantage. Luffy down to second, a bit of a hip and shoulder in the midfield. They all just about get out of Old Hall Corner in one piece. That was pretty close, but they arrived out of Cascades Corner with Will Stacey now at the inside of Luffy as well. But Matt, having none of it, slams the door in his face and manages to at least hold on to second place. But Matt Luff will not be pleased to have lost the lead there to Andrew Dyer, because it won't be the work of a moment now to find a way back past him. He's looking to the outside of the hairpin. That leaves the door open though for Will Stacey, who seizes the opportunity. Collision further back, and that is Morgan Root into Steve Foden. He takes with him Ross McCarr and Luke Handley and another car as well, and yet more carnage down at the island hairpin, as Brady was involved in that as well, wasn't he? Actually, it might not have been Morgan Root. I think it was Brady who came in like a bullet. Matt Luff meanwhile leads the race, so Matt Luff leads down at the Hislop chicane. Not sure how he did it, but Matt Luff back to the front of the pack then, and Andrew Dyer back down into second position. But we know what's coming, I think, don't we? Because there's no way they'll continue the race with those cars in dangerous positions, and I suspect we're at the very least going to get a safety car, perhaps another race stoppage. The leaders then arrive up at Druids Corner. Luff leading the way, Dyer second, Will Stacey there in third position. And as they head towards Lodge Corner, the safety car not yet being scrambled, in fairness, down at the end of pit lane. So the race for now looks like it might be able to carry on. Hopefully most of the cars got out of the way. Look at Bradley Burns. Oh, there's the 196 car. That's not out of the way, but Bradley Burns is going up the inside, or trying to, of Jason Pelosi, who runs out wide over the exit curb. Where is Bradley Burns going to be? He's going to be inside the top 10, I think, at the end of the opening lap from pretty much the back of the grid. Bradley Burns is 8th place. He leans slightly on Pelosi going into Old Hall Corner, but Bradley Burns through, that is now 7th place actually that he's taken at the end of the opening lap. So he picked his way through that very, very efficiently. Luff leads then, Dyer second, Stacey third, Sean Smith is the man in 4th position. There are waved yellow flags on the Lakeside Straight. Let's hope everybody behaves themselves and slows down accordingly. The problem with the yellow flag is there is no set speed that you have to slow down to, and so everyone has slightly different interpretations of that, but they all behave themselves. I think there is only the one car actually that is still in that dangerous position, because there, look, Steve Foden's managed to get his car back to the side of the road, but what a shame for Steve. Didn't deserve that. He was a complete innocent victim as a car got their braking all wrong further back and went colliding into him. So 9 minutes 20 seconds left then on the clock. Out of Knickerbrook Corner they go, and Matt Luff now trying to make good his escape, the top 5 breaking away. But look at Bradley Burns. Bradley Burns could yet be on the podium in this race. He's pulling up alongside Morgan Root now, or trying to, and that would be from 6th position, having started, well, in theory 27th. Okay, it wasn't actually 27th for the restart, more like about 21st, but still a really good drive this from Burns, and he has now gone past Morgan Root as they head through Druids Corner. He's now got to try and bridge that gap to the leading group, which is going to be a couple of seconds or so, but with still 8 3/4 minutes to go, he might yet be able to gain a few more places. This has been a brilliant drive from the Area Motorsport driver as he heads up and over Deer Leap. It's his Area Motorsport teammate Matt Luff who leads the way and heads towards Old Hall Corner then, with Dyer second, Stacey third, and Sean Smith in 4th position. Sean Smith leading the Masters element of the race, by the way, and doing well in 4th position. One car running wide over the curves. That might have been Mark Rice, I think that was, out of Old Hall Corner. Luff then with the fastest lap now as well, a 1:36.861. So Luff then with a slender lead over Andrew Dyer. They head back through the island hairpin now. Have they managed to get that car out of the way? Can't quite see from that angle. No, they haven't. I think they're in the process of pushing it out of the way, but the marshals quite sensibly vacating the area as the cars come through at semi-race speed and then get fully unleashed again over the hill towards the Hislop chicane. Matt Luff's car wriggling around under braking as he winds through the right, through the left, into the right-hander at Knickerbrook Corner. There is Charlie Budd. mini racer, Charlie Wood, in 5th position, but Bradley Burns in 6th. Started the lap 2.3 seconds behind Charlie. He took a 10th and a bit out of him in the first sector, takes half a second out of him in sector 2, and Bradley Burns with a purple middle sector could be on course for another fastest lap, although Luff went fastest of anybody in the first sector. There was the ongoing recovery work up at the Island hairpin. That's all we needed to see. We could tell that they were still working on it. Anyway, they hadn't left that car in a dangerous position. I think we've just had Daniel Chapman, back in and out of the pit lane as well. He's rejoining the track just ahead of the race leaders who come across the line at the end of lap number 3, with Luff provisionally setting the fastest lap. Can Bradley Burns respond? Yes, he can, with a 1:36.155, so a 10th quicker than the leader, but crucially, on that lap alone, he was nearly 2 full seconds quicker than Charlie Budd, so Bradley Burns is definitely going to catch the top 5. How much progress through it he makes, we'll have to wait and see. Down through Cascades Corner we go, sideways for Charlie Budd there. There's the confirmation of that fastest lap for Bradley Burns, and of course with it, a lap record, because this championship's never raced here at Oulton Park before. Bradley Burns through the hairpin. Have they got rid of those yellow flags? Couldn't quite see on the way. No, they're still waving. They haven't quite got that car out of the way, but as we saw, they almost had. So I think next time around, green flags will be waving once more at the Island hairpin. Over the hill then, down towards the chicane. Now, Daniel Chapman is not leading the race. He, I hope, realises this is the lead group behind him. I'm sure he does, and he will get out of the way as soon as he can. Yes, he does. Pulls to the right-hand side of the road, exiting Knickerbrook Corner. Good heads-up driving that from Daniel Chapman. Doesn't want to interfere with the lead group, who are separating slightly now, I would say. That Luff looking a little bit more secure as the race leader. Although, having said that, Dyer closing in again as they go through Druids Corner. The battle really is the one for 4th, isn't it? Sean Smith, Charlie Budd, and that man there, Bradley Burns, who has still had to overtake probably 15 cars to get where he is now. Did a lot of that overtaking on the opening lap of the race, but of course the closer to the front he gets, the tougher the overtakes become. I think a podium might be a stretch, but he could probably get to 4th place here. Well, he's on the tail of the 4th place squabble already as they come across the line. Chapman heading back for the pit lane, so he's done an exploratory lap, but clearly the problem's still not resolved as Bradley Burns sets another fastest lap now, 36.0, so he's almost into the 35s now as he chases down these two ahead of him. Andrew Dyer, interestingly, did the fastest first sector of anybody on the previous lap, though he's still only 6/10 adrift of Matt Luff, so not letting Matt Luff have this one easy. Matt himself finished a similar margin behind Carl Swift in the very first race of the season at Brands Hatch. Had to settle for that 2nd place, but looking now maybe like he might be able to get a race win. Right, Bradley Burns to the outside of Charlie Budd into the hairpin where the green flags are waving once again. He couldn't get the move done on the way in, but he tries to time the switchback manoeuvre as he got an overlap, but tries to close the door, does manage to close the door, but Bradley Burns was almost in that gap there. They kick up a bit of bodywork, he lunges to the inside into the Hislop chicane. That's a really brave move under braking, and Bradley Burns gets the car stopped as well. Phenomenal overtaking, and he is now into the top 5 positions, but Bradley Burns supremely confident on the brakes, and I don't think it will be long before he finds a way past Sean Smith as well. And actually, if he gets past Sean quickly, might he have time to catch the top 3? Nah, maybe not. That might be too big of a gap. But we've seen in clear air, he has got simply electrifying pace. His fastest lap is about 3/10 quicker than the race leader has been, and about 4 or 5/10 quicker than anything Will Stacey's done so far. He's looking to the inside into Lodge Corner. There's just about a gap. How did he manage to squeeze the number 6 car through the inside line and stops the car on the apex? That was sublime overtaking from Bradley Burns. He's run a bit wide on the exit though, and so Sean Smith will try and come back at him here, and still has a small overlap heading towards Old Hall Corner. He's got the inside line, but there's no way he can compete with Bradley Burns under braking, and Bradley Burns does move through into 4th position. This has been a masterclass in racecraft from Bradley Burns. I would love to watch back his onboard footage from this race, because the way he picked his way through the field on the opening lap must have been a sight to behold, and we've seen some of the overtaking that he's pulled off since then. Absolutely top quality from Bradley Burns. That is the kind of driving that we want to see. So Burns, just as I say that, makes an absolute Horlicks of the Island hairpin, goes straight on and opens the door up again for Sean Smith. So never mind, some brilliant racing followed by a little bit of an uncharacteristic mistake there from Bradley Burns. He's not given the place up just yet though, and so Sean Smith will have to get the job done under braking where he Bud lost a place a lap ago. He's going to squeeze Burns, they lean on each other, sideways goes Smith. Burns sort of, I thought, was trying to let him go, but actually does then sweep round the outside. There's further contact. Oh, he's around. Around goes Bradley Burns and crunch into the barriers. And Bradley Burns' race is done. He's carrying on, but the steering's broken and he can't even get the car going again on the circuit. So unfortunately, Bradley Burns out of the race. A really unfortunate collision that was, and unfortunately, it has had very, very severe ramifications for Bradley, who up to that point had been the star of the show, but that all triggered really by his mistake that he made at the Island hairpin. Right then, Matt Luff leads the way, Andrew Dyer second, Will Stacey third. This is now the battle that we need to focus on really, as they battle for positions within the podium places here. We're starting the penultimate lap of the race, and Andrew Dyer, by the skin of his teeth here, is hanging on from Will Stacey. Will, who did some Mazda MX-5 racing, he's raced in Lotuses over the years as well. Lots of one-mate racing for Will Stacey, and acclimatising himself in characteristic fashion, really, very quickly to the Audi TTs. But where, if anywhere, will he make his move? He tries to go to the outside into the Island hairpin. That was very late on the brakes, and I think he almost went to the outside more to avoid the back of Andrew Dyer's car than to actually try and make an overtake. But he styled it out pretty well. Got a good run off the corner, did Will. But I don't think he's going to try and throw it up the inside into the Hislop chicane. He's got just under a lap and a half to go to make this move stick. Budd, by the way, got back ahead of Sean Smith in all of those shenanigans down at the chicane as well. So Charlie Budd back into fourth position now. There is Bradley Burns' car in a very dodgy place. Marshall's again in attendance as Bradley gets out of the car. That's good news. He's okay. Gathered he was okay when he tried to drive what was left of that car away from the scene of the accident, but sadly the steering too badly damaged and he had to park it. They will leave that car there. I think we might even get an early checkered flag potentially. No, not yet. I can't see a checkered flag being unfurled, so they're going to let this race run to its conclusion, which means one more lap standing between Matt Luff and the checkered flag, and his first race victory in the category. The last lap board is held aloft. There you can see it on the left-hand side of the screen. And Matt Luff comes through 1.3 seconds clear of Andrew Dyer in second. Will Stacey in third, then no one. An empty racetrack until eventually you get four of them across the line together. Look at this. So this is Charlie Budd and Sean Smith, who now, because of that altercation they had with Bradley Burns, have been caught by Jason Pelosi and Paul Luty. Good to see Paul Luty running well in this one. Steve Laidlaw is ninth. TCR UK racer Steve Laidlaw, and Mark Grice completing the top 10. Leading group descends upon the Island hairpin. Where will Stacey try the move? He's going to go straight on. He's on the grass again, narrowly avoided the back of Andrew Dyer's car. I think they're all struggling for brakes. I think they're all running out of brakes. We've seen this in almost every race so far today, even the TCR race earlier on, that this is such a difficult place on brakes. It's so warm as well today that those brakes are going to be overheating. Will Stacey has been parked up behind Andrew Dyer every step of the way, so that doesn't help with the cooling of the car either. And I think he's just running out of braking performance. So again, did well to avoid a collision with Andrew Dyer there. And I think we'll now probably have to settle for third position. But for Matt Luff, this has been a race victory that has been in the making for quite some time. He has come close a couple of times so far this season. But Matt Luff now the Civic Cup champion from a couple of years ago, turning into a bit of a front-wheel drive expert is Matt Luff. And finally, he is going to get his first victory in the championship. He makes his way out of Lodge Corner then towards the checkered flag. Area Motorsport celebrate another race victory. And for Matt Luff, his first in the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. Victory goes to Matt Luff. Andrew Dyer comes home in second. Will Stacey, I suspect, a relieved third place after that one. And then who is going to get fourth? This is a bit of a drag race to the line, but Charlie Budd will just about fend off Sean Smith, with Morgan Root getting the better of Jason Pelosi after a at times bruising, but always entertaining first race of the day for the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. Their second race to come a little bit later on in the day. But, well, we'll wait and see how many of them we get out on the grid for that one, because there are a few repair jobs to be done and not a lot of time, really, to get them completed. Our amended timetable has the Audis back out at 5:15, so they've got an hour and 3/4 to get the cars back out again. Now, the next race, the Fiesta Junior, is due to start at 3:25, so we are now actually about 10 or 15 minutes behind time. But we had about half an hour to play with, so we should still be okay. as long as we don't have any more dramas, to get the rest of the races in. Last car, I think, coming towards the checkered flag, or one of them anyway, is the number 24. That is across the line now safely. And we, I don't think, have that many more that we're waiting for. We did have someone else actually coming through, so we're just waiting for the stragglers to get through. Yeah, that was David Richardson getting to the line. Paul Savage, the number 24 car ahead of him. And that's everyone home now after a dramatic first race of the day for the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. So Matt Luff then victorious at last in the Audi TTs. He wins from Andrew Dyer after a brilliant early tussle between the two of them. Will Stacey comes home in third, with Charlie Budd and Sean Smith completing the top 5, and Sean Smith the victor in the Masters category. Then it was Morgan Root and Jason Pelosi, with Paul Luty, Steve Laidlaw and Mark Grice completing the top 10. Luke Handley was 11th, Joe Weaver was 12th, and then Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo, despite a pit lane start and I think a further visit to the pit lane, ending up in 13th place, still on the lead lap. Tim Gray was 14th in, I believe, his first race in the car. Ross McCarr was 15th, ahead of Paul Savage and David Richardson, whilst Bradley Burns made a dramatic exit from the race late in the going down at Knickerbrook. Daniel Chapman in and out of the pit lane a few times, unfortunately wasn't able to make the finish. Nor, for what it's worth, were Steve Foden or Nick Brady or the number 78 of Forber as well. So there were a few of them. Richard Forber, who started 7th on the grid. That's a shame for him and Steve Foden after their tangle up at the Island Hairpin. So drivers head towards Parc Fermé, where shortly the top 3 will be greeted by Scott Woodwiss, and we'll hear their thoughts on what actually for the leading group wasn't too dramatic a race, although Matt Luff and Andrew Dyer of course had that tussle in the early stages. But Matt Luff managing to get his way back through into the lead. We didn't see how he did that because we were focusing on what was happening behind, but Matt Luff will very shortly be able to explain to us exactly what happened. And he will be elated, I'm sure, to have finally got that first win in the category. And as I said, not the way he'd have liked to have done it, but he's taken good points out of Carl Swift. Yes, the dropped scores will save Carl. Hopefully he'll be okay to get out in the second race later on, but if he's not, then yeah, that will tighten things up most definitely in the championship race. Next race, don't forget, is another of our regular TCR UK support series, the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. They're up next. Then we have our reversed grid TCR race, followed, realising I'm reading the wrong timetable here, let me double check that's still the case. Yes, Fiesta Juniors next, then TCR, then the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, followed by the Audis and the Fiesta Juniors to complete the day's action. Right then, let's hear from our top 3 finishers and our first time winner in the championship, Matt Luff. Let's head down to Scott.
Well, that was an eventful first Audi TT race of the day, but out of it we do get a positive in that we do have a first-time winner. Just having a chat with one or two of the officials here, so I might get him in just a second. We obviously are quite a little bit tighter on time because of some of the delays that we've had, but I will see if I can possibly doorstep if we can. I was also going to try and get Andrew Dyer and also Will Stacey, but they seem to have possibly wandered off slightly. So actually, Will Stacey just... Actually, let's get Andrew Dyer here for a second. Andrew, let's grab you over here for a second, for second place. Plenty went on in that race, but it was almost kind of behind you for the most part, so you were pretty much just chasing Matt for most of that race. How was that?
Yeah, it was good fun. I had a good start, took the lead like early on, but Matt just got past me, so I thought I'd try and follow him, build a bit of a gap. Start just to keep with him, then the tyres went off a little bit, and once I got off his bumper, I was struggling to catch back up then. And then Will started to get a bit closer, I started to get a bit hot and sweaty in the car. But no, overall good. Just happy with that.
So try and do the same again for race 2?
Yeah, hopefully. Try to go one place better, hopefully.
Yeah, we've got to keep it tight because of the time, so well done for second place. I'm going to quickly see if we can grab just Will Stacey quickly for third place, and then Matt's just behind us as well. We'll have a chat. Well, congrats on the podium. Again, you're saying it's plenty went on in that race, but we'll gloss over most of that, apart from the fact you got a podium in third place. Pretty strong drive for you. How was that?
Yeah, I was fairly pleased. With the DS2, sometimes get a better start, but the lights had quite a long hold. So if you hold it for longer than 2 or 3 seconds, you lose all the power. So it didn't get the good start that I hoped. And I think towards the end we did lose brakes a bit. But yeah, I mean, still very happy with the result.
You get more and more confident with front wheel drive as well.
Yeah, you can sort of get it sliding around a bit, get used to it, used to the rotation. You can kind of get it rotate to sort of get around the corner.
So for what again, we're tight on time, so I wish we could see more, but we'll see if the race to hopefully later on. And let's bring in, for the first time, an Audi TT. He's taken a couple of podiums, but Matt Luff, well done. First ever Audi TT Cup Championship victory. How's that feel?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, I don't know what happened at the start. There was a bit of a squabble. I think Swifty was on his roof. Like, I missed the gear. I had some ESP issues, so I don't know what happened there.
It was eventful to say the least.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'll have to watch the footage back and see what happened. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the win. It's good points. Kind of, the race was a bit of nothing really. I was kind of out on my own. Andrew's in my mirrors thereabouts, but never quite close enough to sort of do a lunge or make an overtake. So yeah, it's kind of a bit like a practice session.
And it feels like it's been a bit of a long time coming since you've obviously come through from the Civics, the ST240s, you've got a lot of front-wheel drive experience. So this, ever since the start of the season, it's almost, I don't want to say been inevitable, but you've been one of those that have been tipped to at least go for race victories from the outset. So it feels like it was a case of when rather than if you got that first win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think for the past sort of 3 or 4 years, every championship we've been in, we've been near the front. I mean, in Civics, we had a great few seasons, we won the championship. So we've always sort of been a front runner in these front-wheel drive style cars. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy to get a win. It has been a long time coming. We've had some bad luck in these first few races. But yeah, I mean, it kind of makes up for it somewhat, and I'll be looking to get some more in the future.
Fingers crossed another one comes to race 2 again. We're short on time, so well done. If you guys want to head to the podium once you're done. And so that's the TT's done for race number 1. We'll see them out later on in race 2. Now time for our first action from our young stars of the future. So head back to Andy for the grid for the first BRSEC Fiesta Junior race here at Oulton Park. Very competitive grid, very competitive qualifying session. Let's see how this one plays out on the other side of this intro. Back to you, Andy.
Thank you, Scott. The top 3 drivers from the Audi TT Cup Championship. Very happy, as you would understand, after a very entertaining race. And I'm hoping that's what we're going to have coming up for you next, because down in the assembly area, there is a grid full of BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship drivers. Now, this lot tend to put on a show wherever they go, and hopefully they can show us how it's done here on a track that's been catching a few drivers out throughout the course of the day. There is, guess what, some barrier repair going on, this time up at the island hairpin, and that is going to take just a few minutes, I think. I hope. I don't like the fact that the rector-cell barrier on the other side has been knocked over, because that tells me that maybe the barrier's moved, and if that's happened, then they're going to have to move the fix the posts. And yep, there is the Oulton Park fan back in attendance again at the island hairpin. So the and we've also got Bradley Burns' car that needs recovery. So we're going to be a few minutes here, aren't we, before we get the Fiesta Juniors out on track. So in that case, we'll take a step away. We will have a quick ad break and Fiesta Junior action coming your way soon.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Welcome back to Oulton Park, everybody, where the Oulton Park JCBs are getting some more mileage as they head out to the Knickerbrook area of the circuit to make another barrier repair after that Audi TC Cup Championship race. But that is almost complete. In fact, it might now be complete, I think, on the run up Clay Hill. Just need Bradley Byrne's car out of the way now. The recovery vehicle is in place. Bradley is there to supervise, and it shouldn't be too long before we get that car out of the way. And when that is the case, we'll get the Fiesta Juniors released from the assembly area. They will have a 15-minute race to enjoy. And an interesting qualifying session that came earlier on. Jensen O'Neill going, who at the start of the season, many people were tipping to win pretty much everything. Well, he didn't actually get a race victory last time out at Snetterton. He had two solid results still. I think it was a fourth and a second place finish across the two races at Snetterton, but the wins there shared between Jensen Mason and Finn Leslie. So Finn Leslie it is who moves to the top of the points table, 8 points clear now of Jensen O'Neill going, who is then 22 points clear of Jensen Mason, who is next in line. And then Tommy Harfield 4th place some way back in the points. But again, all of this before dropped scores are added on. But in qualifying earlier on, Jacob Hodgkiss had the advantage. He managed to claim the pole position. So Jacob Hodgkiss, who is only 8th in the championship because he had a non-start in the first race at Snetterton and was then disqualified from race 2. So he's a lot further back in the points than he should be. Now, I know I've been talking about dropped scores and how that can help some drivers who have maybe not had the best of starts to their season. Well, sadly, that doesn't apply to Jacob Hodgkiss because a disqualification, I should say, you can't count as a dropped score, so he will have to keep that 0. The non-start from race 1 he should be able to count, but not the DQ from race 2. So he is going to have a bit of work to do to get back into the championship picture, but the race win that he will be hoping to get from pole position here would go some way towards salvaging the situation. Tommy Harfield then, who starts alongside him on the grid. Well, Tommy is 4th in the championship at the moment, and he has executed a strong qualifying effort to beat Jensen O'Neill going. He's 3rd. Finn Leslie is 4th in the championship in the grid, I should say, ahead of Alfie Garford and Tom Merritt and the rest of them in behind. Jensen Mason was one who didn't qualify too well, the man who is 3rd in the championship standings, only 8th on the grid for this one. And there was also a really good effort from Daniela Sutton, the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner. Daniela, in her first season of car racing, 12th on the grid, right in the middle of the grid, which means she'll certainly learn a lot in this race as and when it gets going. And she will have a busy time of it, I think, when we get the cars released for 15 minutes of race. In fact, 12 minutes I'm now seeing, so it's a shortened race, 12 minutes of racing. But she is definitely making forward progress. She, for most of that session, actually was in the back end of the top 10, only to lose a couple of positions at the end. So, yeah, she will be keen to get racy in this one, I think. Try and pick up a few positions from where she is starting. New driver on the grid as well for this race, Bobby Holmes. He starts 22nd and last on the grid, but his first ever race in Fiesta Juniors, and we think his first ever race in cars anywhere. So another driver who is choosing the Fiesta Junior Championship as the place that he wants to hone his craft as a junior driver. As we saw, the recovery of Bradley Burns' car taking a little bit longer than it probably should do down at Knickerbrook. I think because the steering is damaged on that car, they're having to be quite careful where they attach the ropes and whatnot to hoist the car out of the way. So that's just taking a few moments. And, a second recovery truck is now coming out. So they'd sent a tow truck. They'd sent a tow truck, even though the car quite clearly had 2 wheels that were pointing in opposite directions at the front of the car. They've now realised they need a flatbed truck, so they are going to get that car onto the back of the flatbed, which probably was the right thing to do from the start. So they will get that car eventually out of harm's way, and we will then get the Fiesta Juniors going for their first of 2 races. Busy afternoon for the junior drivers. Bear in mind, we'll have wrapped up racing in 2.5 minutes, and they haven't actually done their first race yet. They've already had 2 sessions today, a free practice session this morning in very wet conditions, a qualifying session in slightly less wet conditions. It's hard to believe now, if you look at the skies and the condition of the track, that we had such torrential rain this morning, but it's blown through quite nicely. Very, very stiff breeze blowing through the Oulton Park circuit this afternoon, which is keeping the clouds overhead moving and keeping the rain away, we hope, for the remainder of the day. So, marshals, as we are, sitting around, waiting, excited, I'm sure, for their first taste of Fiesta Junior racing action today, but just having to wait a bit longer for the cars to be sent out. And, of course, for the drivers, young drivers, relatively inexperienced, a big flock of rookie drivers this year racing in the Fiesta Junior Championship. They're all sat there waiting, ready to go. They'll have been egged on by their teams and their family members, and they'll be well and truly fired up for this. But the longer they have to wait, the more pent-up frustration and anticipation there is, and the more keen they are to be let loose. They still haven't got the Bradley Burns car on the back of the flatbed truck. They are, I think, about to hoist it. And we'll then get the track cleared. Ooh. That wasn't quite what's supposed to happen, I don't think. We'll move swiftly on from that and maybe anticipate this will take a bit longer than we thought it was going to. The marshals returning back to their marshals' posts. And those brushes, I hope that Oulton Park have added money into their budget this year for new brush heads, because they've done plenty of sweeping already this weekend and at other events this year. Lots of gravel and things like that to be cleared away from the track. Of course, there's more gravel than ever now here at Oulton Park, because they've installed this new gravel trap at Old Hall Corner, which is designed to stop cars from making contact with the barrier if they go off there. Didn't do much to help Harry England in the Civic Cup qualifying session earlier on today, but the other categories have made good use of that, and we've seen a few cars spared from contact with the barriers, courtesy of that new gravel trap. So that, of course, though, means more cars are likely to get stuck in dangerous areas, and more work for the marshals, who, once again, we have to extend our heartfelt thanks to. Often say they've had a busy day. I think never have truer words been spoken than to make that comment today. The course car heading back to the pit lane, so that's left the scene at Knickerbrook. And I'm hoping that the next time we see Knickerbrook Corner, it will be clear of all vehicles. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Hopefully they've got Bradley Burns' car. Well, okay, this is progress. It's on the flatbed truck, and there is an access point onto the inside of the track there, so they can get the car out of the way pretty swiftly. Oof, look at the damage down the right-hand side. And we're not hanging around and getting the cars out onto the track either. The Fiesta Junior cars are now being released onto their out lap, which doubles up as a green flag lap. So we're now only a few minutes away from getting 12 minutes of Fiesta Junior Championship racing underway. So out of the pit lane they go. And we can, I believe, take a look at how they're going to line up on the grid at the end of this lap for their 12-minute first race of the day. So it is, drum roll, on pole position, Jacob Hodgkiss, after a really solid effort in qualifying earlier on today. Tommy Harfield starting alongside him, then Jensen O'Neill going. Jensen's second in the championship, remember, starting third on the grid alongside Finn Leslie. Alfie Garford and Thomas Merritt share the third row of the grid. Someone's gone off on the green flag lap. We will ignore that. George Foxlow and Jensen Mason then share the fourth row of the grid. It is important on a green flag lap that you warm the tyres up, and that is why, because these cars are pretty lively on cold tyres. I think whoever that was managed to carry on. Ben Doughty starts 9th alongside Henry Foote to complete the top 10 with Callie Clifford and Daniela Sutton, as I said, after that strong qualifying effort, starting 12th. Row 7 for Josh Watts and Jack Burgess, with Maggie Webster and Billy Blockley together on row 8. Row 9 for Archie Davis and Harry Lindley. The top 20 then completed by Jack Sant and Hayden Gray, with Aaron Beattie and newborn Bobby Holmes starting at the back of the grid. So a reminder of the championship standings. It is Finn Leslie leading the way, 9 points his cushion over Jensen O'Neill going. O'Neill going starts third on the grid. Finn Leslie starts fourth on the grid, and those two drivers both very evenly matched. They've had a few good battles already, and looking forward to another one here, but will either of them be able to break through that front row? Should mention as well, Jensen O'Neill going a new livery on his car for this weekend, which is a sort of homage. It's not exactly an exact replica because it's a completely different colour, but it's a homage to his father's livery that he used to run, Jamie Going, the man behind the Jam Sport operation. And this is Jensen's take on his livery that he ran back in the early days of Fiesta racing. Jamie Going and his Jam Sport team have been such an integral part of the success of the Fiesta Championship of recent years, and the Fiesta Junior Championship as well. And that car looks superb, I have to say. One of the really quick Mark 6s, the older spec car. In fact, it's the only Mark 6 in the top 10 on the grid. I think the next best is Callie Clifford, who starts all the way down in 11th on the grid. So Jensen doing a really good job in the older car. It's being phased out gradually. This will be the last year that the Mark 6 is allowed to race in the Fiesta Junior Championship, and Jensen really wants to try and get the championship victory for that car and for his team. Jensen is waving out of his driver's door at someone or something. I don't really know what that was all about, but anyway, shut the window now, and looks as though he is going to be taking the start of the race, which is only moments away. The green flag waved at the back of the grid. 12 minutes of BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship racing about to get underway, and it will be Jacob Hodgkiss from pole position. It will be Tommy Harfield looking to try and get around the outside of him when the lights go out. That happens now, and away we go, and it's a good start by Jensen O'Neill going. I think he's got an overlap on Tommy Harfield and is trying to come through on the inside line for second place. So it will be Jacob Hodgkiss that leads the way. Jensen O'Neill going, banging door mirrors there with Harfield as they turn into Old Hall Corner. They all go in, and I think they're all going to come out as well. That's good news. Down towards Cascades we head then. Who got second place though? I think it's still side by side. And of course the next corner at Cascades, a left-hander. That favours Tommy Harfield, and he will hang on then and keep Jensen O'Neill going behind him as they head towards the Island hairpin for the first time. Nice clean run through the first few corners, but now you've got to spot your braking point down at the Island hairpin. This has been a trouble spot already today, and Jensen O'Neill going is very, very, very late on the brakes, gets up the inside of Tommy Harfield, and there's a collision further back. Absolute carnage again at the hairpin. Callie Clifford is involved in that, several others. That looks to me like Ben Doughty maybe, or no, sorry, Josh Watts is involved. We've got her foot as well rejoining. Lots of damaged cars at the Island hairpin where, as I said, you've got to be careful with your braking point. There are cars with very badly damaged suspension, and many of them are not going to be able to get going again, I don't think, under their own steam. So we'll wait and see how race control decide to deal with this. But that Island hairpin, it doesn't get used that often. Generally, club level championships when they come to Oulton Park will tend to use the full circuit. That's Tom Merritt. That's Tom Merritt off the road now. He started 6th on the grid. He's going nowhere, presumably with damage after that pile-up at the Island hairpin. Yeah, most championships that visit Oulton Park use the international circuit, which is longer, but it doesn't have that big stop into the Island hairpin, and that has been the place that's been causing a lot of issues so far today. Anyway, Jensen O'Neill going, gives a bit of a headbutt there to Tommy Harfield, who was slowing down because the safety car's been scrambled, and I don't think Jensen O'Neill going was aware of that, but now he is, and they all slow down at a controlled pace and will be met by the Jaguar safety car on the exit of Old Hall Corner. Right, who have we lost? That's the question. Well, the top sort of half dozen or so are all there. We know Tom Merritt is gone. I think George Foxlow is gone. We'll wait until everyone's come through and then see who doesn't make it, basically, because we're going to be missing about half a dozen cars, I think. In fact, maybe more than that. Thomas Merritt hasn't come through, nor has Foxlow, nor has the 138. Well, there you can see the car park. Callie Clifford at the side of the road. The 144 of George Foxlow, who I was about to mention. 138 hasn't made it back either. That's Henry Foote. Callie Clifford we saw, Josh Watts we saw. We've also lost Maggie Webster, unfortunately, and Billy Blockley. Webster's just come through, actually. So Maggie Webster, her car is not in showroom condition, but it is at least still running, and she's just come through to complete the lap. So we've got 16 of them through, although into the pit lane has come Archie Davis. So Archie Davis must have been involved in that in some way, and he has headed for the pits. So Davis may or may not be back out again. There is Maggie Webster coming through Cascades. And the field slows behind the safety car, heads down to the Island hairpin, which, I mean, the tyre tracks down there tell the story, don't they? So many races today have come unstuck down at the slowest corner on the track. It may be the slowest corner on the track, but it's a very high-speed approach to it and a very bumpy braking zone. And that really is the problem, isn't it? Because it's so difficult to get the cars stopped there, especially on cold tyres. The order, then, Jacob Hodgkiss leads, Tommy Harfield second, Jensen O'Neill going third. That remains grid order. Fourth is Alfie Garford, fifth Finn Leslie, sixth Ben Doughty, seventh Daniela Sutton. So Daniela Sutton in seventh position, picked her way through that nicely. She was right in the middle of all of that and somehow came through in seventh place at the end of the opening lap, ahead of Jack Burgess, Jack Sant and Aaron Beattie. So the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner, Daniela Sutton, doing a fantastic job and staying out of trouble, which I was talking to someone earlier on today and said that was really the priority. Starting in the middle of the grid, things can happen in the middle of the grid, and she was well aware of that and managed to avoid it. There is the very badly damaged number 29 car of Josh Watts. He's going no further. He's out of the car already. You can see his helmet on the tyre wall. Or someone else carrying damage there further back. Who's that? That's not Hayden Gray, Jensen Mason, isn't it? Jensen Mason with damage to the back of his car. Jensen started 8th, so would have been involved in the early bit of that shunt, I think. But good start by Jensen O'Neill, going initially not quite able to get past Tommy Harfield, who in fairness stuck it out around the outside at Old Hall Corner because he knew that that would give him the inside line for Cascades, and that ultimately was where he wanted to be. The 315 car Billy Blockley's being pulled out of the way. So Hodgkiss leads them around. Of course, a shortened race anyway. We're nearly halfway through that shortened race now. And the field are not going to go racing this time. And I would be doubtful as to whether they go racing next time, although at least there is no obvious barrier damage up there, so it should just be a case of pulling cars out of the way, and then we should have a clear track again. Field weaves its way across the line, and Jacob Hodgkiss, the race car consultants driver, in fact it's a race car consultants 1-2, isn't it, with the Jam Sport car of Jensen O'Neill going in third position. And Jacob Hodgkiss then with the race lead, and some valuable championship points could be going his way. It's not the way that he would like to get a race victory if we end up running the majority of this race behind the safety car, but it does at least allow him to bounce back a little bit from the disqualification that he had at Snetterton. Now, I confess I can't remember why he was disqualified at Snetterton, whether it was a driving standards thing. Yeah, I think it was an on-track incident rather than a technical infringement. So that is why he was disqualified. He'd already non-started the first race as well, Jacob. So he unfortunately took no points home from Snetterton. And as I said, you can't drop a disqualification. So that's a result that will stick with him for the rest of the year. Jacob Hodgkiss then keen for a restart. So too Jensen O'Neill going, who will be a bit frustrated, I think, actually, that he wasn't able to continue that winning streak that he had from Brands Hatch earlier this year. Jensen won the first two races, then had dramas in the third race, mechanical-related dramas, I seem to remember, and didn't score too well. And okay, Snetterton was all right, results-wise, but it wasn't the same kind of highs that he'd experienced at Brands Hatch, and he won't want to lose momentum in this championship because he was one of those drivers who, yes, he's officially entered into the Rookie Cup, but of course he had done a couple of races through the back end of last year. Once he turned the age that was required, the minimum age that was required to enter into the championship, he had done a couple of races and was immediately quick. So I think a lot of people expected him to be winning a lot at the start of the season. He wasn't the only one that raced last year, of course. There were others as well, including Jacob Hodgkiss and Finn Leslie, actually, who was also a winner last year. But Jensen, I think, probably knew that the first 2 or 3 events of the year were his opportunity to score some good points before the real rookies, the ones that genuinely hadn't done a lot of racing in this championship before, started to find their feet mid-season. Well, he's not going to have that opportunity now. He's missed out on a couple of opportunities to win at Snetterton, and now is probably not going to have much of a chance to win this race because, okay, we're going to have some racing in this one, but only 3 3/4 minutes to go. The lights have just gone out on the safety car, though. That's good news. So we're going to get a restart this time with what's going to be about 3 minutes, just less than 3 minutes left on the clock. What's a flying lap around here? Yeah, just under 2 minutes, isn't it? So we should get 2 laps, I think. We actually had any dry running. Well, they were qualifying in the 1:43s, so yeah, they're going to have 2 more laps, aren't they, I think, at the end of this one, especially because Jacob Hodgkiss isn't really in any hurry to restart the race here. Bottling everybody up, but the safety car's long gone. It's already heading through Lodge Corner as Jensen heads out of Druids, but now he accelerates, so he's gone early, has Jacob Hodgkiss, so he accelerates underneath the Paul Warwick Bridge towards Lodge Corner, and tries to leave Tommy Harfield in his dust, but Tommy's done a reasonably good job of going with him. Jensen O'Neill going, actually, was the one who was caught napping there. So Alfie Garford much closer to him than he is to the leading 2. Over the hill they come then. They burst back into sight across the timing line, and Jacob Hodgkiss gets the race back underway with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, so likely 2 more laps. They head towards Old Hall Corner. Alfie Garford there defending 4th position from Finn Leslie, who lost a place therefore from where he started, trying now to get that place back as they weave down towards Druids. He went to the right-hand side of the road and then tried to dart back to the left. That would have become the inside line for Cascades, but Alfie Garford had that one covered. The Wirra Tools liveried car stays in 4th place. Right then, pick your braking points, everyone. Brake nice and early into the island hairpin. And let's hope they all keep it clean. Late on the brakes, Tommy Harfield not listening to me. Finn Leslie likewise is almost giving Alfie Garford the hurry up, but they are all picking their way through the hairpin cleanly this time. A couple of stragglers further back having their own issues though, including a car helpfully with no number on the front windshield. Maggie Webster there getting involved in the battle too, but the leading group heads over hilltop down towards the Hislops chicane. And all starting to group back together again here, I think, aren't they? Jensen O'Neill going, definitely closing in on Tommy Harfield, and I think Tommy has taken a bit of time out of the race leader, Jacob Hodgkiss. They're only going to have time for one more lap at the end of this one. Ooh, side by side through Knickerbrook Corner doesn't often end well. That's Jensen Mason, who, of course, we know should be a lot further up the grid than this. He had a less than ideal qualifying session and then got himself involved in the shenanigans up at the hairpin. But Jensen Mason, who is third in the championship standings, looking to try and do some damage recovery in this race. Lead us down towards Lodge Corner then. About to begin the final lap of the race, and Jacob Hodgkiss with the narrowest of advantages over Tommy Harfield. Jensen O'Neill going, though, is the one that looks really racy in third position. He's tucked up right behind Harfield as we come across the timing line towards Old Hall Corner. Harfield sort of in the middle of the road. Hodgkiss fully defending into Old Hall Corner. Will that slow him down on corner exit? Not especially. Harfield didn't really get much of a run on him as they headed down the hill. Towards the left-hander at Cascade. Hodgkiss defending again, though. The more he defends, the more that bottles Harfield up into Jensen O'Neill going, who is completely sideways. You can see his white gloves all over the place there, trying to keep the car under control. No attempt to stay within track limits on the exit of Cascade, but it's the last lap, so who cares? Down towards the hairpin we go then. Is anyone going to try and make a move to the inside line? Jensen O'Neill going, thought about it, just avoided making contact with the back of Tommy Harfield's car, and of course all of this defensive driving has brought Alfie Garford and Finn Leslie now into the lead group. So it's 5 of them in a cluster as they head over hilltop and down towards the Hislop chicane. Again, an opportunity maybe to try something under braking, but I don't think anyone's really close enough to do it, and Tommy Harfield covered the inside line nicely there. I think he's given up all hope of challenging Hodgkiss. He's really much more interested right now in defending from Jensen O'Neill going in that second position. To Knickerbrook Corner they go then. Harfield a bit wider over the curbs. Someone with a damaged rear wing there going on a slightly odd line through Knickerbrook. That's Ben Doughty, I think, the number 28 car. Leaders then up towards Druids Corner. Hodgkiss still defending, isn't he? So he's not really able to get away here from Harfield, but I don't think Tommy is going to be close enough to lunge him into Lodge Corner. Keep an eye on that third place car though. Jensen O'Neill going, might just try something here. He feints to the outside line into the last turn, and no, he's not going to be able to jink back to the inside, is he? In fact, he's almost under threat there from Alfie Garford, but they all stay as they were, and they accelerate out of Lodge Corner. I don't think with any chance of a change, although actually Jensen O'Neill going, trying to get alongside Tommy Harfield. The door is closed though. Hodgkiss gets the checkered flag. Harfield second, O'Neill going third, Alfie Garford fourth, and Finn Leslie fifth. I know it was a shortened race, but the top 5 finishers were separated by less than a second. That is very impressive. And again, it shows the strength of driving talent that we have on this grid. They're all very evenly matched, and when they get going, they produce some really, really good racing. Daniela Sutton, by the way, 6th at the end of that race. A fantastic result from Daniela. She got past Ben Doughty on the last lap of the race, so something happened to Ben down at the chicane, and it was Daniela Sutton who later on round the lap was able to capitalise on that. So Daniela Sutton with a strong result there, and that is her career best finish in the championship. Good to see. So Jacob Hodgkiss gets himself the race victory, and for Jacob, that is, he says, quickly checking the championship standings. Yes, his first victory of the season from Tommy Harfield in second, and Jensen O'Neill going third. Alfie Garford was fourth ahead of Finn Leslie, then Daniela Sutton, that fantastic result in sixth ahead of Ben Doughty, Jack Burgess, Jack Sant and Aaron Beattie to complete the top 10. Jensen Mason recovered to 11th ahead of newcomer Bobby Holmes, who was 12th, Maggie Webster 13th and Harry Lindley in 14th place. Hayden Gray was 15th, Archie Davis was not 16th because he wasn't actually running at the flag, and that was it. No one else able to take the restart after the incident at the Island Hairpin. The now all too familiar sight of flatbed trucks heading around the Oulton Park circuit begins once again as they go to collect some errant cars from the Island Hairpin area of the track that were left there from that pre-safety car incident. Jacob Hodgkiss with that first victory of the season closes in nicely in the points. He's going to need a few more of those though if he's going to be a contender for the championship come season's end at Silverstone. But Hodgkiss, we know, has the potential to win more races. He was a race winner last year. He was a championship contender, in fact, last year was Jacob Hodgkiss, and really came on strong through the second half of the season. So he's already bounced back once from a slightly lacklustre start to the year. There's no reason why he can't do it again, especially if he can piece together a bit more consistency than some of the others around him. I think it is going to be one of those years, isn't it, where consistency is what scores you the championship, really. You don't necessarily have to win the most races. Others are going to make mistakes and get themselves involved in incidents, then you just need to make sure you're not getting yourself involved in those incidents, and you should pick up some good results. So the Fiesta Juniors due to be back out again a little bit later on. The final race of the day, in fact, will be the Fiesta Juniors at 5:45. So that's the plan at the moment. 4 more races to go. TCR UK up next for their second race of the day. Then the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s will be back out. Then the Audi TTs. And then the BRSTC Fiesta Junior Championship after that. So cars being guided towards the Parc Ferme area, where Mr. Scott Woodwiss is ready and waiting to chat to our podium finishers. Scott, over to you.
A bit of a shame for the safety car, but we still got some great junior racing for what we had, and most importantly, for the man who finished in P1, it is a first victory of the season for him. So let's have a quick chat with him, with Jacob Hodgkiss. I think, Jacob, you've had some up and down luck, but I think that first win, it's one been a long time coming this season. And so after Snetterton, you needed that one, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a rough one at Snetterton, but, you know, we bounced back, pole and first win, so can't really ask for more coming back, but, you know, really happy with it. Yeah.
Of course, a slightly disruptive race and slightly shortened from the delays, but I think the main thing is you got the points, and I think you're taking each win you can now.
Yeah, just take every win we can, build the points back up that we lost sadly at Snetterton, but, you know, we're going to have to move on, and this is a great way to do it, so.
Great stuff. Well done, great drive, and we'll see you for race 2X and stuff. Right, let's grab Tommy Harfield for second place and bring him in. Tommy, great drive and well done, second place. You're getting up there, some good podiums. I feel like that first win's almost, it's in touching distance.
Yeah, it's coming. It's improving every weekend, and yeah, quick here and quick last weekend, so it's coming.
You'll be on the front row again for race 2, so you're thinking try and get a better start, try and find a way past Jacob, because obviously we know how quick he is, but you'll seem to be up there and giving a good run.
Yeah, we're hoping to get away and battle it out at the end, but yeah, the race was short, and hopefully more of the same, and hopefully it swaps this next time around.
Well done, second place, great drive. We'll see if it's to race 2 later on. Right, I am going to see if we can bring him quickly. Jensen and he'll go third place overall and also top Mark 6 as well, so congratulations. Tough race of the laps that you had, but still third place overall, top of the Mark 6 is still really good points for the championship.
Yeah, we're looking at the long game here. Weren't going to risk a move going into any of the hairpins, really. But yeah, it was a really good race. Jacob's got his first win of the season, so me, Finn and Jacob now have got our first wins, and hopefully, well, next race should get more than 2 laps, so yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah, fingers crossed, some unfortunate delays and disruptions, but still some good racing, and again, just try and keep banking those points for race 2, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully he can get some more points, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Great job. Well done. We'll see for race 2X stuff. Now, one drive I do want to get before we go to the ad break, because we've got TCR coming next. I do want to have a word with our 2024 scholarship winner, which is Daniela Sutton, because she had a fantastic result in P6. I'm putting my glasses on because I am blind. Let's see if we can find where Daniela has got to, because I do want to have a word with her, at least if we can, just to find out. But you can see plenty of camaraderie around here in terms of drivers. They're all having a bit of a chat and a bit of a conversation. And it's been pretty impressive in terms of how that one's run so far this weekend. I was hoping we'd have a chat with Daniela. If not, we'll probably try and get her in the end of race 2 if she's at the end. But excellent result for P6 for Daniela Sutton, for the scholarship winner nonetheless. So hopefully she'll be back out for race number 2 and try and improve on that from the third row of the grid. We're going to give a chance now to go to an ad break. So we'll be able to throw back to Andy very shortly, because after the ad break, we've got race 2 coming up for TCR UK. It was a victory for the defending champion, Carl Bordley. Let's see if he can make it 2 from 2 from what will be the reverse grid, because of all people on the reverse grid poll, finishing 10th, it's the man himself, Stuart Lyons. So, question, can he win a race on his second race back in that Audi from the front row of the grid? Question mark? We'll wait and see. Let's see on the other side of the ad break when TCR Race 2 continues to build up after this break.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free. covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way round the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Got so much weight on my shoulders. Enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Welcome back to Oulton Park, everybody. Cars out on track then ahead of the second race of the day, the 8th round of the TCR UK Championship. The reversed grid second race has been shortened now down to 17 minutes after some dramas earlier in the day have led to a revised timetable, and we've got Stuart Lyons, the championship promoter, on pole position. What more could you ask for? This should be a very dramatic race indeed. We've got championship contenders starting towards the back end of the grid as well, and a few scores to be settled maybe after what was a fairly dramatic opening race of the day earlier on this afternoon. The cars making their way around to the grid. They will line up on the grid whilst the tyre rotation is going on, and that means we should be able to hopefully spend a bit of time down there with Paul O'Neill to chat with maybe a couple of the drivers, get his general thoughts ahead of this second race of the day. And a significant one as well. It was this equivalent race last year where Carl Boardley netted his first victory of the championship, and he went on to win the championship. Well, Carl won earlier on today. If you weren't with us for that first race, well worth re-watching it, because it was a fantastic battle that he had first with Adam Shepherd in the early stages before a little bit of contact contact seemed to damage the left rear corner of Shepherd's car. He did a brilliant job to limp that car home to 4th position. And then in the closing stages, the charging Rob Boston Racing Audi of Joe Marshall got as far as 2nd place, then closed in on Carl Boardley, but ultimately couldn't quite find a way by. Well, we're excited to see what happens in race number 2. Before it kicks off, though, let's head down to the grid and hear from Paul.
It's round 8 of the TCR UK Championship. It's sunny, it's windy, a little bit cold. It's Oulton Park, it's cool. I'm Paul O'Neill. Welcome. Let's go. Thank you very much for the chat we had. Thank you. See you in a bit. Don't you worry, that's Darren Lewis's missus, so don't get any ideas about this. Right, the pole man. It's Stuart Lines. Unbelievable. I think he's going to know about this, but Stuart, your son has just won a round of the championship at, I think it was Wilton Mill, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's won the British Car Championship at Wilton Mill round in the IME, which he's obviously been winning in road taxi, but he's got it in IME as well, and it's like, can't believe it. It's like, I think I might be able to find enough energy to stay in the lead for one lap now with this lot.
Hey, listen, I'm sure you'll be in the lead for a little bit, mate, but these Gen 1 cars are fantastic, but they're not up to the speed of the cars that are going to come through, but you will be in the lead, I'm sure, for the first lap.
Well, yeah, I'll try. I mean, look, the car's pretty heavy with me in it. It's 50 kilo over, but I'm here to bolster the grid and that, and like, that if I can have a clean race and finish the race, and then move on to a Gen 2 car, because they are superior.
Top man, well, you've done it before, mate, in this championship, so you might be able to do it again. Good luck, Stuart. Excellent stuff from Stuart, and we were just speaking about Finlay there, winning that round of the British Champs, which is amazing. So, well done to you, Finlay, when we see you. Right then, let's go and have a little word with Mr. Laidlaw. Steve's in the car. They're quite noisy inside, these Hyundais. Fella, we're here again, front row. Yeah. Speed looked good in the race previous, so looking forward to it?
Yeah, very much so. I think if I can find somewhere close to pace we had in testing yesterday, then I'll be happy.
Top man, are you going to get past Stuart pretty quick, or are you just going to follow him round? Stuart's going to be aggressive, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got massive elbows, hasn't he, that kid?
Not just got massive elbows, mate, he's got massive something else as well. Anyway, have a good one, Steve. We'll catch you in a bit. Let's shut the door. They're just crossing the tyres for these guys. This is a big race, actually, for Steve Laidlaw and for Will Beach, because Capture Motorsport are right up the front for this one. Let's speak to Rick Kerry quickly. Ricky, are we looking forward to this, mate? You need to keep Will Beach behind for this one, don't you?
I'll try, won't I? I'll certainly give it a good go. So, yeah, just see how it all goes. Bit of a lottery with this, with the reverse grid, but looking forward to it.
You get the temp in them rear tyres, Captain, and then past Linesy and you've won it.
Well, we'll have a go, can't we? We'll have a go.
Top man, good luck, fella. Spot on. Right, have we got time? A little bit of time. Will Beach won the last. I just don't want to get in his way. If you can just see that. See the white sticky tape just going down there? That's Leon from Capture. He's just putting white tape down there, so he lines it up so he knows when he comes back and he hasn't got any reference where he needs to be. So the whistle's going. I don't think we're going to get time to speak to Will, but good luck, Will. He's going to try and get that second win in the Gen 1 Cup. So let's head off the grid, because we're about to rock and roll. I just hope they've got the temperature up in these rear tyres. The lads who were on the podium before were telling me it took 3 laps to get the rear tyres to temp. But listen, we're going to head back up to the comms box and let's watch this race unfold. It's going to be wicked.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, lots of storylines to follow through this one, isn't there? With Stuart Lyons on pole position, with that Gen 1 Cup battle between Will Beach and Rick Kerry. That's going to be a really interesting one, actually, because Will Beach, I think, has been a bit quicker than Rick Kerry this weekend, but Rick now starts 1 place ahead of Will on the grid. And then keep an eye to those quick Cupras and the quick Audi coming from further back. We've also got Callum Newsham back out there after his collision that he had with Joe Marshall. Joe was penalised 3 places on the grid for this race after that. He wasn't given a penalty in his race result, but he was given a penalty on the grid for this one. So he now starts back behind Callum Newsham, interestingly, the two who clashed at the start, or early on anyway, in race number 1. So green flag lap then gets underway. The cars make their way towards Old Hall Corner. Lots of wheel spin, I noticed, from Stuart Lyons' Audi as he accelerated off the line. Hopefully he gets that under control in a few minutes' time when the race gets underway. Right then, words I didn't think I was going to be saying any time in this year. Stuart Lyons start from pole position in a TCR UK round. Steve Laidlaw company on row number 1. row number 2 is where you will find Rick Kerry and Will Beach. They're those two front runners in the Gen 1 Cup, and they share the second row of the grid, golf ahead of Hyundai. Third row then for Darren Lewis, much improved Darren Lewis this weekend, and Luke Sargent starting alongside him. He had a grassy moment in race 1, but survived to get a solid top 5 result. Fourth row then, this is where we start getting into perhaps some of the favourites for the race win. Adam Shepherd with now a repaired Cupra, starting from 7th on the grid, and actually that bad result by his standards in race 1 gives him a good grid position now for race number 2. And we know what his start's going to be like. Brad Hutchison starts alongside him in the Mondit Elland Cupra. Back end of the top 10, we find Carl Wardley and Mark Smith. Carl Wardley, the race 1 winner, became the latest winner this season, the 5th winner from 7 races. Mark Smith for Company, who was the only man to brave slick tyres in a wet qualifying session earlier on this morning. And then we have Callum Newsham and Joe Marshall. So those two who tangled in race 1 at Old Hall Corner, sharing the 6th row of the grid after Newsham's non-finish and Joe Marshall's grid penalty. And then behind them at the back, we've got a pair of Hondas, Will Powell and Brad Thurston, neither of whom had a good time in race number 1 after they tangled, not directly, but indirectly down at the Island Hairpin. And they shared the 7th row of the grid. Right, Paul O'Neill joins me in the commentary box, and Paul, you look as excited. Oh, Jeff Holden starts at the back of the grid, by the way. Oh. I had forgotten about Jeff Holden. At the back, Jeff, I'm awfully sorry. We didn't see Jeff in the earlier race, unfortunately, because he had engine issues, and that is my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. But Jeff is going to be bringing up the rear of the grid and looking to move forward from there. Right.
You're horrible, you, mate. Horrible. I'd hate to race in this championship knowing you were commentating and also forget about me.
I'm so sorry. Jeff, thankfully, is one of the few drivers on the grid who I hope would forgive me. He's a very nice guy, as Jeff. And yes, I am trying to dig my way back into his good books. Right, Paul O'Neill, what are your predictions for this second race? I mean, naturally, we start looking towards the back of the top 10 for Shepherd, for Hutchison, for Boardley, for Newsham and Marshall. But what progress can they make? It's not going to be as easy here as it was at, for example, Snetterton to get to the front.
It isn't, but I would expect Stuart Lyons to lead at least a lap. I would also expect probably Adam Shepherd to win this one, I'll say. But, you know, they will come through. Oh, it's difficult to... Sorry, I just stood on my lead and then he ripped my headphones off. It's difficult to come through, as you know, Andy, but it's possible. And, you know, the speed of some of the Gen 2 cars, mate, it's just going to make it too easy. Not too easy. It will make it easier for them. If it was a reverse grid of Gen 2 cars at the front, I would have a different opinion. But I'm looking forward to this because Stuart Lyons is a very capable racer. Steve Laidlaw, you're pointing out, I think he's out of position in his box, out of the comms box window. That will be looked at.
I wouldn't like Steve to park next to me in a supermarket car park because he's not even close to being in his grid slot there, and that will definitely result in a penalty, I'm sure, for being out of position on the grid. Anyway, Stuart Lyons, in fairness, isn't that close to his grid markings, but at least hasn't gone beyond it and about 6 feet out of position. Right, the red lights are on, the revs are rising, and we're about to go racing here at Oulton Park once again, and Rick Kerry has stalled on the grid. Let's hope they all miss him. Oh, I think they just about have. Rick Kerry goes nowhere, now gets going.
Oh, no!
Lyons, he leads the way. There's a speed, and around goes Shepherd. Around goes Adam Shepherd. The championship leader is in the barriers, heading to Old Hall Corner, and that is major, major drama for the championship. Can he dig his way out of the gravel? Somehow the answer is yes, but surely that car will be carrying damage.
Yeah, when it breaks next time.
Lindsay goes around in front of the pack, off the road he goes, and around goes Will Beach too, and he's headbutted by Joe Marshall. Big collision down at Cascades Corner. Lyons' car is undamaged, but Joe Marshall and Will Beach are going no further. There's a circuit blockage down at Cascades. I think Brad Hutchison leads. Callum Newsham is second place from 11th on the grid, but surely, Paul, there will have to be a race stoppage.
Yeah, those cars look like they're going nowhere. That looked horrendous. What a nightmare. I think it was all people checking up because Stuart Lyons rotated. Whether that was contact, I don't think it was. But you can see how cold the rear tyres are on these cars. A lot of the guys on the podium were telling me today it took like 3 laps for the tyres to come up, and the safety car looks like it's been deployed.
Well, okay, I don't know whether we have the facility to have a look back at that start and see what happened to Adam Shepherd, but his car got turned aggressively sideways. How he didn't collect anybody else, I don't know, but that car surely is wounded after a fairly significant whack with the Armco barrier. The safety car has been scrambled. It is waiting for them on the start-finish straight, and the race already has been neutralised, but that was a messy start to the race. It's always a danger here at Oulton Park, especially with the reversed grid. Rick Kerry stalling probably did didn't help matters either. And we can, I believe, take another look at the start. So, Paul, let's have a little look, see what we can see here. Somehow, Brad Hutchison arriving at speed to be greeted by the safety car. I think he probably expected the safety car to be on the pit lane exit, but of course, on the first lap of the race, it follows the field around and can pick them up a bit sooner. But Hutchison leads, Newsham second, Boardley third. Let's take a look, Paul, at what happened at the start.
Yeah, so everybody was trying to avoid Rick Kerry, but that had nothing to do with it. Oh, so that was Laidlaw and Darren Lewis making contact, and on the outside was Adam Shepherd in the 117 and got speared round. Racing incident, that, wasn't it?
I think so. I mean, there wasn't anything Shepherd could do, certainly. He, by the way, has not pitted. So Adam Shepherd, and this, by the way, was Stuart Lyons. I mean, that's cold tyres, isn't it?
That's a cold right rear, isn't it? And look at it rotating. It went round so fast. Yeah. Luke Sargent was lucky. He takes to the grass. Lyons does the right thing, keeps the steering wheel straight, gets out the way, but Will Beach checks up. He rotates and then into the front of him. That's going to be quite badly damaged. Both of those cars, you can see straight away, Joe Marshall's car does not move, and neither does Will Beach's. Yeah,
well, there is Will Beach. I believe a red flag, race being stopped. Unsurprisingly, they're all being guided down the Foster's layout. Petition to bring back racing to the Foster's circuit, by the way, here at Oulton Park. That was always a cracking little layout, and it would take away this troublesome island hairpin that's been causing so many issues throughout the course of the day, although we hadn't got that far in this one before all hell broke loose down at Cascades Corner. Stuart Lyons there, I think, stopping just to make sure everyone's okay. He, of course, does have a vested interest in that, being the championship promoter, and he'll probably get another chance to start from pole position now on the restart, because we hadn't completed 2 racing laps, so it'll be back to original grid positions, and Lyonsy got going again after his spin, and will be able to reclaim his front row starting position. But look, there is Adam Shepherd. That was a glancing blow against the Armco, Paul. These cars are reasonably strong, but you made the point early on, it's that rear suspension that can be a weak point. It looks okay. I mean, at low speed, it looks okay. We saw him driving a very badly wounded car in race number 1 at speed, and I'm pretty sure he's going to try and do the same again now in race 2.
Yeah, definitely. He should be okay. I tell you who is very, very, very fortunate, I think, if he gets away with it, is Rick Kerry, who's out of our comms box window, re-lined up on the grid after stalling and causing evasive action by a lot of people. I feel really sorry for Stuart Lyons, because I mean, he's still in the race, that's great, but going backwards and seeing those accidents, Stuart he'll be gutted that people have got damage from his spin that's resulting in people checking up. So, yeah, it's not so good, that, but I'm glad that people didn't get big hits.
Yes, so, as I'd already said, we are going back to original grid order for this race restart, but I've now been officially notified of that, so it is original grid order for the race restart then, and Stuart Lyons gets another crack at this then, to start from pole position. Adam Shepherd, of course, will reclaim his position. It was the right-hand side of the car, wasn't it, that went into the barriers? I'm trying to get a look at the right-hand side of his car. I was so lucky that he didn't spear into somebody. We saw that in one of the support races earlier on. If you get turned sideways on the pit straight, mid-grid, it's a miracle no one collected him, and also then a miracle, really, that no one collected Stuart Lyons down at Cascades as well. But Adam Shepherd, if he can carry on in this race and get anything close to a meaningful result, that could be, at the end of the season, one of the big talking points, because he survived today 2 incidents that could easily have resulted in 2 non-scores.
Yeah, definitely. It's that's pretty...
They just said it's...
Okay, so a lot of people running around. I just heard, I don't know how true this is, we think it's a full re-grid start, but then I've just heard somebody run past the camera and say, is it a safety car restart? I would be very surprised at that, and I don't know why it would be, but let's just bear that in mind, because Rick Kerry is in his, above this picture shot, Rick Kerry is in his grid place, and there are marshals around the car maybe looking to move him away from that.
The regulations say, and I am now glad that Phil Kinch has sent me this information, the race will be declared a no contest and available competitors will restart from their original grid positions. This is if less than 2 race laps had been completed by the race leader before a red flag. So that is what's happened. That is what the regulation says should happen. Rick Kerry should start from his original grid position. That's my understanding of that. He was running at the time of the red flag. Yes, he was some way behind, but he was running. He just happens to have got back to the grid before everybody else because he was so far behind. But it is my understanding that Rick Kerry should still be able to take his starting position, which would have been 3rd on the grid with no Will Beach alongside him.
Well, they look like they're being released into the grid spots. Yeah. If Brad Hutchison has to go back to his original grid spot. That is an absolute nightmare for him. But that's the way it is.
It is. Yes, you need a bit of good luck in motor racing, don't you? And Brad will be the first to say he doesn't often have a lot of that, in fairness, but he's got good pace, though, and I think, you know, if Shepherd's car is a little bit second-hand, maybe, after that knock into the barriers, we've got no Joe Marshall now to go up there and challenge. I think Hutchison's still going to have half a chance of recreating that Race 2 victory from Snetterton.
No.
Look at the state, though, Paul,
I
of
tell
that
you.
Rob Austin Racing Audi.
I tell you what, that is a lot of damage. That's that car would have to, I'm sure, would have to go on a jig. That is not, that's not a few £1,000s worth of damage. Yeah. That is horrendous to see. That will be so. Will's car, that's on the back of that low loader, has that been hit square? Because the front left of that car looks pretty bad, and these guys are not multi-millionaires. That doesn't look too bad, but I mean that Audi's took a big hit. You remember Ollie Cottam at?
Yes.
That took what I thought was not that massive of a hit. And that was a new shell.
Yeah.
So, and a new shell is not cheap, and that's what we're up against. And yeah, that's a real shame.
Given the state of the Audi, though, I'm surprised that Will Beach's car doesn't at least look all that badly damaged. I'm sure, you know, obviously there will be things that we can't see, but yeah, one car certainly visibly looks worse off than the other there, doesn't it? So anyway, luckily both drivers absolutely fine after what must have been a big hit. And from a driver's perspective, Paul, put us in Joe Marshall's shoes for a second and describe the stomach-sinking feeling that you must have. You come round a corner, it's completely blind, and suddenly there's a car pointing the wrong way. Nothing that Joe feasibly could have done to avoid that.
No, absolutely not. And he'll have seen the checking up. He would have seen Stuart Lyons rotating, and he would have had to make a split decision to stay left or go right. He stayed left. He didn't know that Will in front of him was going to spin round in the Gen 1 Golf, and then after that he's because of the momentum you're carrying down that particular corner as well, because it's downhill. You can't turn extra left because the car has got so much forward momentum. It'll just drive into, you know, until you hit the brakes and lock up. It's not good. And yeah, they're having a look at that steering, aren't they? Because Adam Shepherd now will be saying, I've took the knock and I must have geo problems, because he'll know from that lap he's done the steering won't be straight.
Yeah, well, yes, but again, could have been a lot worse. And you can drive a car with steering that isn't quite straight. You won't be as quick as you should be, but we saw Adam, like I said, how he got that car home in race 1 is beyond me. And
so that car, they're having a little twiddle with the toe links and the tracking arms to get that wheel has been knocked. So that's why they've got the spanners out to try and straighten it up and guess. They're trying to, not guess, but it's an educated guess, because otherwise he's going to have one wheel starting forward and he's going to have the right front pointing into the right, I would assume.
Brad Hutchison's car is being pushed off the grid.
Oh, wow.
Brad Hutchison's car has gone into the pit lane. I think it had stalled and they had to give it a push start. As you can see, it is now running under its own steam, but I think Brad had stalled the car. The team are now sprinting down the pit lane to try and find out what's going on. But that car is running completely under its own steam, straight to the end of the pit lane. So I think he'd stalled the car, needed a push start, and of course that meant that he couldn't then take up his grid position on the track. So Brad Hutchison, it goes from bad to worse, doesn't it, for Brad, who was in the lead of the race when the race was stopped, and now he's going to have to take the restart, which will be, by the way, over 15 minutes, we've just been told, from the pit lane.
Sometimes, though, to be fair, Andy, when you've seen things like that happen and cars that are not really up the front usually and they're on cold tyres and rotating, that might not be a bad shout, because he's now got time to let them have their spins in and him be able to navigate through. Someone who will want to navigate through pretty quickly and not get any damage is Carl Boardley, isn't it?
Yes.
And yeah, they've had a stellar weekend so far.
Yeah, I mean, whatever this issue was with the car that they discovered after Snetterton, it has revitalised Carl, hasn't it? And he's looked very, very quick. I would argue maybe wasn't the quickest car on the track. Well, he certainly wasn't the quickest car on the track in race 1, but he had that knock with Adam Shepherd, of course, hadn't he? And now Bonnet going up on the Bondit Elland Cupra of Brad Hutchison. And what's that they've got on the floor with them there, Paul? Is this oil that's being...
that looks like brake fluid.
Brake fluid.
Yeah, because that's a brake reservoir or a clutch reservoir that they're doing something with there. Yeah, so that is definitely a fluid of some sort. Could actually be power steering fluid.
Okay.
So yeah, Interesting.
Right, safety car has got the race back underway. It's a safety car restart, but the time has started ticking. So they're going to start, it's basically going to be a rolling start, but a single file rolling start. They'll do, I presume, 1 lap behind the safety car, maybe 2, and then get the race back underway. There are 2 possible reasons they've done this. One is because that's not the first start line accident we've had today, and we're already some way behind timetable, and we've got far too many cars with damage already. Or it's a concern about cold tyres, because of course normally we'd have a tyre rotation lap, and then we'd rid them up again. We don't have time to be doing that, so I wonder if they're going to give them a couple of laps behind the safety car to bring the tyres in, and then release them. I'm not sure, this is just speculation, but that is about the only reason I can think of, Paul.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I mean, I'll be dead honest, you're asking for trouble if you do another standing start, because it'll just breed another safety car, I'm sure of it. So I think a lot of them now know the perils of starting, you know, flat out on a cold set of rear tyres. So I would like to think that would be a good option if that's why it is. But we did hear, didn't we, that one of the team members coming past saying it's a safety car restart, which is quite interesting.
It is, but importantly, everyone can still go. This is still a restart, so everyone still goes back to their original positions. It's just they won't start from the grid. They will start with from behind the safety car. So Stuart Lyons now, that's one less thing for him to worry about, I suppose. He doesn't have to execute another standing start, although he got off the line pretty well first time around. It was when he tried to turn left at Cascades that the trouble began. But that right rear tyre, Paul, that's the one that takes the longest to heat up, because you really only lean on it properly once at Cascades, maybe over Clay Hill as well, so it will take that tyre longer, and if you don't work it hard enough on the green flag laps, then that is the kind of thing that can happen.
Yeah, exactly. Just coming up and over the hill here, when you drive a front-wheel drive car, coming up now towards you and you're turning left and leaning on that right rear, it's only here, which is a little bit off camber but over a hill as well, that's when the right rear really feels like it's not on the back of the car, and you've also then only really use it really hard into Cascades, and that's why you see a lot of cars struggling through there. But you know, these guys are some of them have won championships in other series, they've won races in this championship, and there we go, we're all go.
Well, the lights never went off the safety car, but anyway, the safety car's disappeared and we're racing again. Stuart Lyons leads into Old Hall Corner with 12.5 minutes to go, and Steve Laidlaw right on his tail, but look, it's caught everybody out further back because the lights did not go out on the safety car until the very last second. Anyway, we are racing. Stuart Lyons leads them at Cascades, and Steve Laidlaw hunting around behind him. Now, this has further played into the hands of the Gen 1 drivers, such as Lyonsy, because the really quick Gen 2 cars are further back, apart from Adam Shepherd, who was on his toes, he was awake, and he has gone with the leading group.
Wow, well, you can see this now. Shepherd is the only person, like you say, the only known name to win races in this top group that can get through. I would think he's going to get through this pretty quickly.
You would imagine so. He's already dispatched of Luke Sargent, who is the only other one of the really new Gen 2 cars in this group. Oh, Will Powell's gone straight on at the island hairpin. That might be mechanical more than driver error. Rick Kerry gets elbowed aside now by Adam Shepherd, who 20 minutes ago, if that, was in the barriers pointing the wrong way at Old Hall Corner, and now he's in 4th place, still weaving around to get heat into the tyres, but he can take his time here, can't he, Paul, really? There's no one else really that he needs to worry about in sight.
No, definitely. The top three is quite extraordinary, though, isn't it? Lyonsy leading the race, Steve Laidlaw in second, and Rick Kerry in third. Rick Kerry stalled on the original start. Yes. Laidlaw had contact, and Shepherd got involved in that. I mean, they've all got a story, these lot. Look at this.
Oh,
Darren Lewis could end up taking the lead before Shepherd gets to him.
Oh, well, Shepherd is with them now. 4 for the lead. 1, 2, 3, 4. They flash across the line quicker than you can say it. Is someone going to try and make a move into Old Hall Corner? The man might be Adam Shepherd, although Darren Lewis tries to go around the outside of Steve Laidlaw. That is a low percentage move if ever I saw one. He has to back out of it, and the lost momentum allows Shepherd through. Is Shepherd into second as well? Yes, he is. So Adam Shepherd cutting through the traffic very efficiently. Read that situation well. He's on the tail of Stuart Lyons now, who pulls out of the way. Oh, there's a yellow flag zone. Yellow flag zone there into the hairpin. That's because of Will Powell's car that's off, and so Lyonsy actually has to hold on to the lead, which I think he was trying to give away.
Yeah, hang on a minute. Shepherd was P2 anyway, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just been done backwards. Wow, what is going on here? This is crazy.
Stuart Lyons is now, I think, relinquishing the race lead to Adam Shepherd. So Shepherd on the inside line is going to go through. Is he down into the Hislop chicane? And Adam Shepherd in a car that may or may not be walking wounded leads the race with 10 1/4 minutes to go. Through the Hislop chicane they go. Lyons second, Laidlaw third, fourth Darren Lewis, fifth is still Luke Sargent, and sixth Carl Bordley. So Carl Bordley is now starting to become a factor in this race, but Shepherd's gone. So Carl is going to be frustrated, I think, at that safety car restart.
There's going to be some very annoyed Gen 2 contenders at the back of this pack where they've been stuffed, to be honest, and not been able to fight for this lead like Adam Shepherd has.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that Shepherd was awake and went with them, but no, you're absolutely right. The further back you are, the harder it is to see.
Oh.
That's Luke Sargent getting racy. That's more like it. Luke up the inside of Darren Lewis, and that's into fourth place for the second lap in a row. Darren is wide at Lodge, and that opens the door for Carl Bordley, who needs to be careful, needs to pick up the points. Look at Lyons there, defending from Steve Laidlaw a lot more heavily than he defended against Adam Shepherd, and he keeps the Hyundai driver at Laidlaw on the corner. Oh, Laidlaw tried the switch back. This is going to get tasty, Paul.
We've got to be careful here. There's a lot of cars bunching. And to be honest, they're just being too respectful. No one's making a really... If you go half-hearted into a rugby tackle, you're going to hurt yourself, and that's the same with this.
Oh, my word. Callum Newsham leaning on Sargent, who suddenly has gone backwards out of all of this. Carl Bordley, though, is up into the podium places, gets past Steve Laidlaw, brings with him Darren Lewis, who rubs along the side of the number 100 Hyundai. Still, Stuart Lyons is in second place. Now, I don't imagine he's going to put up too much of a fight against Carl Bordley here, but he's certainly willing to fight the other Gen 1s, isn't he?
Yeah, he ain't messing around, is he? This will be interesting how Bordley deals with Stuart, because, I mean, does he look at it and think, oh, well, Shepherd's gone and that, oh, you need to be careful here, because Lyons, he could again check everybody up and we could have a bit of a nightmare going up Clay Hill. You don't want to be too close to people going up Clay Hill.
No, absolutely not. Callum Newsham now part of this battle as well. So this gaggle stretched all the way back to 8th position. Here comes Bordley up the inside at Druid.
No.
And Stuart Lyons won't let him go. So Stuart Lyons hanging on to second position. I mean, he's perfectly entitled to do this. He doesn't have to move out of the way. But now Bordley, I think, is going up the inside into Lodge Corner. And the danger here for Lyons is that he brings Darren Lewis with him. Darren is going to try and go through on the inside line as well. And I think he might get it done. Almost leans on the Audi. Lewis goes by. Laidlaw up the inside as well. And Stuart Lyons getting hung out to dry.
Well, there you go. Adam Shepherd as well has just put in the fastest lap. He's gone. He's won this. Unless something happens to his car. Callum Newsham, big lunge on Luke Sargent. I'm enjoying this racing. They've been pretty good.
It's been eventful, hasn't it? That was 2 for the price of 1 there for Newsham, by the way. He got past Lyons and Luke Sargent into Old Hall Corner. So he now chases down the similar Hyundai of Steve Laidlaw. In fact, a train of Hyundais there together with Darren Lewis off in the distance as well. Adam Shepherd, by the way, 6.7 seconds off in front. He's set the fastest lap of the race. Callum Newsham is up the inside of Steve Laidlaw and made that look very easy indeed under braking for the Ireland hairpin. So Newsham slips through. That is now, I think, 4th place, actually. I think he's gained 3 places in 3 corners, has Callum Newsham, and he now sets off after Bordley and Lewis ahead. Darren Lewis keeping pace with Carl Bordley. It's gone a bit under the radar today, but I'm massively impressed with the improvement in pace we've seen from Darren. That, I'm afraid, is Mark Smith in the gravel that cascades, though, and that is a safety car, and that is not good news if you're Adam Shepherd.
Not at all, and Adam will be devastated when he sees those yellows, which have already come out. So the safety car has just been deployed out of our comms box, not out of it, but I've just looked outside the comms box window, and they're going to come up to a safety car, and that is going to, well, there you go, he's already seen it as we look now at these cars coming down to Lodge. There you go, Shepherd will be devastated because I think he's walking wounded.
I agree. That was the point I was about to make, actually. I don't think Adam will thank me for saying this, but I'm sort of rubbing my hands with glee here because Carl Bordley will definitely want to try and get the double here, won't he? He knows he needs the points in the championship. Shepherd may well be in trouble, and Carl will scent blood in the water if that's the case. We're going to get a restart here. It might only be a couple of laps, but if Adam Shepherd's car is broken in any way, then Carl Bordley will definitely fancy his chances. I should point out that Shepherd has got the fastest lap. It's 1:26.788. Now, that compares to the race 1 pace of 26.2s or so. Well, yeah, the fastest lap was Joe Marshall with a 26.2. The fastest Cupra in race 1 was a 26.6 for Hutchison. So Shepherd, I'd say, is a little off the pace. I'd say he's maybe dropping 4 or 5 tenths from where he should be based on that lap time. Is that the damage? Is the fact he was controlling the race? I guess we'll find out now. But if he is off the pace, then Bordley is in prime position.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing I will say, just looking at the last sectors before the safety car come out, he was only a 10th down and a 10th up against Boardley, but they'd not really had a clear run in it, and maybe Shepherd wasn't going as fast as he can. But I'll tell you what, if Shepherd wins this race, he needs to go out and kiss everyone in his team, because to get that car back out, be able to drive in a straight line and do fastest lap, I think that is a pretty good effort.
It's one thing, though, isn't it? And again, you might be able to talk more about this, but it's one thing with a damaged car to be able to set a decent lap time. But if that damage is affecting the way the car is handling at certain parts of the track, that can make defending very difficult. It only needs one little snap of opposite lock somewhere, like a Cascade, like a Druid, and the door's open, isn't it? So he might be able to run a decent lap time, but can he defend the lead?
Adam's one of the best front-wheel drive drivers I've seen in the country, if I'm honest. So you learn to deal with your hindrance, I suppose. It's like, you know, you just know where you're strong, so you'll do all you can to, you know, get the car as quick out of the corner as you possibly can. So it's not an easy thing to do, but if anyone can do it, it'd be Adam Shepherd, and he's very switched on. He knows the score.
Right, okay, so through Druid's corner they go, and the Honda of Brad Thurston bringing up the rear, and the field makes its way through Lodge Corner, still with the lights on at the moment. Are you saying Paul needs to turn? So Shepherd then leading them through Lodge Corner, and we are going to have one more lap then behind the safety car, I think. So Cooper 1-2, and we're going to have, this could be a one-lap shootout, Paul.
This will be maybe a one-lap shootout. I was just laughing then. You've just been getting told off by the race by the race director. They
never would have known, Paul. The viewers at home would never have known.
Well, they know now.
Thanks, Paul. Right, moving on. Mark Smith's car is out of the gravel. That's good news, so we should go racing again this time. And we will have, I mean, we've got 3.5 minutes. What was that lap? It was a 3-minute lap. I think this could be a one-lap shootout. The safety car could pick up the pace a little bit now, but then, of course, Adam Shepherd's going to want to run down the clock, especially if he's got damage. So I don't think that we're going to get more than one lap here. And that is good news for Adam. He will definitely want to try and limit the amount of running that he has to do at pace. Not great news, though, for Boardley. Not great news either for Brad Hutchison, who has now caught the back of the pack. He must have been held at the end of the pit lane for quite some time because he hadn't been a factor since the restart. Although, actually, no, because it was a safety car restart, so he should have gone with the pack, shouldn't he? Oh, he's a lap down, so he's been in the pit lane again, I think, hasn't he, Brad Hutchison? Not showing us that on the timing screen, but he's somehow ended up a lap down, so he's not really a factor. So, yeah, Shepherd, Boardley, the battle. Newsham, can he get on the podium? I don't think Darren Lewis will make that easy for him, will it?
No, I'm looking forward to this battle for third place. I'm looking forward to the battle for the top three, if I'm honest, because there's some people in here. These tyres are going to have cooled down a little bit. And, right, this is risk or reward. And there's a few drivers in there that I know will be desperate to be on this podium. So this is going to be very special if these lights go out on this safety car, which I'm trying to figure out if they have done. They should do. Should do by now, because it's... No, it's not. It needs to be done pretty quick.
Now
Right,
they've
we're
got
out.
out. I think they're just waiting a little bit later than they normally. Normally it's the bridge. I was always told the bridge at Clay Hill is the marker. But anyway, the lights are out. We are going racing. And Adam Shepherd, you know what? We might just get 2 laps here. Remember, they're lapping in the 126s, 27s at full racing speed. We have 1 minute and 50 left on the clock. Keep your eye on that clock. If they cross the line with more than that time left, then we will have time for 2 laps. Shepherd has gone and accelerates well away from Carl Boardley. A brilliant restart that from Adam Shepherd. Out of Lodge Corner he will come then, up and across the timing line, and I think we do just about have time for 2 more laps. 1.5 minutes were left on the clock, and Adam Shepherd came across the line. So Shepherd leads by 0.8 of a second from Boardley second, Lewis third, and Newsham in fourth. If Shepherd is wounded, we will start to see signs of that, I would imagine, Paul, pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see how quickly he can try and catch him, but I think Shepherd has got this. I think the safety car restart has won him this.
Yeah, I mean, that was a brilliant restart, wasn't it? Way wide over the curve. There goes Callum Newsham. He's gapped Boardley, actually, through Cascade's corner alone. He's wriggling around under braking into the hairpin, but Shepherd hanging on out in front then. Side by side further back there, as around the outside attempts to go Luke Sargent, and Brad Hutchison unlapping himself there from Stuart Lyons, and gets past the Audi, who's got Rick Kerry for company. Lyons, by the way, leading the Gen 1 Cup from Rick Kerry, so that's a battle for class honours. Here comes Sargent up the inside this time of Steve Laidlaw, and on this occasion he will get the job done. Just about gets the car stopped into his line. tops. Good move.
Yeah, that was a good move, actually. He didn't need to do it there, but he thought, this is my best chance, and I don't want to... He doesn't know this might be the last lap in his eyes, but yeah, this has been great. Been a bit of a shame with the instances, but this has been a good race.
Carl Boardley, fastest of anyone in Sector 2, 2/10 faster than the race leader, but he lost 2/10 in Sector 1, so it's pretty much exactly the same as it was when we took the restart. The last lap board or checkered flag, last lap board is being ready down below, so I think we are going to get that one extra lap. Here is the battle for the Gen 1 Cup. Rick Kerry to the outside of Stuart Lyons as we head through Lodge Corner. Stuart Lyons would love to take a trophy home at the end of the day, but to do so, he has to fend off Rick Kerry, and that won't be easy.
Absolutely not, but this last lap is going to be absolutely critical. These guys are flying, and can Darren Lewis hang on? Callum Newsham in the same type of car is behind him. Darren's drove so well this weekend.
Superbly well. This is by far the best we've seen from him. He's never had a podium in the championship before, and he's less than a lap away from claiming the first one. Now, the hairpin, to me, Paul, that gap has come down between the Cupras. In the first sector, they were almost identical. It's under braking, isn't it, into the hairpin, where I suppose if Shepherd has got damage, he might be a bit more tentative under braking, so Boardley will close in slightly through this middle part of the lap, and if Shepherd is struggling under braking, then a move at Lodge Corner could be on.
Yeah, definitely. He just needs to be as close as he can now out of Knickerbrook chicane. Was that Lindsay with a bit of...
I think he's been passed by Rick Kerry. I think that's what we call the end of there.
Looked like his bumper was hanging off or something. But yeah, back to these front four. They are flat out purples and green sectors. And Boardley is now right with him. But he's not close enough in my eyes. It would be a massive lunge, and Boardley is not that man.
I don't think he's quite close enough, is he? Another lap, he might have done it. Newsham's on the grass in the background. That lets Darren Lewis off the hook.
Wow.
So Darren Lewis, the third, looks good. Hutchison has stopped at the hairpin. The leaders, though, are at Lodge Corner. Adam Shepherd, by some miracle, is going to win round number 8 of the TCR UK Championship at Oulton Park and gets one over on Carl Boardley. That could be so important when we get to Silverstone at the end of the year. Darren Lewis is third. Callum Newsham comes home in fourth ahead of Luke Sargent and Steve Laidlaw. And Rick Kerry wins the Gen 1 Cup with a last lap pass on Stuart Lyons. We didn't see what happened. I think there may have been a tangle between the two of them at the hairpin, but I'm sure Lyonsy will let us know after the race exactly what went down after an interrupted but ultimately very enjoyable second race of the day in TCR UK, and Adam Shepherd the victor in our second race here in the Cheshire countryside. Fantastic job. How that car was in the barriers pointing the wrong way. I thought for a second was going to get stuck in the gravel. If that car had been stuck in the gravel at Old Hall Corner, he wouldn't have been allowed to take the restart. If you need outside assistance to get back into the race when there's a red flag, then you are not allowed to take the restart. The fact that he dug that car out of the gravel trap won him that race, that and that perfectly executed safety car restart as well. But a fair slice of good fortune playing into Adam Shepherd's hands, and he claims himself another race victory. Well, for Adam Shepherd, that is a fourth win of the year, and could be perhaps the most significant one because it comes in a race that by rights he shouldn't have finished really, but he came home victorious ahead of Carl Boardley, one of his big championship rivals, who has to settle for second. Darren Lewis gets his first career podium in third, with Callum Newsham fourth and Luke Sargent completing the top five. Then it was Steve Laidlaw and Rick Kerry who got the better of Stuart Lyons. I bet that felt good with a last lap overtaking the Gen 1 Cup victory. Lyons, he was 8th ahead of Brad Thurston, whilst Brad Hutchison was 2 laps down at the flag. We lost, unfortunately, Mark Smith to the gravel at Cascades, and Will Powell with the drama up at the Island hairpin. Of course, that doesn't include those that we lost before that, with the shenanigans at Cascade, Joe Marshall and Will Beach. Hopefully those cars are repairable for our next round in about a month's time or so at Croft. So, championship-wise, Adam Shepherd extends the margin then. Carl Boardley, by the way, had moved into second place in the championship after that race earlier on today. There were 24 points between them. Of course, that will now come down. However, with dropped scores calculated, it will get a little bit closer because Boardley has fewer points to drop than Adam Shepherd does. So it's still pretty close between these two, and I'm really interested to see what happens in their battle through the second half of the season, because they both now have cars that are working really well. Boardley seems to be getting on top of his. They seem very evenly matched, don't they? And because they're both in the same cars, things like balance of performance changes won't really come into play. They will always have, in theory, the same performance underneath them. It's just about what they can do with it, and it could be a real nail-biter when we get to Silverstone at the end of the year. So the cars are checked for ride height down in the pit lane. There you can see the roller going underneath Adam Shepherd's car. This will be a little bit of a concern for Adam because, of course, it did have that ding with the barriers. That can sometimes knock things loose underneath the car, but that doesn't seem to have happened. And he pulls up into position number 1. Winner's circle for Adam Shepherd and a 4th race win of the year. And yeah, I don't think he knows how that happened either. That is a pretty incredulous looking Adam Shepherd, who will celebrate the win, no doubt about it, but might well count himself extremely lucky for having claimed that victory, having been in the barriers on the initial start to the race. There is Brad Hutchison. Well, I'm not sure what happened to him at the end. He'd been in and out of the pit lane anyway in the Cupra, and unfortunately pulled off at the side of the road up at the Island Hairpin on the final lap of the race. Also on the final lap, by the way, Carl Boardley set the fastest lap, so that's worth a bonus point too. So a bonus point there for Boardley for fastest lap. A 26.268 is a new lap record. Fractionally quicker than what Joe Marshall did in race number 1. Only fractionally, half a tenth or so, but that does mean Carl Boardley now is a lap record holder. Right, let's head down to the pit lane then and hear from, I'd imagine, a fairly surprised race winner, Adam Shepherd.
Adam Shepherd wins round 8. There's 2 things I'd like to say to you. That was the greatest comeback since Elvis. Also, you should rename yourself Houdini. How have you ended up in the barrier, nearly stuck in the gravel and winning the race?
I don't know. I got a great start on the first launch. I got hit from behind, I don't know who from. And when I went in the barrier, it spun around and I was in the gravel. And I was like, if I end up here, you're not allowed to restart if you cause a red flag. So I was like, flat out in the gravel, shifting through the gears, trying to get me out, and just crept out, and luckily there was a red flag, which meant me regrid. It turned out the tyre was through to the cords from the crash, so the teams grabbed the spare tyre, and it's a rear, so I was running rear pressure on the front left. So the car was great through lefts, all through rights, because the front left's a rear tyre, and it's old, so it's, I don't even know, yeah. The team were unbelievable. We changed the clutch between race 1 and race 2 as well, because we lost clutch. Changed the rear hub that got hit and broken race 1. So yeah, it's just unbelievable to end with a win, yeah.
All that kind of stuff, mate, is what makes you a great racer, isn't it? And it always seems like you never have a normal day at the racetrack, do you?
No, we don't, no. Huge thanks to all the team, Shipper Motors, Area Motorsport, my 5G Communications, my sponsors, Dad putting up for me, moaning and groaning, so yeah, it's great, thank you.
I've heard your dad's quite handy at fighting as well.
Oh yeah, he is, yeah. Bit of a weapon, to be fair, yeah.
Right, enough of that. Well done team. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Carl Boardley, let's talk to the man in P2. Well done, mate. Did he look hobbled out there, or you just thought, let's just bag the points, I've had a good day?
No, we were told that we were going to do a lap under the safety car and regrid.
Wow, is that why everybody was all over the place?
Go. So I'd like someone to explain to me what changed on that lap, because they all started at Oulton Park, I started at Snetterton.
I was going to say that the Gen 2 faster cars did have the problem of the big gaps, and I just thought that was down to people just being too slow on that. But if you were told that, that's not what you want to hear, is it?
No, not at all. We were told that we were going to do a lap behind the safety car to get some heat back in the car, and we were going to regrid. And then someone in their wisdom decides that we're going to go racing. And like I say, by that time, we was at Timbuktu and everyone else had gone.
So are you going to go and argue the toss with that? Because it's not ideal as a driver, is it?
100%. I mean, at the end of the day, you can't say one thing and give people instruction for one thing and then do another. But it is what it is. We got home P2. Well done to Adam. And obviously well done to Darren as well for getting up on the podium. Obviously a little bit, some cars have got damage and stuff like that, which is a little bit unnecessary. So I do think we need to readdress this reverse grid starting procedure, really, or at least maybe have a bit of a gap between some of the Gen 1 cars and Gen 2 cars or something like that. Just needs to have a bit of a look at, because at the end of the day we don't want to see cars with loads of damage, because it's only going to deplete the grid further. So
fair comment, Carl, but well done on a good weekend, mate. Stellar weekend.
Yeah, all good. Cars in one bit. And yeah, just well done. Thanks to the team, really. We found some issues after Snetterton, we've put them right, and yeah, we're back where we need to be.
Back in business. Well done, Carl Boardley. Spot on. Right, let's go round to see where he is. Where's Darren Lewis? Where's Darren? There he is. Let's have a big round of applause for Darren Lewis, his first podium. Here he is. Mate, put it there, my man. What a result.
That was mega, wasn't it?
on merit.
Told you the last race of the weekend, I always find some time, don't I? That was really, really good. Felt awesome. A lot of things going on in that race, and then restarts and everything else. And I thought, oh God, but mate, that was mega. And I kept up with these pair. I was with them, and Callum was trying to catch me. I think Callum threw it off trying to catch me, and I was just like, mega, really good.
It looked amazing, mate. And like I said, there was a lot of people who were good speed, but were around you, and you just kept your head. And you've been on it all weekend, as we said in the pre-show. You've been a spectacular person to watch.
Yeah, no, it was really good, and thank you very much for.
It's probably now a good time to tell you that I've been flirting with your missus on the grid. Have a good day.
You just keep giving me good comments, and you flirt with.
Well done, mate. Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner as well. Well done, Darren Lewis. Right, Rick Kerry, what are you doing here? Gen 1 Cup winner. Well done, mate.
I made hard work of it, didn't I? I made hard work. I got the first race, I had the pit limiter on. And I've never used it, didn't I? Turn it off. So I ended up trundling down in the pit limiter. And then it started, and I thought, brilliant result, red flag, I can start again.
I tell you, you had a right result there. I was wincing as the cars went past you, mate. I don't know what you felt.
Well, yeah, it was, I mean, it was, I don't want to hold up their race. You know, last lap I would have maybe tried it, but you know, my race is for Gen 1, isn't it? And it was just trying to not get caught in any carnage on the way through. But and then Stuart in front, I thought, oh no, what we're going to do? But he sort of he kept us back for a bit. But yeah, got it. And I was so pleased to see the checkered flag. So it was great.
Unbelievable, mate. It was absolutely awesome to watch. So well done to you, and have a good weekend and an evening of it.
I'll have a go. Thank you ever so much. Thank you, mate.
Top man. Well, there you go. TCR UK is done. That was awesome. Back up to you guys. I think we've got some more epic racing coming your way.
Yes, we do, Paul, absolutely. We have the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship heading out, and they've produced some pretty epic races for us in the past. Their race earlier on today was certainly a nail-biter, with Simon Horrobin coming out on top over Alistair Kellett. Kellett led early on, but then had a mysterious falter coming up and over hill top, and Horrobin was able to creep through, grab the victory, but then had to defend, so keep hold of the win, which he did, and with it gets the pole position for race number 2. Alongside him will be championship leader Alistair Kellett, and then John Cooper and Connor Blackburn row 2, Henry Howard and Charlie Ellis row 3 as them start this one in the same order they finished the earlier race. Now, Charlie Ellis seems to be doing something quite impressive, which is starting 6th and 7th on this grid. I think he's 6th with Caitlin May. Oh no, there's been a change on the grid. Gary Miller 6th. Anyway, I'll go off the screen. Ellis is 7th, Caitlin May in 8th, Morgan Kidd in 9th, and then Lucas Hayden completing the top 10 ahead of Harry Hayes and Luke Ward. Then it should be Marco Ricci starting 30th on the grid ahead of Archie Johnson and Joseph Knight, Henry Howarth and Zach Lucas, all of those quick drivers coming from the back. Dan Lewis and James Pope hopefully also coming off the back of the grid, but there may be a couple of those that haven't been able to make it out because a few of them were in the wars in that race earlier on. If we hold the shot for a second, I can double check. So we have got Archie Johnson, we have got no Joseph Knight, Zach Lucas is there, which means there's no Henry Howarth, and Dan Lewis and James Pope are there. So I think the only two we're missing are Joseph Knight and Henry Howarth, hopefully. Joseph Knight went off at a corner, Cascades I think, and Dan Lewis of course ended up in the pit wall, didn't he, at the start of the race, so we lost a couple of them. We lost more than that in race 1, so good work from some of the teams to get cars back out there, including James Pope's car. The car at the back of the grid, you'll notice it's not exactly symmetrical as far as its paint scheme goes at the moment. That's because it was in the barriers pretty heavily at Cascades on the opening lap of the first race. They have replaced, by the looks of it, the entire left-hand side of that car. They've grabbed the door off someone, hopefully they didn't just find a random Ford Fiesta in the car park and nick it. I'm sure they had a spares package somewhere or a willing donor, and they've got that car back out on the grid, which is good to see. You'll see it now actually as it comes through shot. The last car in line, there it is, number 47, and there is the door that doesn't quite match the rest of the car, but it does the job, and it means that he is able to take the start of race number 2, which is going to be reduced slightly from 20 to 17 minutes, the duration, and less time to get that track position that you need to try and claim a victory. At least it's not a reverse grid for this one. And so quick drivers, well, most of the quick drivers at the front, although actually it feels a little bit like a reverse grid when you look at who we have got towards the tail end of the field, with the likes of Zach Lucas and Dan Lewis coming from the back. Not sure what the issue was for Zach Lucas, but he had he lost ground at the start anyway with that moment down at Cascades on cold tyres, but then a couple of laps later he pulled off at the side of the road at Cascades as well. I don't think he'd gone off and pulled off with mechanical dramas, which perhaps had led to the first incident that he'd had over there anyway, I'm so sure. Anyway, field making its way onto the grid. It is 2x2 start, but the Fiesta drivers had a narrow miss, I think it's fair to say, in race 1 earlier on, where they just about managed to avoid disaster. Henry Howard, that's why the grid sheet was wrong. So Henry Howard is starting 4th, but on my grid sheet he was starting 15th. Okay, answers on a postcard, everyone. He finished 5th, which makes even less sense. So he finished 5th, was supposed to start 15th, and he's actually starting 4th. I would love to explain why that is the case, but anyway, that is where he's going to be starting. The purple and black number 42 car starting from the outside of row number 2. So, ready to go. 17 minutes, the revised distance for this second race of the weekend. And we have the back of the grid in place. The green flag will be waved, and we have 17 minutes of Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship racing ahead of us. The lights go out, away we go, and a good start made by John Cooper. Look, he tries to find a gap up the inside of Simon Horriban, who's squeezing him over to the wall. They avoid touching, do they? Oh, only because John Cooper backs out of it, but steaming round the outside goes Alistair Kellett, and the championship leader is the race leader. There's a car sideways further back, that's Luke Waugh. Can he gather it together? No, around he goes, but mercifully he spins left, not right, and that means no one else was involved. They're on cold tyres, they're sliding around down through Cascades Corner. Henry Howard there on the outside of Conor Blackburn for 4th position. Miracle of miracles, they're all still there as they come out of Cascades and head for the Island Hairpin now. Be careful, everybody. Conor Blackburn steaming down the outside of everyone. Gary Miller's up the inside as well as they go 3 abreast through the tightest and slowest corner on the track and accelerate away up over Hilltop and towards the Hislop chicane for the first time of asking. So Kellett then with the early advantage. Horriban 2nd, Cooper 3rd, still side by side for 4th, but now it's Gary Miller, who was 7th a moment ago, who breaks up the inside of Howard and goes into 4th position. Howard fends off Conor Blackburn for 5th. Blackburn in 6th position, and 7th place I think is Caitlin May, isn't it? Yes, that is the number 152 of Caitlin May inside the top 10. What progress of Zach Lucas, I wonder, from the back of the field? I haven't spotted him yet. Is he inside the top 10? No, I think he's about 11th or so as they head for Druids for the first time. Through that quick double apex right-hander he goes. There he is, yes, so he is, I think, 9th maybe. I think he is inside the top 10 just about, Zach Lucas, as we come towards the completion of the opening lap of racing. Through Lodge Corner we go. Lunge up the inside there. That was a lovely move made by the number 11 machine of Charlie Ellis, and he gains a place at the expense of Caitlin May and might now bring with him Zach Lucas, who is up the inside line as we head for Old Hall Corner. Simon Horriban skating around under braking as they head through the surprisingly quick right-hander at Old Hall that begins the lap and make their way towards Cascade. So in race 1, remember, Kellett led earlier on. Horriban found a way past him on the exit of the hairpin, and Alistair was never then able to get the lead back. So it won't be lost on Alistair the significance of trying here to hold on to the advantage. Obviously, he's not planning on letting Horriban through, but Simon will know that he needs to try and get a move done here before perhaps he comes under attack from John Cooper behind him. There goes Ellis, Charlie Ellis, back up the inside, this time on the number 46 car of Lucas Hayden. So where did Lucas Hayden come from? Because he was 10th at the start of the lap, and he's not 10th anymore as they go over Hilltop. He's gained a couple of places at the start of this second lap of racing. Down through the Hislop chicane they go then. There is the leading group of 6. Then a bit of a gap back to that battle for 7th that we just saw. Accelerating out of Knickerbrook over Clay Hill towards the double apex right-hander at Druids. And Alistair Kellett with a narrow margin over Simon Horriban. Those two have never been separated by more than a couple of Fiesta lengths at any point today. Regardless really of which of them it's been in front, it's always been close between the two of them. John Cooper and Gary Miller going with them. Gary Miller's the one on the move, isn't he? I would not be surprised to see Gary Miller pump in a fastest lap here. because he's visibly closed in on the group of cars ahead of him. Across the line they go then. Kellett actually now getting away. That is the biggest lead he's had, 8/10 of a second. He actually puts in the fastest lap, a 1:37.5, one of only a handful of drivers in the 37s. Zach Lucas is one of those drivers in the 37s, and he's up into 7th position now. So Zach Lucas now is looking like he might score some decent points from this race. Obviously that non-finish earlier on in the day has done him no good, but a good chance now to bounce back from that and could still potentially end up inside the top 5, because he's definitely closing in on the top half dozen ahead of him. Leaving in his wake Lucas Hayden here in the number 46 car, Charlie Ellis number 11, and then Archie Johnson, another of those coming from the back of the grid, who tries to get to the inside of Ellis into the hairpin. That looked like a door that was going to be closed. Are they both still there? They are, and he's gone past Charlie Ellis. So I think Charlie saw him coming right at the last second and opened the steering to allow Archie Johnson through. Zach Lucas's car is trailing a bit of trim now. That is quite a big bit of trim. That's the entire side sill on from the left-hand side of the car. The runner, if you like, down the left-hand side of the car that is hanging loose. If that doesn't come off on its own, I would not be surprised to see him summoned into the pit lane to get it removed. The clerk of the course will have an eye on that, but that's quite a big bit of bodywork that's hanging loose. And there you can see it, look, the entire side skirt of the car hanging very loose. He won't know about that necessarily either, so if he knew about it, he could perhaps do something about it, try and hit a curb or even run on the grass, actually, to try and knock it off, but he won't necessarily be aware. But let's see what happens with that then. It's on the outside of the track, that, so it's not actually visible from race control, so it depends if they're watching the live stream, really. Down to Old Hall Corner they go, and folded in wing mirror on Henry Howarth's car as well. Alistair Kellett, meanwhile, with another fastest lap, a 37.0 now, so going quicker and quicker and quicker as they head for Cascades. Kellett 1.3 seconds nearly now up the road from Horribid, so starting to make this race look a bit more comfortable. Henry Howarth has damage on the left-hand side of the car and the right rear corner, which stepped out from underneath him there through Cascades. That opens the door now for Zach Lucas, does it? No, Zach Lucas not quite close enough to challenge for that position heading into the hairpin. Caitlin May, meanwhile, has got Morgan Kidd to battle with now, and then Daniel Lewis. Dan Lewis, the number 19 car, who had his car slightly damaged after the race earlier on today. He is not really making electrifying progress through the field, is he? Must be said. Chicane come the leading group. And Zach Lucas having raced up pretty quickly to the back of Henry Howarth's car. Just not been able to find a way by him. Up towards the double apex right-hander at Drury's through the left-hand kink at the water tower first. That kink that can so easily unsettle the cars, particularly a front-wheel drive car, over that crest whilst you're turning quite sharply to the left to set the car up for Druids. Such an important corner because it leads you then onto this run into Lodge Corner where you can, if you're feeling brave, make a move. Zach Lucas thought about it on Henry Howarth, but ultimately decided he was just a bit too far back. Over Deer Leap we go. Another fastest lap for Kellett now, 36.896. He is now the only driver capable of posting 1 minute 36 lap times. Harry Miller's charge has stagnated a bit now as well, hasn't it? He closed right in on John Cooper a few laps ago, but hasn't been able to do anything with him of late. Cooper sort of in a similar position, really, against Simon Horribin now. As they round Cascades, head towards the Highland hairpin. John Cooper again, I don't think is really close enough, sails into the corner, closes right in on the rear bumper of Simon Horribin's number 14 car, but ultimately not really close enough to jink to the inside. And as they come over the top of Hilltop, he's looking more and more likely to challenge, isn't he? In the background, meanwhile, that's Howarth and Lucas side by side, I think. I reckon Zach Lucas had the inside line towards Hislops. Did he go through? Yes, he did. So he gets past Henry Howarth then. So Zach Lucas will be to 6th spot now. It was a good move. He will now set off after Connor Blackburn. That would be for a position inside the top 5, which is not a bad result. And of course, there is more time to go. If he can dispatch of Blackburn pretty quickly, he might be able to reel in the top 4. How much time he'd have left then to actually make an overtake on any of them, I'm not so sure. That trim still hanging off, but I haven't heard any notification of a black and orange warning flag, so they're obviously deciding to let him run, which is good. We're ashamed to see him pulled into the pit lane because I'm really enjoying this charge through the field that he's putting on. Heads towards Old Hall Corner now then. The lead gap 2 seconds. For the first time in a while, Alistair Kellett does not improve upon his own fastest lap pace, but it was a 37.0, still comfortably quicker than anybody else, really. Well, actually, John Cooper within a tenth of that pace in third position. But Zach Lucas did a 1:37.5, which matches Connor Blackburn ahead of him, but of course he was busy overtaking Henry Howarth, who I'm sure will have noticed Lucas Hayden's rather adventurous line in his mirrors there through Cascades. Didn't really benefit Lucas that, because he's actually further back from Howarth into the Island Hairpin than he was going through Cascades. Dan Lewis is not going to stop that car, surely. He's gone very wide, but he did get it stopped just about, and so too did Harry Hayes, who makes a nice move up the inside of Morgan Kidd. Morgan tries to get the switchback now on the exit of the corner, and that would give her the inside line heading towards the Hislop chicane. But Morgan, unfortunately, not quite able to keep that overlap going. Just ahead, Dan Lewis with a big moment under braking into the hairpin, but gathered it all together. Through Druids we go. Battle for second continues. Simon Horrobin with John Cooper filling his mirrors. John's had a couple of little looks, but not really seriously considered a lunge, I don't think, just yet. 7 minutes 20 to go, though, and he's looking a bit more racy now, isn't he? John Cooper's number 88 car squirming around under braking into Lodge, but gets off the corner reasonably well. Alistair Kellett stretching the margin now, 2 seconds his lead. Personal best lap for Horrobin that time though, and actually he was 100th of a second or so quicker than Alistair Kellett. Out towards Cascades they go. So Kellett leads by 2 seconds. Horrobin to Cooper is only 3/10, although Cooper gets it all wrong into Cascades. That was armfuls of understeer that time actually, heading into the left-hander. And loses a bit of ground on the exit of the corner as a result. Yes, in the first sector, dropped about 1/4 of a second. That was all in that moment to Cascades corner, but then sails into the hairpin. Very nicely done that from John Cooper. Carries good speed through the corner. And regains, I would say, all of the time that he lost at the previous turn. Right, Zach Lucas just did a personal best lap, a 37.2. Actually only a 1/10.5 quicker than Connor Blackburn. So he's still about a second adrift of the 5th place man, and no longer taking as much time out of him as he was earlier on. There is Connor Blackburn. Oh, and on the grass ahead of him goes Gary Miller. That was the rally cross line out of Knickerbrook. Back on the road, but that would definitely have lost him a bit of time. I think he's getting frustrated. He can see these two getting away. And Gary Miller with dirt on his tyres is now going to be quite slow through Druids as well. So actually that could change the dynamic of the Blackburn and Lucas battle. If they were to catch Gary Miller, which they may well do now, then that sort of backs Blackburn up ever further into Zach Lucas, who's caught the 5th place man. But now needs to try and figure out a way of getting past him. Through Deer Leap. Across the line we go again. This is the 7th lap being completed. And another personal best lap time there for Simon Horrobin, this time 2/10 quicker than the leader. He's still 1.8 seconds back from Kellett. I don't think he's going to catch Alistair, but giving it a good go in the second half of the race. His lap times being matched by a 1/10 or so anyway by John Cooper. Oh, Lucas's front splitter's loose now as well. I hadn't noticed that earlier on. Zach Lucas' front splitter rattling along on the ground as they head out of Cascades corner. Into the braking zone at the Island Hairpin. Blackburn outright fastest first sector. Not enough to shake off Zach Lucas, the man who's second in the championship. Coming into the weekend, they take very different lines out of the Island Hairpin. I think Blackburn picking up a little bit too much understeer. Had to really jink the car back across onto the racing line. Simon Horrobin, by the way, is again a 10th quicker than Kellett in the first sector. So he's creeping back towards the leader. The problem is he's not really shaking off John Cooper. The closest pair now is this pair battling over 5th place. Connor Blackburn, Zachary Lucas, nose to tail as they head for Druids. Round the right-hander then, full commitment required, and well, maybe a bit too much commitment there for Blackburn. He misses the first apex, he misses the second apex, and Zach Lucas is almost up the inside line, but didn't quite have the momentum off the corner. Does he throw it up the inside into Lodge? Thinks about it, but again, the car skating around under braking. Connor Blackburn driving well, but only really by the skin of his teeth now is he hanging on to this place. Zach Lucas continues to close in again. Over the line they go. Lead gap down by 1/4 of a second that time. 1.6 is now the margin. 3 3/4 minutes to go. Blackburn all over the curb, coming off Old Hall corner. Got a little bit of wheel spin, bit of torque steer almost there as the turbo kicked in and he was over the curb, bit grip limited. And that is all music to the ears of Zach Lucas, because the more mistakes Blackburn makes, the more likely it is the door might be left open for Zachary to make that overtake. Further back, this is Lucas Hayden versus Archie Johnson. Johnson made some good early progress from the back of the field, but now has sort of got stuck behind Lucas, and ahead of them, Henry Howarth takes a very agricultural line off the hairpin. Ultimately not enough to cost him a position. The leaders down at the Hislop chicane. Black and white warning flags, by the way, going out to Connor Blackburn and to Luke Waugh about exceeding track limits. Only warnings for the time being, no penalties applied yet, but is a bit of a concern for those two. Well, less so for Luke Waugh, I suppose. He's well off the back of the pack, but Connor Blackburn won't want to get a penalty because that will definitely allow Zach Lucas through. 6.64 now, also being given. Oh, that's another notification about a black and white warning flag for Connor Blackburn, isn't it? The fifth place man who is under continued pressure here, heading for the final turn. And Zach Lucas once again peeks to the inside, gets very sideways over the crest of the hill, heading out of Lodge Corner. Across the line they go. Alistair Kellett, as if to illustrate the point that he's not under any threat from Simon Horrobin, sets a new fastest lap, 1:36.769, 2/10 quicker nearly than Horrobin, his pursuer. There's Henry Howarth, meanwhile, 7th position. Lucas Hayden still in behind him. That gap coming down slightly on that lap, and now a time penalty for Luke Waugh. Well, okay. With respect, it doesn't make a big difference to the race result. I think Luke probably won't care all that much either, really. So far back is he after that off that he had at the first corner. Off the hairpin goes Howarth. They're all just sort of stagnating. Oh, that lead gap's come down, hasn't it, in the first sector by 2/10 again. So Simon Horrobin not giving up the chase. I suppose he has to keep pushing, really, because John Cooper is sort of hounding him, isn't he, from behind. But I'd say that lead gap came down in the first sector, and it does not come down in the second sector, so I'm talking absolute nonsense, not for the first time. The gap stays pretty much as it was, and yeah, Simon Horrobin, I think at times it looks like he's closing in under braking maybe, but not ultimately able to get within striking range, and now John Cooper makes a mistake at Druids, and that means that he drops back out of striking range again into Lodge Corner. Had a change for 11th on the previous lap, by the way. Number 26, Harry Hayes, got himself ahead of Daniel Lewis, who's not really had great pace in this race, but you have to imagine that car is not quite straight after its meeting with the pit wall at the start of the earlier race. On to the final lap we go, though. And well, I said John Cooper had dropped back from Simon Horrobin, but within a corner he managed to get that back, and actually that was a personal best lap for John, and he was actually half a second quicker than the race leader. So John Cooper finding some good performance at the end of the race, but is it too little too late? Will he have an answer for John Cooper as we approach the race's conclusion? Again, they seem to have visibly closed in on the leader here. Yeah, another 2/10 taken out of Kellett in Sector 1, so 1.4 seconds-ish is now the margin. Oh, I've just seen a very slow Dan Lewis going across the line. He's well off the pace now, but there, Zach Lucas almost into the side of Connor Blackburn's car. Down through the Hislop chicane we come again, but yeah, just saw Dan Lewis going very slowly across the line, so I think he's managing an issue, is Zach. Inside looks Zach Lucas. Again, he's starting to get frustrated now, isn't he? He's been stuck behind Connor Blackburn for so long. Where, if anywhere, is he going to make this move? Over Clay Hill they go towards Druids for the final time. It's a good exit from Druids that Zach is looking for, really, to try and make the move into Lodge Corner. Approaching Lodge Corner, though, is Alistair Kellett. Alistair Kellett looking good now for a race victory. He let one get away earlier on today, but he makes up for it in race 2. He fends off the late challenge from Simon Horrobin, crests the hill and wins race number 2 of the day in the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Simon Horrobin 2nd, John Cooper 3rd, Gary Miller a lonely 4th, and it will be Connor Blackburn in 5th. Zach Lucas never was able to find a way through and has to settle for 6th position. Not bad going from the back of the grid, but actually mid-race he would probably have been expecting a little bit more than that. The rest of them cycling through as well. I don't think we had any major changes on the final lap. Morgan Kidd and Caitlin May come through 12th and 13th. Class winners, by the way, because this field is split into a few different classes. You've got a Pro and an AM class, and then you've got a Masters class within each of those. So Kellett wins overall, wins the Pro class and wins the Masters class. Horrobin wins the non-Masters Pro class, if that makes any kind of sense. The AM class won by Henry Howarth, and the AM Masters class won by Margot Ritchie. I'm confusing even myself now, so 6 different classes to be won. But Alistair Kellett claiming 3 of them all in one. The overall victory, the Pro class victory, and the Pro Masters class victory as well. There is Dan Lewis, by the way, limped across the line in the end. His last lap was some 20-odd seconds off the pace, so he definitely had a mechanical malady in the closing stages. It unfortunately prevented him from being a contender. So, Alistair Kellett, the race winner by 3/4 of a second in the end, over Simon Horrobin second, John Cooper third, and Gary Miller in fourth ahead of Conor Blackburn fifth. He fended off that spirited attack from Zach Lucas, who ends up sixth. Henry Howarth seventh, was a class winner in the AM category, ahead of Lucas Hayden eighth and Archie Johnson ninth, Charlie Ellis 10th. Then it was Harry Hayes, Morgan Kidd, Caitlin May, and Margot Ritchie in 14th. 15th is James Pope, Luke Wall 16th, and Dan Lewis completes the runners, albeit with some sort of drama. Slowed him down at the end of the race. So Alistair Kellett then nets another race victory and further extends now his championship lead, which already coming into the weekend was a decent one, not massive. He was 10 points clear of Zach Lucas, because Lucas has had a bit of a nightmare this weekend, whilst Alistair Kellett has a second place and a race win to his credit. Also had that pole position and fastest lap in that race as well. So lots of points going the way of Alistair Kellett, and that will do his championship hopes the world of good. Zach Lucas will count these races as dropped scores, but that will only salvage so much, really, for a weekend that could have delivered an awful lot more for Zach, who, remember, started that first race on the front row, got a bad start, then went off on cold tyres, and then had the mysterious issue that took him out of the race altogether over at Cascades Corner. So, cars make their way towards the Parc-Fermé area, where they will very shortly be greeted by the always enthusiastic Scott Woodwiss, who will be waiting to chat to our podium finishers. And Kellett will be particularly pleased with the win. It's actually the same 3 drivers on the podium as we had in race number 1 earlier on, but in a slightly different order. Horrobin and Kellett, of course, swapping positions, which they did pretty much right at the start of the race, and never looked back from there, really. Kellett won that race with the early charge, didn't he, where he pulled a bit of a gap, and then really Horrobin wasn't able to close that back in again. Right then, Scott Woodwiss is primed and ready to chat to our podium finishers. Let's head down to Scott now.
So the same top 3 overall in the second STT40 race, but as Morgan White said, not necessarily in the same order, or words to that effect anyway. Let's have a chat, if we can head over, because the chatty trio over here are having a chat about that race. Same top 3, just in a slightly different order. I'm going to very quickly just doorstep in and have a chat with race 2 on Alistair Kellett. Another win, job done, more good points. Solid weekend in Cheshire.
Yeah, considering I don't think I've ever finished 2 races around here, so got the start and went round the outside and just got in front of Simon, and I think that was job done really. Once I was ahead of him I could match him, and then I think John kept a bit busy and gave me a gap, so just managed it to the end there, just make sure I didn't run out of brakes or do any track limits, so it's good, yeah.
So of course now going forwards, of course championship lead to defend, Zach was a bit further back, so I think that's extended it a little bit, so you're kind of at the moment in the pound seats right now.
Yeah, but look, as we found out for the last 3 years, this championship has never been won by more than 10 points, I think. So, and it's going to be the same this year. So, things change all over the year. So, we'll see what happens in Silverstone at the end of the year.
No one needs to mind you how close times you come close. So, hopefully this year's your year, but fingers crossed. But fingers crossed for Silverstone, and all being well, we'll see you there.
Talk to you then.
Great job, great driving, we'll say. Well done. Let's go the other way now, because we've got both John Cooper and Simon Horrobin over here by the fence. Let's see if we can bring them over. Simon. Let's bring him over. Race 1 winner. Wasn't quite the double, but still, second place, good result. I think it's been your best weekend to date so far this year.
Yeah, it was good. Dallas has just got me off the start, just got a little bit of wheel spin. He just got that little jump. We got the gaps, all three of us, and that was it. And that was, we're all the same pace, so it's hard to with a one make, to catch up and go past.
What do you think was missing for the first couple of weeks? Was it just pace of others, or luck, or just fortune, or something in the setup? What do you think it was?
Just a bit on the car. We just ain't got quite sorted, but it's sorted now.
Good stuff. Well done. We'll see you on the podium. But excellent stuff. We'll see you next time. Good stuff. We'll try and rattle through because we've got Audi TTs and Juniors next. John, quickly for third place. A couple of third places. I think you'll take that. A couple more trophies to take home.
Yeah, good race with that. I tried to get Simon off start, but he just got to turn one before me. And then it was just a case that I had no more pace than him, so we were to-ing and throwing, but didn't move anywhere. So good race, I enjoyed it. So. Yeah.
Good run of form now. Keep it up at Silverstone, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully it carries on for the rest of the season now. So, but yeah.
Well done. Good stuff.
Mate,
excellent. Try and rattle through these. Let's grab Henry Howard who is down here. We've actually got our top three conveniently all together. So we'll see if we can grab them one by one. First of all, with Henry Howard 2 from 2. Well, you wait for your first AM win and 2 come along at once, as they say.
Yeah, it was a really good race. This one was a bit more interesting, it's fair to say, because I had Lucas Hayden and Archie right behind me, so I did have to keep an eye on my rearview mirror this time. I couldn't cruise along like I did in race 1, but it was a really good race. I really enjoyed it, but yeah, just managed to come on top this race.
Where do you think all the paces come from? Of course, you've had some good pace in the first couple of meetings, but you've taken a step up today.
Yeah, it's been a big learning curve, but with some pre-season testing, I've really taken to the car, and yeah, it's just been going uphill all from there.
Yeah, good stuff. Well done. Excellent stuff. We'll see you for next time out. We're going to quickly go through second and third. So Archie second, of course. Thoughts on today? Decent second place to come home, but it's been a bit up and down for you today.
Yeah, brake failure in the first race meant I had to DNF because, yeah, it was annoying, but at the time I was running really well, taking fastest lap off the front boys, and I was on for possibly a top 5 finish, which was, good after the start I had. But no, I mean, starting from towards the back, I just made sure that I kept it clean through the start and just stayed out of trouble and just picked people off as I came through the pack.
Okay, so we're going to cut it short because we're short of time, but girls are for second place. And Sprint Chellis in for third. Again, not bad. That's Charlie and his fan club is in the background again. 2 trophies to take home. Excellent stuff.
The fan club is brilliant here. Yeah, brilliant race. Kind of kept my nose clean at the start. Just worked my way through the race and managed to get a P3. Go away, Aiden. But yeah, no, been a brilliant weekend. 2 podiums. Got to thank Race Car Consultants. Got me a brilliant car, and yeah, just brilliant weekend.
We've got to run because the next race is out, but well done. Excellent stuff. See you next time. Good stuff. So that's the ST240s wrapped up. We'll see them again next time out. Next up, penultimate race of the day, our second Audi TT Cup Racing Championship Race of the day at Oulton Park. They're coming up to the grid. So quickly back to Andy in the box.
Thanks, Scott. Yes, where we're hoping for a slightly less dramatic race than we had for the Audis earlier on today, where that race, let's be honest, didn't start all that well, did it? Certainly not for our championship leader, Carl Swift. It went very well, though, for Matt Luff, who finally got his first win in the championship. He starts from pole alongside Andrew Dyer with Will Stacey and Charlie Budd for company on row 2, then Sean Smith and Jason Pelosi on row number 3. 4th row, Morgan Root and Paul Luty with Steve Laidlaw and Mark Bryce next. Luke Handley and Joe Weaver complete row 6. 7th row for Rashan Tyler Chugarimbo and Tim Gray with Ross McCarr and Paul Savage next. Dave Richardson and Bradley Burns. Bradley Burns definitely one to watch for. Number 6, charged through in race 1, starts race 2 from 9th if he has got that damaged car repaired, which I think he has. Then it is Daniel Chapman with Steve Foden, likewise one to watch if the car is out there. Richard Former and Nick Brady on row 11. Then it should be championship leader Carl Swift, but I don't see Carl's car on the grid. He's the one, remember, that ended up upside down at turn 1, so unsurprising maybe that he's not taking the start. Sam Meager, likewise, I fear might not be there on row 12. Row 13, Ryan Edgecombe. We're now into those drivers that were involved in the start line shunt. Then Sam Laidlaw, Tim Dorr, Patrick Booth and Jonathan Williams. Most of those cars are there, but not all of them. So the one really to focus on from the back is car number 6, the blue and red That is Bradley Burns. We saw the charge that he had through the field in race 1, only to come unstuck down at Knickerbrook. What can he do in race 2, which gets underway now then? Cars leaving the grid, not particularly rapidly if your name is Will Stacey, but very rapidly if your name is Andrew Dyer, because he is going to get the lead into Old Hall Corner. Dyer clears Matt Love. They're 3 abreast further back. Do they all get through this time? Of a fashion. One car ends up way wide over the grass, but that could have been a lot worse, actually. Out of Old Hall Corner they go. No, there is someone off, I think. I think there's someone in the tyre wall. I saw a bit of bodywork rolling. Yes, more carnage exiting the first corner. That is number 5, Sam Meagher. That's his second accident of the day. Sam Meagher has done a grand total of 1 corner of racing today, and he's been involved in 2 accidents at the start of the races. The red flag is back out again, and the race is being stopped. So, we'll try again, shall we? We are fast running out of time today, and the marshals, I'm sure, fast running out of patience, quite frankly, because Old Hall Corner, how many incidents is that now through Old Hall Corner today? Those poor marshals have had to work overtime today, and that is not ideal for them, and they're going to have more work to do. Now there is Sam Meagher's car returning from its shunt at the first corner. We had a shunt in the commentary box as well, which we're trying to deal with very quickly as the cars head back around to the grid. Right then, so Matt Luff will get another chance at this. And Andrew Dyer, who got the jump on him there off the initial start to the race, will now have to do that all over again. And yes, unfortunately, it's just been one of those days today, hasn't it, where we've had trouble aplenty and quite a few damaged cars to be repaired between now and the next round of the championship at Croft, which at least is only a few weeks away. The good news is the JCB, which was probably primed and ready to go, is already on the scene. So I think it is more barrier repair work, a couple of cars that need to be recovered from Old Hall Corner, or the exit of Old Hall Corner to be precise. And the field will, yes, they will line up on the grid in some sort of order, and we will then get the track cleared up, hopefully as quickly as my accident in the commentary box was cleared up by Darren from Alpha Live. Right then, I think I need that coffee more than ever because it's been a long day today at Oulton Park, but when we've been racing, it has been mighty, mighty impressive stuff, and we are hoping for more of the same now from the TTs as and when we get the field back under green flag. So, it is Andrew Dyer who led. He will lead the field onto the grid, but not line up into pole position. That will be Matt Luff, who for the second time now today has managed to thank his lucky stars for an early red flag. Honestly, I'm sure he wouldn't have liked to see the red flag, but the first race, he lost positions at the start, got to try it again from pole position and absolutely nailed the restart. This time around, again, slow start. Dyer got past him, and Matt Luff gets a second bite of the cherry. So this will be a useful opportunity now for Matt to try his very best to salvage another race win, and an important race win it could be in terms of the championship, with Carl Swift now taking a non-start. Now, I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 dropped scores throughout the year for the Audis. If it's 2, then Carl has used up both of his drop scores now, really, with the non-finish earlier on, the non-start in this race. If it's 3, then he's got 1 more life that he can use. But either way, too early. It is 3, we're being told. Thank you, Scott, for confidently informing me of how many drop scores it is. I think it is 3. That rings a bell. It's my own fault for not reading the regs. But yes, 2 or 3 drop scores throughout the season. And that means Carl Swift can afford, if you like, 1 more bad result. And sometimes it's beneficial, as silly as it sounds, sometimes it's beneficial to have 3... to have a couple of non-scores, because then you're dropping 0 points, whereas if you win every race or you finish on the podium in every race, you end up dropping a huge amount of points. So it's funny how these things can work out. Carl Swift won't be happy with the way his weekend's gone, obviously, but he will at least have a chance to bounce back later on in the season. Right then, the grid being formed, the track being cleared. Whilst all of that is happening, we'll take another ad break. We'll have a restart for the Audi TT Cup Championship on the other side of the break.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumbnetworks.co.uk.
go.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Work ongoing in the pit lane here at Oulton Park under red flag for the Audi Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship to give it its full title. Their second race of the day, their second red flag of the day. Unfortunately, another Turn 1 incident that has claimed a number of cars from this race, and that is one of them, I fear. Sam Meager, I don't think, is going to be going much further down in the pit lane. His car, for the second time today, has been caught up in an early collision. There is the scene at Old Hall Corner. The marshals, again, have done a sterling job. We're all complaining here in the broadcast team about what a long and difficult day we've had. It is nothing compared to what the marshals have had to deal with today, and it really does put things into perspective when you really stop and think about what they have to deal with on a day like this, where everything's been going wrong. They've had incident after incident to deal with, and you know what? They've all still got a smile on their face. They're all still happy to be here, and they have certainly played a big part in in continuing the day's action. This epidemic of clumsiness is spreading now, not only from the track but across the broadcast team, and a few people who were laughing at me only 10 minutes ago now have egg on their face and coffee on their keyboard, I see, which is a bit of a shame. Anyway, the cars head out onto another green flag lap, and we have a shortened race distance now. 10 minutes will be the duration for this one, as I think everyone is going to be quite glad to see the end of today, aren't they? But two good races to be had, hopefully, beforehand. The restart for the Audis and the Fiesta Juniors, who will have their second race to come a little bit later on. So, Audis head through Cascades. And who have we got left is the question. I actually don't know who was involved in this. We haven't seen a clear shot of who was involved in the accident at Turn 1. It was at the back of the field. I don't think it was anyone top half of the grid. So it would have been something that happened a little bit further back. And the front runners, hopefully unaffected by this, will claim their grid positions. Brad Burns avoided it, I can see that. So Brad Burns still the one that we're really watching for from further down the order, because we know that he had such strong pace in the first. Oh, Steve Foden was involved. Just seen his car coming back into the paddock on the low loader. His second start line Turn 1 accident of the day as well. Not what he was hoping for at his local track, and a track where he had such high hopes, qualified so well, really felt he was getting on top of the car. That is such a shame for Steve, who I once referred to as a Scouser, and he got very grumpy at me for that. I really should understand the local politics a bit better, shouldn't I, coming from this region myself? But he is from the northwest, and this very much is the circuit that Steve Foden calls his home. And he'll be back, I'm sure. He'll bounce back at Croft, hopefully, and get some more really good results, try and replicate that win that he had at Snetterton last time out. So Matt Luff arrives on the pole position. There is Brad Burns going through shot, the blue and yet red number 6 area motorsport car. Of course, the fewer cars take the restart, the fewer cars he has to overtake. He took an awful lot of them in the race earlier on today, and will be needing to try and do the same again. He needs another good first lap. He had a brilliant first lap in race 1, gained about nearly a dozen places in lap 1, and now with only 10 minutes left on the clock, he will have to replicate that if he's going to have any chance of getting a good result. Of course, ended up in the barriers down at Knickerbrook, did not get the result that he deserved, or didn't get a result at all in race 1. What can you do in race 2, which is about to restart? 10 minutes on the clock, the red lights are on, and we are about to go again. Can Matt Luff make a better fist of the start this time? He's got Andrew Dyer alongside him. Away we go. Will Stacey is slow away again, but a better start this time for Matt Luff, who will try and contest the lead into Old Hall Corner. Andrew Dyer, though, I think is going to just about draw clear, is he? Yes, he does. So Dyer leads them into Old Hall Corner. They all emerge the other side just about. Bradley Burns there over the curbs on the outside line, but for the second time in a row, Andrew Dyer gets the better of Matt Luff off the start, leads them through Cascades. Third position then is Sean Smith. He's had a really good start, has Sean Smith, capitalising on Will Stacey's slow getaway. Where is Will Stacey? Well, he's not, he's fifth, I think, isn't he, behind Charlie Budd. So Will Stacey with it all to do. Down towards the Island hairpin we go there. Matt Luff weaving around in the braking zone. Through the tight right-hander they go. Right to the outside, that's the number 40 car, isn't it, of Joe Weaver, who has tried to find some grip and trap position on the outside line. I'm not convinced that worked very well. Will Stacey, meanwhile, hunting around behind Charlie Budd there. That's the battle for fourth position, which makes its way down towards the Hislop chicane. They've got the number 27 car in that group as well, of Mark Rice. He started 10th on the grid, so he's picked his way through some of the early drama pretty well as well. There's Brad Burns, by the way, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10th-ish, I think, Brad Burns at the end, well, not quite yet at the end of the opening lap. He could gain another place before we get to the end of this first lap of racing. Bradley Burns charging forward once again. Ooh, a couple of them getting sideways on cold tyres through Druids, but I think they all gathered it together. They arrive at Lodge Corner en masse, and it's Andrew Dyer leading. Matt Luff in second position. Third place, Sean Smith. Those three getting away. Brad Burns up the inside of Morgan Root gains another spot at Lodge. And where does that put him? I think that puts him well in, or just inside the top 10 anyway. Let's see as they cross the line. Dyer leads the way. Luffy in second position. Sean Smith third. Where is Burns? Yes, ninth place for Burns, and that was almost contact. I think there was some contact. One car is sideways. That was the number 40. I think wasn't it of Joe Weaver, but that was a concertina effect as the two cars behind him got together, and he sort of ended up being the one at the end of the line, if you like, who got punted sideways, but he managed to gather it together nicely. Leaders down at the Ireland hairpin. A time penalty for number 100, by the way. That's Steve Laidlaw. A 10-second penalty. That must be for being out of position at the start of the race. Mark Grice there on the outside of Paul Luty. That is for 6th position. Paul Luty trying to relieve Mark Grice of 6th position as they head over Hilltop and towards the Hislop chicane, where the leaders could not be much closer, could they? Matt Luff staring at the back of Andrew Dyer's car. Will Stacey doing the same to Charlie Budd. Hammers the curb, does Will Stacey, through the Hislop chicane. And then further back, that is still Luty battling away with Mark Rice, and they've now backed themselves up into Jason Pelosi and Bradley Burns. Bradley Burns, is that his door coming open? No, it's the front bumper that's come loose, or a headlight actually. I think it's the headlight, isn't it, on the left front corner has popped out on Brad Burns' car. Hopefully that falls off, because otherwise that will probably attract the attention of the clerk of the course, and he may be summoned in to get it fixed. Matt Luff, meanwhile, for the race lead, goes to the inside of Andrew Dyer. That was a really late switchback. If he gets the car stopped, though, it will be a peach of a move, and it will be a move that puts Matt Luff into the lead of the race, which it does, although Dyer trying to come back at him. No, can't do it, and Matt Luff manages to close the door. So Luff back to the lead then, but has to defend into Old Hall Corner. Dyer to the outside line. Luff again goes in tight. That means he might be slower on the exit, but Dyer can't get the room, and we also had a change further back for 4th. We believe that will be Stacey ahead of Budd then, do we think? Yes, there it is confirmed. Will Stacey getting himself ahead of Charlie Budd as Matt Luff sends it into Cascades. Full commitment into the left-hander. And he is in the lead once again. That is much more like it for Matt Luff. That was a brilliant overtake. So committed, so confident under braking into Lodge. And he puts himself into the lead of the race. Right, what's Bradley Burns up to? Here he comes towards us, still with that headlight dangling. Oh, and off is going Pelosi. Bang into the barriers. And Jason Pelosi, again, just couldn't get the car stopped. Now, there's Recticel barriers there, so the car is basically undamaged. The barrier, though, that's definitely taken a whack. They'll probably leave it like that until the end of the race, but that might slightly delay the start of our Fiesta Junior race. There is a black and orange flag being readied, though, for Bradley Burns. Bradley Burns, his nightmare day at Oulton Park is only getting worse. He charged through the field in race 1, only to end up in the barriers at Knickerbrook. He's done the same in race 2, and now has to come into the pit lane to get that loose headlight either fixed or more than likely ripped out altogether. If it falls off between now and the end of the lap, he might be all right. Well, he might knock it off, actually, on Paul Luty's car as he gets up the inside of him nearly through Druid's corner. Ahead of them, Will Stacey trying to get back onto the podium as well. He's closed in on Sean Smith, but poor Bradley Burns, I mean, he will definitely be aware of that. Oh, Paul Luty gets right out of the way of the charging Burns, but it's going to matter little because Bradley will be shown the black and orange warning flag, and he knows he's going to have to head for the pit lane within the next couple of laps anyway. Luffy with a new fastest lap, a 36.5, couple of tenths quicker than Andrew Dyer, but of course he was still in the process of overtaking Dyer at the start of the lap. There is Pelosi, so that car's continued after headbutting the barriers at the hairpin. I don't see any fluid coming out of it, but he's still going to send the car into the pit lane anyway, just to be checked over. Not really worth, I suppose, taking the risk if there is more significant damage that we can't see. So, down to the hairpin, thankfully hitting their braking points. So the top two, Sean Smith and Will Stacey battling away for 3rd, then Charlie Budd, then Bradley Burns. I don't know what's keeping that headlight in place. I think maybe just one stubborn wire that refuses to come loose. And that is why he's being summoned in to get it repaired. So Bradley's not going to get a huge amount of points out of this weekend. A weekend that promised a lot based on his pace that we saw, but just unfortunately qualifying didn't go to plan. And from there on it's been a bit of a struggle, hasn't it? And you have to wonder as well whether that headlight's come loose because it would have been replaced or reaffixed anyway after his accident in race number 2, and whether or not in the rush to get the car sorted they maybe didn't quite get it fixed as firmly as they would have liked. wide at Druids there for Sean Smith. Will Stacey almost into the back of him as they come off the corner, but Sean gets right over to the inside of the road, hugs the white line on the approach to Lodge Corner, and defends the place going into the final turn. Can Will Stacey get the switch back? No, because Smith holds the inside, but actually Stacey read that really well, kept his foot in it and tried to come round the outside line and carry the momentum into Old Hall Corner. He has his nose ahead at the line by officially 38 thousandths of a second. He's on the wrong side of the road really into Old Hall Corner. Stacey tries to tough it out on the outside line, but Sean Smith stays ahead. Sean though then runs wide on the exit of the corner, and Will Stacey comes back at him. Side by side they run through Denton's into the bumpy downhill braking zone at Cascades, and Sean Smith hanging on. Will Stacey's going to run out of road, is he? No, Sean Smith left him plenty of room, almost too much room really, but it didn't matter. He hangs on to the place regardless. As they head for the Island hairpin once again. Stacey late on the brakes, outbrakes himself slightly, and now all of a sudden Charlie Budd is once again a part of that scrap. Matt Luff then leading the way. Dyer keeping him honest. Oh, the headlight's come off. The headlight has come off Bradley Burns' car. He's not yet served the black and orange flag, and that black and orange flag has now gone. So because he hadn't crossed the line 3 times, I think he's okay. I don't think he has to serve that penalty. Hopefully he realises it's come off and he now doesn't go into the pit lane anyway, but it has fallen off, and I think they're picking up a black flag and then they're putting the black flag back down. There was a conversation on the starting gantry as to how many times he'd passed that flag, and I'm pretty sure it was only 2. So Bradley Burns, I think, will be able to continue in this race, but whether he's got time to catch this battle for 3rd place is doubtful really. He's some way behind them, although if they keep on scrapping, you never know. Through Lodge they come then. Still, it is Sean Smith in 3rd position, technically back into 3rd position because he was fractionally behind Will Stacey at the start of the lap. Matt Luff, meanwhile, with a new fastest lap of the race, a 136.3. Stacey sideways at Old Hall Corner, runs way wide over the curb. That was definitely a case of exceeding track limits. Fastest lap, by the way, from the race earlier on today was set by whom? It was set by Bradley Burns, a 136.0, so Luff not quite down to that sort of pace, so the lap record safe with Bradley Burns for now. Down to the Island hairpin we go then. Battle for 3rd place still raging on. Will Stacey hunting around behind Sean Smith. I think Will probably is a bit quicker, but Sean is defending really nicely and will not give away this 3rd place without a fight. We are on probably the penultimate lap of the race, I would imagine. So Sean Smith will have to defend for a little while longer. Defend he does as they come over Hilltop and down towards the Hislop chicane. Gets the car stopped just about, then parks it on the apex. Is Will Stacey going to try the inside at Knickerbrook? No. That's a very difficult place to make a pass. It's so narrow there, and in front-wheel drive cars, they have a tendency to understeer over that crest. So if you're up the inside of somebody, it can very easily end in a tangle. Towards Druids we go then. The lead battle starting now to calm down. Ooh, not calming down for 3rd. What was going on there? It is still Sean Smith, but he's gone too deep into Druids. He's on the grass. Stacey goes through. Budd goes through. And that is such a shame. Sean Smith, you could sort of see that coming. He was carrying so much speed into the corners to try and keep Will Stacey behind him. And ultimately, he is the one that makes the mistake. And now Bradley Burns is on his rear bumper as they come round Lodge Corner. So there is now a real chance, I think, for Brad to pick up another position. Across the line they go then. Luff leads by nearly a second over Andrew Dyer as we start the final lap of the race. Will Stacey up into 3rd place, but he's sideways again at Old Hall Corner, and Charlie Budd might still have a chance of getting back at him. Stacey up over the curb for the 2nd lap in a row, and Brad Burns now right there as well as they head down towards Cascades Corner. Stacey's car looking so oversteery. All of a sudden, these last couple of laps, his car has looked anything but stable in the braking zones, and that's where he's looked so strong up until this point, but now he might be in danger of losing 3rd place, the 3rd place that he's worked so hard to get. As the race has gone on, Bradley Burns and Sean Smith rubbing body panels into the hairpin, and now Sean understeers a bit wide on the exit, and I think Bradley Burns should get this move done now. He's got the inside line heading over Hilltop, and that should give him 5th position as they head into the chicane. That is Paul Savage going the wrong way round Cascades. I mean, after the day we've had, I'm not even going to ask what happened there. He's obviously had a rotation and thankfully gets going in the right direction. Right, Burns did get past Sean Smith. Has he got time to do anything about Charlie Budd? Doubtful, but he'll throw everything at this through the final couple of corners, that I am sure of. Matt Luff, though, looks as though he is going to do the double then, and something that Carl Swift did at Brands Hatch at the season opener, and now Matt Luff becomes the second man, or he will in a corner anyway, to do the double in the Audi TT Cup Championship in 2024, and Area Motorsport will celebrate once again. Over Deers Leap he goes towards the timing line. Matt Luff, the winner at Oulton Park. Andrew Dyer comes home in second position. It's side by side for fourth position. Meanwhile, Bradley Burns, I think, is going to buy a nose, get the best of Charlie Bird. It is Stacey third, it is Bradley Burns fourth from something like 18th on the grid, and Charlie Bird ends up fifth. The eventual margin was 43 thousandths of a second between the two of them, and Bradley Burns must have gone round the outside at Lodge Corner, a bit like, actually, we saw Will Stacey do to Sean Smith earlier on in the race. Remember I said that Will went round the outside at Lodge and technically was ahead at the line, even though he lost the place again at Old Hall Corner, but that being the last lap, it was only who was ahead at the line that mattered. So Bradley Burns does, that time, manage to score some good points, just misses out on the podium, but a fourth place finish is not bad going at all, given where he started on the grid. So, David Richardson, by contrast, having a very sedate run to the flag. I don't know what happened to Dave, but anyway, he has worked his way very calmly across the line, and he will be the last finisher. Do you know what? He's not got any damage on the car. I've not mentioned him going off the road at any point today. He's the real winner, I think, from Oulton Park. Well, actually, the real winner is Matt Luff. He gets 2 trophies and a whole load of points towards his championship campaign and wins that race by 9/10 of a second over Andrew Dyer in second position. Will Stacey in third, and Bradley Burns, the brilliant Bradley Burns, comes from the back of the grid near enough to finish in fourth. Charlie Budd was fifth, ahead of Sean Smith, the Masters class winner. Paul Luty, Luke Handley, Joe Weaver and Mark Grice complete the top 10, ahead of Morgan Root, Ross McCarr, Sam Laidlaw and Patrick Booth in 14th place. Then in 15th, it was Steve Laidlaw, that's worth the wait. Paul Savage 16th, Dave Richardson 17th, and then we had Dan Chapman, who retired to the pit lane, and Jason Pelosi, of course, off after that, out after the off at the hairpin, or words to that effect. Right then, those cars will head back to the Parc Fermé area, and will be replaced on track by the Fiesta Junior drivers, hopefully quite quickly, because now we have a very strict 6:30 curfew here at Oulton Park. It is now coming up to 6:15. This race is supposed to take 12 minutes, so it is quite simple now for the Fiesta Juniors. If we have a red flag, they ain't going to get their race in, so let's hope we have a clean final race and we do get the entirety of this, albeit slightly shortened, 12-minute race in before the 6:30 curfew. Before that, though, we need to hear from... well, we've already got the juniors out, so this is going to be a very, very quick trip, I think, to Parc Fermé for Scott Woodwis, if we even have time at all, because they've released the Fiesta juniors onto the track before the Audis have even left the circuit. There you can see the Audis filtering off the track at Lodge, and the Fiestas joining the track from Old Hall Corner, because we have to get on with this, so... might have time very quickly to chat to Matt Luff, I reckon, and then we'll rattle through the Fiesta grid and get that race underway. But like I said, this is all because of this 6:30 curfew, and what's at times felt like a very sedate afternoon here at Oulton Park. Suddenly we have a real sense of urgency to get those cars on track and get our final race underway. But anyway, into the assembly area, into Parc Fermé, I should say, go the Audis. They'll be back out again at Croft a little bit later on in the year, about 4 or 5 weeks, I think, before our next TCR UK race, which of course will also mean we have the Audis on the package. Right, let's very, very quickly head down to Parc Fermé, hear from Scott Woodwis and our race winner, Matt Luff.
Well, another race for the Audi TT Cup Championship. We've only got time to interview the winner because we are short. The juniors have to get out and we are up against it in terms of time. So I'm going to very quickly see if we can grab Matt Luff just to have a quick word with him. Matt, we'll bring her very quickly. It has to be a very short one, but 2 out of 2. First 2 wins in Audi TTs. Just give us a summary of how the day's been. Bit crazy at times, but in terms of the results, how's it been?
It's like buses, aren't they? You sort of nothing for ages, then 2 at once. Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy. I mean, I can't be more happy, I guess, because it's 2 wins. We couldn't have done much better. Yeah, very thankful to Area for all their help this weekend. It's good to get some points in the bag, really. I mean, we had a difficult first few rounds, and now we're finally sort of showing our true pace. So yeah, looking forward to the next few races.
It has to be a short one. We've got the next race, but well done. Great stuff. See you next time. Right, that's the end of the Audi TTs. One more race to go today, and it's our second BRSCC Fiesta Junior action of today here at Oulton Park. To round out what's been a very strange and crazy day all round for it in Cheshire. Let's take you back to the box one more time on the other side of this intro with Andy McKeown to talk you through Fiesta Junior Race 2.
Thank you, Scott. Cars already lining up on the grid then ahead of our final race of the day, the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Let's very quickly rattle through the grid. We might be missing a few of these from the back after incidents earlier on, but we do have Jacob Hodgkiss on pole alongside Tommy Harfield, Jensen O'Neill going and Alfie Garford row 2, and Finn Leslie has Daniela Sutton for company on row number 3. Then row number 4 we will have Ben Dowty and Jack Burgess, with Jack Sant, Aaron Beattie, Jensen Mason and Bobby Holmes completing the top dozen. Row 7, Maggie Webster and Harry Lindley, Hayden Gray and Archie Davis row 8, Tom Merritt and George Foxlow together on row 9, and the top 20 completed by Henry Foote and Callie Clifford, Joss Watts and Billy Blockley, hopefully at the back of the field. Right then, everyone, it has been a day, and we've had to wait quite a while, but we are finally here at our final race of the day. Let's hope we can end on a high with the BRSCC Fiesta Junior drivers, who I'm hoping will have a clean and exciting race for us to round out a busy day at Oulton Park. Jacob Hodgkiss looking to do the double to try and further assist his attempts to get properly back into the championship contention. After a bit of a difficult start to the season then, the lights are on. Revs will go on very shortly. Revs will then start to rise. Now the lights are on, and our final race of the day here at Oulton Park about to burst into life. Off they go. Oh, and Daniela Sutton's gone nowhere. She has stalled. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen. Thankfully, everyone seems to have missed her, and the rest of them barrel down towards Old Hall Corner for the first time. Jacob Hodgkiss then in the lead of the race. Harfield second, O'Neill going is third, and then it was side by side between Finn Leslie and Alfie Garford, I think, for fourth position. Out of Old Hall Corner they go. Bit of dust. Oh, someone's on the grass. That is Garford, is it? Maybe. No, Garford is still there. No, sorry, excuse me, it was Garford. Harfield is there in second place. There's a sideways car at Cascade. Can they save it? Well, of a fashion. Onto the grass they go. That was the 194 car of Jack Burgess. Someone else had to take avoiding action. That could have been an awful lot worse. The leader's down at the Ireland hairpin then. And, well, we're by the skin of our teeth getting through this first lap, just about. Maggie Webster there trying to gain ground on the inside line at the Ireland hairpin as they scrabble for traction, scrabble for grip, heading up and over Hilltop and towards the braking zone at Hislops for the first time. Here are the leaders, though, and there's a bit of touchy-feely stuff going on here. Jacob Hodgkiss not getting away and backing Tommy Harfield up into Jensen O'Neill going. So the top 3 absolutely bumper to bumper through the chicane. Then it is Leslie, and then I think Ben Dowty there in 5th position. There comes the midfield battle through Knickerbrook Corner then, and over Clay Hill, and towards Druids for the first time in anger. And, well, those top 3, that's where the focus should be, isn't it? Because that has got all the makings of a very tasty battle for the race victory. Here they come, Hodgkiss, Harfield, O'Neill going the top 3. Is Jensen going to make a move? He's thinking about it, but so too is Tommy Harfield. What a lunge up the inside of Jacob Hodgkiss into Lodge Corner. He gets the car stopped. That was one of the moves of the day from Tommy Harfield to get the lead, but is it the lead? Jensen O'Neill going is up the inside of both of them and might go from 3rd to 1st. Jensen O'Neill going, read the situation perfectly, has the inside line into Old Hall Corner, and Jensen O'Neill going gets the lead. That was superb racecraft, and he deserves to get to the front of the field with that. Read that perfectly, positioned the car well. Oh no, Callie Clifford has tangled with somebody at Lodge Corner. I can't see who the somebody is, but that, I'm afraid, might be the end of this race because we do not have time for red flags. They could throw a safety car, but that means really that Jensen O'Neill going's move for the lead could not have been timed any better. He leads the field then down towards the Ireland hairpin. Finn Leslie's up the inside of Hodgkiss now for 3rd place as well. So it's all unravelled for the race 1 winner, who suddenly finds himself off the podium with Ben Dowty up the inside now as well in a battle for 4th place heading over Hilltop towards the chicane they go. I cannot believe what I'm seeing out of the window. Both Callie Clifford and the other car have got going after what looked like a pretty significant shunt at Lodge Corner. Clifford's actually carried on in the race. The other car comes into the pit lane, but Callie Clifford, with half a Ford Fiesta, is continuing around another lap of Oulton Park, which is good news because it means that we can carry on racing. Jensen O'Neill going then leads the way. Another car who may have been involved in that was the number 16, by the way, of Hayden Gray, and I think the red and white car was the number 69 of Harry Lindley. So they were the three potentially involved at Lodge Corner. Lindley also now being sent on his way, and the track, we believe, is clear once again as we head down towards the trouble spot at Lodge Corner, with Jensen O'Neill going leading the way and Tommy Harfield in second position. Harfield made that sensational move at Lodge Corner, but it was Jensen O'Neill going who came out of it all with the race lead, but it's a race lead that he is still going to have to defend. He's not getting away here at the front of the pack as the leading group of 5 head over Deers Leap as one. Jensen O'Neill going leads the way. Harfield second, Leslie third, Hodgkiss fourth, and fifth position for Ben Doughty. Then in sixth position is Alfie Garford, and then Jack Sant and Archie Davis involved in a pretty good battle for seventh as well. But the leaders head out of Old Hall Corner. Someone out wide coming out of, that was Daniela Sutton again, I think, wasn't it? Danielle, what a shame that she stalled from sixth on the grid, because that was a brilliant opportunity for her to start mixing it with the leaders. But sadly, she's now on a bit of a recovery drive from the back. Track limits for Jacob Hodgkiss there as he runs very wide over the curve, exiting Cascades Corner. They head towards the Island hairpin then for the third time of asking. And Jensen O'Neill going, just drifting a little bit wide of the apex. Did that open the door for Harfield? Not quite. So they exit the hairpin as they entered it then, with Jensen O'Neill going the Lone Ranger in the Mark 6 now, really, at the front of the pack, leading the 4 Mark 7s behind him over the hill towards the chicane. Callie Clifford's just gone past the pits with the DRS open, the boot completely open on Callie Clifford's car. I realise you can't see it on the stream, but Callie Clifford is at least still going, I suppose, but that car is a bit of a rolling wreck, really. Over Deers Leap Clay Hill go the leading quintet. And there is the car, that's the number 69, I think, isn't it, of Harry Lindley, that's been in and out of the pit lane after his part to play in the Lodge Corner incident. But has got the leaders bearing down on him now. Hopefully he's got his wits about him and is watching his mirrors. Black and orange flag now, unsurprisingly, for Callie Clifford. And you might be about to see why, although the boot, disappointingly, is closed now, just as we get the cameras on it. But I assure you, it was completely open as she came across the line at the start of the lap. Right, leaders going across the line, trying to negotiate Harry Lindley. This could get interesting at Old Hall Corner as Clifford heads through his lops. The leaders getting bottled up a little bit behind that slower car. What's going to happen then as they come out of Old Hall? Well, there is O'Neill going, and there you can see the damage that's done, really, to Tommy Harfield. He's dropped way back now in second position. Finn Leslie closing in on him. And that might now just let Jensen O'Neill going off the hook a little bit. Jensen, third place in the race earlier on today, solid points banked for the championship, but now just wants to try and get himself a race win. Harfield's got it all wrong at the hairpin. He goes straight on, he crunches into the barrier. That barrier, how it's still standing, I don't know. How many people have headbutted that bit of barrier at the Island hairpin? And Tommy Harfield, unfortunately, from second place, the latest to do stand. Now, if he doesn't stall the car, we've seen in the past, haven't we, you can reverse out of that and carry on, because the Recticel barrier means not too much damage should be done. But, yeah, that's unfortunately another driver. They just can't get that braking zone right at the Island hairpin. I've never seen anything like it. So many drivers getting that wrong today. It has to make you wonder whether there's something with the track surface, maybe. They've resurfaced, I think, that bit of the road. Maybe there's something funny with the bumps. I don't know. I'm trying to make excuses for them, but it certainly has been a part of the track that has been catching people out left, right and centre all day. Right, leaders out of Druids. I mean, Jensen O'Neill going has got a big advantage now over the new battle for second place. Finn Leslie, the red number 26 car. Jacob Hodgkiss, the blue and white number 94. And Hodgkiss, grateful, I'm sure, to be back on the podium, but he'll be a bit miffed that he's not leading the race anymore. And we'll want to at least try and get back into second place if he can. We're halfway through now the shortened race. We have got just under 5 minutes to go. In fact, we're more than halfway through. And Jensen O'Neill going sets the fastest lap at 1:43.982. Jensen so far not putting a foot wrong, is he? He's driven sublimely in this race. And through the Cascades Corner they're about to go. And for Jacob Hodgkiss closing in on Finn Leslie for second. Can he find a way back through? Well, he's obliterating track limits going through Cascades. That's not the first time I've seen him go wide up the curb there. Just had a car into the pit lane, by the way. That is Hayden Gray, who'd been in once already, and he's back in again now, I suspect, to retire. So 4¼ minutes to go. The battle is on for second position. Finn Leslie versus Jacob Hodgkiss as they head over Hilltop down towards the Hislop chicane. I'm sure the Oulton Park hardcore are all still there on the spectator banking to our right, drivers left, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying our last race of the day, which, like all of the races today, has not been short of drama. Knickerbrook then over Clay Hill. Ben Doughty there in 4th position, perhaps on for one of his better results as well, certainly of the season, I would say. Quickly pull up the championship standings to remind myself. Ben, yeah, this would be his best result of the season so far if he could finish in 4th place. Hodgkiss, though, asking questions of Finn Leslie, who was the championship leader coming into the weekend, remember. Finn had a bit of an under-the-radar 5th position in race 1, but back on the podium now potentially for race 2. But he'll want to finish on the 2nd step of the podium, not the 3rd, because he knows how important it is to score points, especially with Jenson O'Neill going on course to outscore him again for the 2nd time today, and potentially claim maximum points for a race win and for fastest lap, which he's just improved upon again, by the way. A 1:44, no he hasn't, sorry, that's an out-of-date timing screen. He is, there we go, he's not improved, but he still has the fastest lap of 43.982 for Jenson O'Neill going. Second placed pair head out of Cascades Corner up towards the Island hairpin. Jenson O'Neill going, just needs to keep his composure here then, and another race victory will be heading his way. For Jenson it would be a 3rd win of the year, and a very significant one with Finn Leslie not having quite as strong a weekend as him. Finn could still take a 2nd place here. He needs to defend from Jacob Hodgkiss. I say needs to defend, actually he doesn't really need to defend, because Jacob's being quite gentle with Finn. He's not really been showing the nose too much. He's not been taking any major risks. I don't know whether he's trying to work with Finn to try and close in on the race leader, but that ship sailed, I'm afraid, Jacob. You ain't going to catch Jenson in this race. So I would be surprised if we don't see a real attack from Jacob before the checkered flag. Towards Druids they come then, pitching the car into the double apex right-hander, which again has caught a few drivers out today, and when that happens it can open up the door for an overtake at Lodge. Into the braking zone they go then, headlights ablaze for Jacob Hodges. Checkered flag is waiting, because we're running up against the curfew, so this is the final lap, and Jenson O'Neill going is going to come through to claim another race victory, his 3rd of the season. Jenson O'Neill going wins at Oulton Park. Finn Leslie comes home in 2nd, and Jacob Hodgkiss on the podium in 3rd. Meanwhile, and that's the lapped car getting out of the way, isn't it, further back? But yeah, Jenson O'Neill going will be very, very happy with that race victory. A hard 4th race victory after a fantastic move that he made coming off Lodge Corner. Went into Lodge Corner 3rd, came out of it with the lead, and never looked back, winning in the end by nearly 2 seconds. Everyone else coming across the line. Josh Watts' car is quite a bit narrower than it was at the start of the day. That was a pretty basic repair that had to be done on the bodywork of that car between races 1 and 2. Daniela Sutton, by the way, recovered to 15th after her stall. That's a shame, though. Started 6th on the grid. Really looked as though she was on for a best result of the season. And ended up some way down the order, but definitely some positives to take away from the weekend for Daniela, who showed much more pace than she had done earlier on in the season. So the drivers make their way over Hilltop then, and it will be Jenson O'Neill going who celebrates a race victory. Finn Leslie comes home in 2nd, and Jacob Hodgkiss on the podium with them in 3rd. Ben Doughty was 4th ahead of Alfie Garford 5th, then it was Archie Davis, Tom Merritt, Jack Sant, Henry Foote and Maggie Webster in 10th. Josh Watts was 11th ahead of Aaron Beattie, George Foxlow and Jack Burgess. 15th place Daniela Sutton after that poor start. Jensen Mason was 16th, then Tommy Harfield 17th, so he did get going again after headbutting the barriers at the hairpin. Billy Blockley was 18th, Bobby Holmes was 19th, Harry Lindley a lap down in 20th, whilst Callie Clifford, did she finish the race in the end? Callie Clifford, no, she retired to the pit lane with that damage, retired to the pit lane anyway, did Hayden Gray. I'm not sure if that was damage or a mechanical issue. Those two not running at the flag. Well, Thank you everyone for joining us today. We've got podium interviews to be had, but that will conclude what has been a very, very tough day here at Oulton Park. But when we've been racing, it's been very, very exciting indeed. And don't forget that the TCR Brigade will, and all of its various support categories, including Fiesta Juniors, will be out next at Croft on the 13th and 14th of July. We have 4 more rounds to go in the championship this year for TCR UK and for Audi TTs, Fiesta ST240s and Fiesta Juniors, who have joined us, and Civic Cup of course, who have joined us here this weekend, as they will do for the full season. So they'll be out at Croft on the 13th and 14th of July. Then we head to Silverstone on the 17th and 18th of August, Thruxton on the 21st and 22nd of September, and Silverstone International on the 12th and 13th of October. Sure, there'll be a few close championship battles to be decided when we head to the Silverstone International Circuit at the end of the year. And another chance before I hand over to Scott Woodwis to wrap up the show to thank the marshals who have put in a stint today. They've had a lot of incidents of various descriptions to deal with, and they've dealt with them all as professionally as we expect, as efficiently as they could, and they have done a really good job to keep everyone safe and to keep the race meeting going. The fact that we did get all of our races in, okay, we had to shorten a few of them here and there, but we got all of our races in after the earlier delays. That is a massive testament to the Orange Army, and we thank them once again for their service. Also a big thanks as well to everyone at the BRSCC for keeping us on track too as best they could in difficult circumstances, and managing to get us to the end of the day in one way or another. And we look forward to working with them all again in the very near future. I was going to thank Paul O'Neill and Scott Woodwis as well for their help, but I think Paul might have talked his way out of that now. No, thank you, Paul. As always, pleasure to have you. Pleasure to have you in the commentary box, Paul, and it will be the last time. Scott Woodwis also has done a good job up and down the stairs to get our podium interviews. And yeah, been a good day of racing all around here at Oulton Park. Right, are we ready with podium interviews yet? Hopefully we're not that far away. We should be able to hear from our top 3, and this time be able to go into a bit more detail with them about how their race went. And we are ready, I believe, to head over to Scott Woodwis. So that is it from me, Andy McEwen. Big thanks for joining us. We will be back again at Croft next time out, but for now, to chat to our podium finishers and to wrap up the show, let's head down to Scott Woodwis.
Well, an entertaining second Fiesta Junior race around at what's been a very challenging day, to say the least, for everyone involved. But the person who certainly got the most out of that is Jensen O'Neill going. Now, always in the situation, I want to go interview them, and they run off. So I think Jensen's just over there. So see if we can possibly get Jensen's attention and see if we can have a chat to him. He's all the way over the other side of the... I think he's picking out Jack Burgess while he's at it. I think he's quite happy in that side of things. Let's see if we can go over anyone and have a quick chat and see if we can grab our race winners, bring him over. I'm going to ask you to put Jack Burgess down for a second so we can have a chat to you. Another victory at the top of the field. Good performance. That was some great battle to get towards the front. Talk us through that battle that got you into P1.
Yeah, it's a really good battle, to be fair. Jacob and Tommy Tommy went on Jacob, saw the move, went past both of them. It's really good. And I don't really know what happened to Tommy, but sure he got into the wall, so I hope he's okay. But yeah, just like, it's amazing. So 11 years ago, my dad raced one of these exact cars, so we copied his livery for this weekend, finish off the season in the Mark 6. The last ever season the Mark 6 we had to use, so yeah, really well. But yeah, that's it, can't really say much more.
Heading on to the next round, of course, these guys are giving you quite a lot of competition, but it's getting pretty competitive out there this year, particularly with the grid and all the newcomers coming in. It's shaping up overall to be quite a decent season all round.
Yeah, to be fair, I actually enjoyed that one because I won. I actually had a really good battle with Jacob, Finn and Tommy. But yeah, so hopefully more battles towards the end of the season. But yeah, let's see what happens in the next round.
Yeah, great stuff. Well done. We'll see you for next and stuff. Let's bring in Finn. Let's see for a second. Let's bring in Finn. Finn, great podium, of course. You came as the weekend championship leader, so some decent points today. But how was that for race 2?
I think it was quite good. Obviously, Jensen's second in the championship scored maximum points, and we've done the best we can to minimise that. But on drop scores, I'm guessing I'd still be leading, to be honest. So, it's been a fairly good weekend. As I missed Friday practice again because of exams. Yeah. So next time, we'll have that full testing advantage. I feel like we've got a lot that we can do with the car till then. So I know we'll be ready for it.
I think it was all finished by then. All we can worry about is just getting on track rather than anything else.
Yeah. So like literally, I went into quali having never driven the track, or into practice this morning having never driven the track in the dry. Really, I've done no laps in the dry and went and put a P4. I was quite happy with that. So.
Well, you've driven superbly today, some good points today. Well done. We'll see you at the next one, excellent stuff. Let's bring Jacob Hoskins in for third place as well. Third place after the win earlier on. Good solid points. And again, as we talked about earlier on, after the kind of nightmare at Snetterton, much more positive weekend, lots of solid points. That's a nice little way to start rebuilding towards, getting towards it, and hopefully drop scores start to come into play later in the season.
It is a great bounce back. I'm really happy with how we performed this weekend. You know, took pole, took the first win. Unfortunately, you know, we couldn't take the second one, but you know, really solid points across the board to build them back up from what happened at Snet. So yeah, really happy. Yeah.
So in terms of the rest of the season, are you just simply just on that comeback, try and get as many points as you can, and hope that you can take advantage of others dropping the ball a bit and just try and just score as much as you can and see where you end up?
Yeah, exactly the point. I mean, we've got to take every race as it comes. We've got to try and win every single one we can, obviously, but we've got to hope for a little bit of, you know, the luck that we had at Snetterton on other people, sadly. And while I have the chance, I would like to take the time to say thank you to Marsigalia, Dubai Cranes, Thermserve and my dad for letting me do this. You know, I wouldn't be here without any of them, so thank you to everybody.
Great job. Well done today, getting some points. We'll see you for the next one. Excellent. Now, one person we do want to talk to, she is over here, is someone I want to speak to the end of race one after getting a really excellent 6th place, and that's our 2024 Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner, which is Daniela Sutton. Daniela, first of all, I have to say, because I missed congratulate everyone, fantastic job for P6 in race 1. Just talk me through how that was. Of course, there was a little bit going on in that race, but still, you were in the right place at the right time, and what a result.
So, actually, I had a terrible start, which was unlucky, but then lucky because I didn't get collected in the incident at the start. And it was quite a productive first race. And then in that second race just gone, I stalled off the start, but recovered my pace after being maybe half a track down on the pack, recovered to 15th from dead last, which was quite a good recovery drive, so pleased with that.
You made some really solid progress. You had a really good qualifying session getting 12th. You've had 2 or 3 race weekends under your belt, up and down fortunes all the way, but in terms of what how much have you learnt so far on these first 3 or 4 race weekends since you won the scholarship back in February?
I've learnt quite a lot, actually. It's quite different from karting, so obviously the use of a clutch now, the use of gears, but it's honestly exciting because it's a new journey, and yeah.
Second half of the season coming up now, obviously what's some realistic goals that you want to set for yourself so when you come to the end of the season you think, obviously you've achieved a lot at this point in time, but still got half the season. Anything else that you want to more progress make, whether it's more top 10s, breaking into the top 5, what would you be satisfied with as some realistic goals?
We want to work our way to the top of the grid. Obviously every race that we go out we aim for pole, because if we aren't aiming for pole then why are we really here? But yeah, every race we're just learning more, getting better, getting more comfortable with my car. So the aim is to just move and push to the forward of the grid.
You've made some great progress, well done. Great job on the 6th place, and we'll see you for the second half of the season. Congratulations, and we'll let you go and relax now. It's all good stuff. So that was Daniela Sutton, 2024 scholarship winner. Of course, if you've seen on socials and recent BRSCC announcements, you'll see the 2025 scholarship has been launched. That's taking place from the 28th to the 30th of October this year at Blighton Park. If you've got a young racer that wants to get involved to potentially win a full season's worth of Fiesta Junior racing, like Daniela has this season, with a prize package worth in excess of £65,000, head to the BRSCC website. You can find all the details on how to sign up in terms of eligibility, what the scholarship entails, what the 3-day contest is part of, and also what you could win as part of that package. So that wraps up racing today at Oulton Park. I have to say, first of all, a big thank you, I think it goes without saying, to every single one of the marshals, officials and volunteers, particularly the marshals today. They've had quite a lot to do today in many cases, and particularly in mixed conditions. There was rain this morning, relatively warm conditions today. They've had a lot to do, but they've all done it with a smile on their face, so they are absolute rock stars. So to every single one of the marshals that have been here today, thank you so much for all your efforts today. It's been, again, lots of challenges, lots of trials and stuff, but it's been all round for them. Quite a lot of work for them to do, so thank you to them for all the efforts they've done. Thanks to all the officials, all of our recovery teams, and everyone that's been involved. Thanks to everyone, of course, in the meeting. And thanks to everyone else who's watching, for you at home, whether it's for TCR, on the Alpha live stream, or anywhere else you may have been watching. Thank you so much for the support as well. We'll see you soon for more action from a BRSCC Race Weekend Live. But from myself, Scott Woodward, Samantha McKeown, and all the guys at Alpha Live watching, from everyone here at Oulton Park, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you for more action very soon in a couple of weeks' time on the BRSCC streams when they're at Anglesey. And next time out, TCR, I believe, heads to Crot. But until then, take care, and we'll see you next time.